Hello everyone. Welcome to our class of Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, and Canva for learning t-shirt designs. This is a beginner level class, so if you're planning to learn t-shirt designing, then you are in the right place because in this class, we will cover everything to get you started with t-shirt designs. Let's take a look what you will introduction and overview of Adobe Photoshop, photo combined t-shirt designs, brunch t-shirt designs, Christmas t-shirt design, anime t-shirt designs. Introduction and overview of Illustrator, sports t-shirt design, varsity club t-shirt design, typography t-shirt design, introduction and overview of Canva, streetwear t-shirt design, business t-shirt design, school t-shirt design, and aesthetic t-shirt designs. After completing this class, you will be able to understand design principles, use design software proficiently, create original artwork, develop brand identity, consider fabric and printing methods, adapt designs for various audiences, stay updated on design trends, communicate effectively with clients, prepare designs for production, build a professional portfolio. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you have learned, you will be able to participate in class project and you can practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, and Canva for t-shirt designs together. Welcome to our first lesson of t-shirt design. In this course, we are going to be using 3 different softwares for making our t-shirt design. So the first one or the first section, I'm going to start off with Adobe Photoshop. Then I'm going to move on to Adobe Illustrator. And then I'm going to move on to Canva. So as our first lesson, I'm going to be showing you about the introduction and overview of Adobe Photoshop. Before getting into or hopping into Adobe Photoshop, we have to learn a bit about what this software is and how it works. So what is Adobe Photoshop? Photoshop is a powerful software application developed by Adobe Inc. It's primarily used for editing and manipulating digital images, but it's also used for creating graphics, artwork, and designs. With Photoshop, users can perform a wide range of tasks, including photo retouching, color correction, image compositing, and adding various effects. It provides a vast array of tools and features for precise control over every aspect of image editing, making it the go-to choice for professional photographers, graphic designers worldwide. So, what are the key features of Photoshop? Layers, selection tools, filters and effects, brushes and painting tools, retouching tools, text tools, 3D editing, smart objects, image adjustment, and integration with other Adobe Creative Cloud or other softwares of Adobe Inc. When designing t-shirts in Photoshop, you'll primarily utilize its tools for graphic design and image manipulation. Here are some key features and tools which you might use specifically for t-shirt design. Layers, which helps you to organize elements easily. Text and drawing tools, which helps you to customize text and create illustrations. Shapes and vectors, used for clean, scalable graphics. Image editing helps you to adjust and manipulate photos. Color adjustment helps you to fine-tune colors for vibrancy. Texture and patterns helps to add depth and interest. Mockup templates help to preview designs on t-shirt mockups, and exporting helps you to save designs in print-ready formats. So, let's start our lesson by opening up Adobe Photoshop on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Adobe Photoshop. Now, there are going to be a couple of suggestions which I would suggest before getting into the whole course. Make sure you're connected with your internet most of the time and you have the latest version of Adobe Photoshop running on your device, which will help you to go through the newest tools, newest bug fix, and optimize your workspace and also follow through the whole course. Because in this lesson, I'm using Adobe Photoshop 2024, which has all of the new updates. Okay, if you have an older version, it's totally fine, but just make sure not to go anywhere below 2019 because those ones are kind of very old and you might not also find out all the tools which I'm going to be using in this whole course and our classes. So you can see that this is the interface or the home interface of Adobe Photoshop. So when you open up Adobe Photoshop, you'll basically see a screen like this. Now, this is not going to be an essential class or how you're going to open up, how you're going to use all those tools. If you have like zero idea about Adobe Photoshop, then I would suggest you get some ideas about it because in this class or in our first class, I'm just going to show you about the interface and the overview of where you can find those tools, when you're going to be using them, and most of the important parts. But if you want full description and every one of those details, you might not find it over here. So make sure to, get a bit more familiar with the user interface so that you can follow through very easily. But even if you don't have any idea, but you want to start off photo editing, not just photo editing, but t-shirt designing directly from scratch, you can follow this whole course because I'm going to be showing it to you, each and every one of them, step by step. Okay, so make sure not to follow or make sure not to skip any part. Okay, so on our home tab, we can open up our new interface, our new document. Okay, so you can see from here on the learn section, we will be able to see a couple of tutorials. From here, you'll be able to get access to your cloud documents and even your PC. These are the section, or this is the section where you're going to find out your cloud documents shared to you, or you can also find out the ones which you've shared with other people. And then we have is Lightroom photos. If you have Lightroom connected or your account connected, you can get access to those Lightroom photos too and work directly on Adobe Photoshop. And then we have is this recycle bin, which is called the deleted folder. From here, you'll be able to get access to the files which you've deleted, or we can also restore them up if you want to. And on each and every one of these sections or folders, you can also get whichever type of view you want. And you can also make yourself up a new folder so that you can find them up whenever you want to. And you have this account settings, your tools and everything. You can have the search bar. You can search up your own document so that you can open it up on Adobe Photoshop. And there we go. We have the cloud connected. Whenever you're connected with the internet, you'll basically see that this is going to be over here and going to show you saved. If you're not connected, one thing is that it will not auto save up anything. You have to save each and every one of them individually. So make sure to stay connected with your Adobe account and also make sure you're connected with the internet. Now I'm going to directly hop onto our interface where I'm going to be showing you about a couple of tools, interface, and also a couple of ribbons, which we are going to be using step by step in this whole course. So click on new file and you'll basically see this type of tab will open up on your screen. Now find out the one, whichever one you want to use. So most of the ones or most of the classes which I'm going to be showing you in this lesson, most of these pages, I'm not gonna be needing them, okay? Because I'm going to be making myself a new workspace. So from here, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on A4. Make sure to fix in your formats, whichever size you want. Let's say this is going to be just our interface. I'm going to name off my preset. Then you can also select which bit you want. So I'm going to put in 32-bit. If you have a mid-range device or a low-end or low-range device, just make sure to keep it somewhere around 16 to 8. Because if you use 32-bit, it might, lag a bit. So try using 16 or 8-bit. I most of the time use 16-bit because it also gives me off of projects which I do. But this is kind of like suggested. Another thing which you can see that if I use CMYK, I will not be able to use 32-bit because CMYK color space only supports 16-bit of bit depth. Okay, so try using the one, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to use RGB, which is going to be there on default. I'm going to keep it on 32-bit just because I'm going to be showing you about the interface. Okay, and then you can also fix in or select whichever color profile you want, and also you can select the pixel aspect ratio if you want to. But if you don't want to do anything and if you don't want to confuse yourself, you can just keep all of them on default. You can just change in the color mode and bit depth, and they can move on directly onto your workspace. So you can click on that, or you can also change up the orientation, whichever one you want. You can also fix the resolution. After you're done, press on create. It will create up this workspace just for you. Now you can see this is the working interface of Adobe Photoshop. Okay, so make sure to keep that thing in mind. So the first thing what you have to do over when you open up Adobe Photoshop is that go off the windows, go off the workspace, and make sure it is selected on Essentials default. Sometimes it is kept on photography, painting, graphic, and web, whichever one you prefer according to your workspace. But I would suggest you make sure to keep it on default essential because it will allow you to see all the tools which you need directly on your workspace, and you can also customize it whenever you want to. But most of the important ones will already be on your screen, so you don't have to worry about the extra stuffs. Okay. So the first thing which we are going to see over here is going to be on the left side of our working space. So on the left side of our working space, we see all of these tools. Well, this is basically called the toolbar. So here we have a couple of these tools which we can use, and you can see there is a corner or this dot on these tools. You can see some of them have it and some of them does not. So when you see that there's this corner or this dot over on the corner of each and every tool, you can right click on them and it will extend up to more tools, and you'll be able to get access to more tools whenever you want to. And we're going to be using a lot of these tools step by step, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm going to show it to you step by step. Okay. Then we have the color palette over here. We have two color palettes most of the time, which we can use, or which is also called the swatch color. So you can see we have the foreground color, which is gray, and then we have white. And then we also have the default foreground, which is black and white. And when you press on D, you'll basically see that it will swatch up, or you can also press on X to swatch up the colors which you want to use. You can see if you want white, you can press on X and it will swatch up to white. If you want to use black again, press on X, it will swatch up again. If you have like different color, let's say I'm going to put in red over here. And if I say I'm going to put in pink over here, press on OK. And even if I swatch it up, I will be able to toggle through each and every one of these options whenever I want. So now you can see that I have selected red. If I press on X again on my keyboard, it will move back to pink. Okay, so it's just kind of very easy toggle. And if you want to get back to black and white again, just press on D and it will just revert back to, the color which you're using. And this is also the same option. You can press on that to swatch up the colors whenever you want to. And these two are very important tools, which I'm going to be using or showing it to you. So one is basically called the edit mode or the quick mask mode. You can see it over here. It will help you to select up objects inside of any element or any photo. And then the next one we have over here is called the change screen mode. So there are basically three screen modes. You can see when you press on F or click on this, you can see this is how it looks like. And this is full screen mode. And you can press on F again to shift back, or you can also press on escape to shift back. Okay. So that is how simple it is. Just make sure you're comfortable with your work and your workspace. Okay. So we are basically done with our toolbar. Then we have the tabs. So in Adobe Photoshop or in Adobe softwares, you cannot just close off Adobe and make yourself up a new interface. Okay. What happens in these type of software is that you can make new tabs. Okay. So that you can work simultaneously on different projects. So if I want to open up a new project, I'm going to click on new. I'm going to select on that, press on create, and you can see that it has made up a new workspace for me or a new canvas for me, which I can work on. But the previous one, which I already have, is still on the tab. So this tab mode actually is very advantageous. Okay, so you can toggle through each and every one of them, whichever one you want to work. And you can also save this workspace however it is and get back to, your home interface. But you have to close it off totally, and then you'll be able to open up a new workspace where you're going to work with only single tab again. Okay, so there we go. Now we know how we can apply new workspaces too. So we have the ribbons over here. Okay, if you're using 19 or older versions, you will basically see that it will look kind of very retro, but in the newer version, it looks kind of updated. And another advantage of using Adobe Photoshop is that it updates regularly on a regular basis. It gives you off the best type of updates and features every time there is a new update. Okay, so you can try using Adobe Photoshop, and which is kind of like a key feature of using Adobe Photoshop and why people choose Adobe Photoshop over other softwares. Then we have over here is the File tab, the Edit tab for editing any of your content inside of your workspace, your Image tab, our image ribbon where you can find out everything you need to customize your image as. Then we have the layer options or the layer ribbon, the select ribbon where you're going to select up all of, your content, element, object, even your canvas. Then we have is filters. There are a couple of filters which I'm going to be showing you step by step, and you can also do color grading if you want to. And I'm going to be showing you each and every one of them so you don't have to worry. So one important thing which I want to show you over here on the filter is that you have this option called the camera raw filter. When you click on that, it will open up a newer workspace for you on your, window, and you'll be able to toggle it and shift it to other windows. As I have two monitors, I'm going to do is just take this interface or take this window into my first screen so that you can see it, how it works. You can see this is the new type of, or a pop-up type of window where you'll be able to customize color grade and everything. There are a couple of these tools which you'll be able to see over here, and these are, very basic, so you don't have to worry about it. If you're new to it, you might feel like, okay, it's a bit complex, but you don't have to worry about anything. I'm going to show it to you step by step. And another thing is that you can also open up preferences over here. You can see the performance, whichever one you want to use. I'm going to do is use auto. We have the maximum size, the purge cache. You can select your GPU and then go off to general and fix up your workspace if you want to. And after you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go. I'm going to show it to you step by step so you don't have to worry. So these are the tools which you can also find out. And this is also very important for editing your photo in Adobe Photoshop, so you have to know a bit about it. And I'm going to be showing you a couple of lessons where I'm going to be using the raw camera filter effects, so you don't have to worry about it. And then on the view section, we have our viewing preferences of our workspace. Let's say you want to make your, workspace to be a bit more comfortable, a bit more reliable, convenient for your, comfort, and to make your work a bit more optimized. So you can use this option and it will represent the things which you want on your workspace or the things which you don't want on your workspace. Then we have is the plugins. So plugins are basically kind of like extensions which you use in other softwares, which increases your functionality. So you can also manage plugins, add in plugins if you want to. It's basically up to you, whichever one you want to use. And I'm going to show you a couple of them. You can go off the plugins panel. So this is basically the plugins panel. You can also click on this option, discover plugins or browse plugins. Make sure you're connected with the internet. When you click on browse plugins, it will take you to Creative Cloud Desktop or, the web browser, whichever, version you're using. And when you go off the plugin settings, this type of interface will open up on your screen. And from here, you'll be able to get them whenever you want to. If you already have a genuine account, you'll basically see an interface like this. But if you do not have a genuine account, it will tell you to, use the genuine version or get Adobe Photoshop, the genuine one. Okay, so as I already have my Photoshop latest version and the genuine version, it is seeing or showing me something like this. So I can just press on get whichever one I want. I click on get and you can see close the app and press on OK, and it will be just added onto your workspace. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it. You can just click on browse plugin and find out the one which you're going to use. But as I'm not going to be using any of those, so make sure to follow all of the steps which I'm using. Then we have is the Windows section. So this is one of the most important section which you need to know about. Okay, if you're kind of new to it, you might face a couple of hassle, but I'll give you a solution to it. Let's say you've clicked on any of these sections. Now you clicked on color and you right clicked on it, and then what you did is close. So you cannot find colors anymore. Now, what would you do? If you want to get it back or you want it back on your workspace, the Windows ribbon comes in help. So I've removed colors, right? So I'm going to click on Windows and I'm going to find out color over here. Click on that and it will get back to the position or get back to the group where it was. Let's say I removed layers, which is one of the most important things. So I'm going to click on layers as it's closed. I can go back to Windows and from here I'm going to find out layers. And there we go, we have it. And even if you don't want this layers over here, you can also take it out. You keep it wherever you want, use it whenever you want. You can also get it back to where it was if you want to. You can also take it to other groups and other sections. Okay, so this is why I actually prefer using the Essentials default workspace, because it allows me to use all of the important tools or important, groups or windows whenever I want to. And not only just layers or any one of them, you can also add in more if you want to. Let's say I'm going to go off the windows. I'm going to do is click on character spacing. I want channels. Maybe I want info, everything. Okay. So I can also group them up or make another section for me like this. So I'm going to use all of them together. You can see it over here. There we go. I can also group them up together. You can see I'm going to do is increase it. And I can also keep that specific tab. I'm going to keep it open. And I'm going to do is going to be increasing that size and keep it inside of that group. So find out, the groups which will actually help you to find out where you should keep them. You can make as much as you want. Okay, so it's basically up to you how you prefer to keep your workspace. So I'm going to keep it over here. I'm going to keep all of them over here. Whichever ones I do not want, I'm going to close it off. Okay, you can also close it off just by going to Windows and clicking on the one which you do not need. Okay, so if I say I'm going to not need the info, I'm going to right click on it. So I'm going to close it. And you can also close it off directly from the Windows ribbon. Okay. So basically we are done over here. We are done with the ribbons. And then the top bar, which you see over here, right above the tab, is also known as the properties toolbar. Okay. So from here, you'll be able to see there's a couple of tools which you'll be able to use. Let's say if I select on any of them, it will change or vary according to the tool. So it's going to depend on which tool you're using, and it will give you customizations and whichever ones you want to use them, and customize that tool however you want and how you want to use it. Okay, so this is the section which you also want to keep. Okay, so on the right side of the section we have is the share option. From here you'll be able to share up your document or project, whichever one you're working with. You can search up anything into your workspace. When you click on search, you'll basically see an interface like this will open up. From here you'll be able to search up whichever one you prefer. Okay, so I'm gonna click on next, and from here you'll be able to search up the ones whichever one you want to. Okay, you have video series, hands-on tutorial, everything. If you're facing any problem, you can also go off the help over here, and you can also go off the search and find out help. Okay, and then we have is the window section over here again. From here you'll be able to change up whichever window or whichever workspace you want, which is basically the same thing as over here. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on overview and interface of Adobe Photoshop. And all of these are basically the Windows platform. From here, you'll be able to change up whichever window you want to use. And there's like a vast amount of tools which will help you to get your result. And one thing which I would suggest you is that make sure to keep on your practice. And if you have any new idea, make sure not to hesitate to try it on, because you never know that how it will be. So just follow a couple of steps. And if you have any new idea, try to apply it and try to fiddle through Adobe Photoshop. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. If you still have any confusion or free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our first class, where we are going to learn about t-shirt designing in Adobe Photoshop. And make sure not to skip any part of this lesson, because if you do, you might also face a bit of hassle later on in this whole course. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. Welcome to our first lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can photo combine and make yourself up a t-shirt design. And with this whole class and with this whole course, I have also added in a resource file. If you are facing any issue finding your resources, you can use those resources on a resource file. You can use them if you want to, but you can also use your own resources if you want to. And by the end of the lessons, I'm going to be showing you where you can find those resources and from where you'll be able to use them. Okay, because you cannot use whichever file or whichever photo you want to use, because you need to use the royalty-free ones for your work, and it depends on what you want to use it for. Okay, so without any further ado, Adobe Photoshop on our device. So on my screen, you can see that I have already opened up Adobe Photoshop. Now, the first thing what I'm going to be doing is going to be making myself a new file. So I'm going to click on A4. I'm going to keep it 16-bit because that is basically what I want. And I want my orientation to be portrait. So I'm going to keep the resolution 300. If you want to increase it, that's also up to you. But I'm going to just create on my own project and my own workspace. So as I have it, what I'm going to be doing is going to be making myself up an interface, making myself up a box, making myself up an area, which one I'm going to be using. So first things first is that I'm going to go off to file here, and I'm going to do is just open up the ones which I want to use. So I'm going to go off to my PC or the desktop where I have my resource files. I'm going to find out photo editing, not this one. I'm going to open up teacher design resources. This is the folder, which one you're going to be using. So I'm going to open up a couple of them. Let's say I'm going to use all of these, not this one. I'm going to use, let's say, hands, portrait, roots. So these are the files, or these are the photos which I want to use, and you can see all of them has been opened up on my workspace. Okay, so another thing what I'm going to do or change over here is that I'm going to need a black background. So I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on this A4 and I want it to be black. Press on OK, press on create, and this is the file which I want. So I'm going to just remove this one. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is going to be making myself of the interface or the section which I'm going to be editing my whole thing or my whole graphic. So first thing is that I'm going to make up a triangle, or let's say a square, with this rectangle tool over here. And basically this is the interface which I'm going to be using. So I'm going to go off the layers. Here we go. We have a rectangle, and I'm going to do is just change the color to be a bit white so that I can see it. Okay. So I'm going to press on OK. I'm going to do is just remove this one. I'm going to use this selection or move tool. And this is the exact space which I want to use. Okay. So as I have my exact space, I'm going to do is just increase it just a bit. So I'm going to press on shift and increase it just a bit because I want my text to be over here too. So first things first is that I'm going to click on text, press on that. I'm going to remove up all of them, and I'm going to put in my own text. Let's say I want something to be, let's say, found out. Okay, this is the name which I'm going to be using it to something, whichever one I want. Let's say this one looks quite good, or maybe this one. There are a couple of fonts which you can use, but I'm going to be using something similar to this one, or maybe something like this. Okay, but there are a couple more which I can, fiddle through. So I'm going to go down and find the one which I basically would like. I can use this if I want to, but I want it to be a bit more funk. So I'm going to go down, and if I cannot find it, there's also like more fonts which you can get, so you don't have to worry about it. So I'm going to go up and down to find out the one, whichever fits in or fills in the criteria. You can also use this. This looks quite good. So I'm going to increase the size 50. So there we go. This is the text which I'm going to be using. Found out. So there we go. We have our text over here. I'm going to increase the size, but I'm going to do is just hold on to shift. There we go. If I have like a couple of text over here, I can also remove them. Press on Control Z to undo the process. There we go. I'm going to select both of them, and I'm going to just group them up together. There we go. We have groups. You can also group them if you want to, but I'm going to keep it here for a while. Do is just reduce it. Hold on to shift if you want to, and press on Control or Alt if you want to fix out the whole thing. What I'm going to do is just select on the specific text, and I'm going to do is going to outside of it. So I'm going to click on this color option. You can see it over here. You can also go off to swatches and everything, but maybe I want a bit of, let's say, crisp, strong, or maybe you can change out, find out the one which you want to use. There we go. We have found it. So I'm going to keep it just like this. And then I'm going to do is going to putting in my photos. So first off, I'm going to go off to portrait, which is this one over here. And I'm going to do is just remove the background. You can also select the subject. But if you're using an older version, you have to go through a couple of these tools over here, like selection tool and everything, object selection. You have this tool over here. You can select the part just like this and then take it out. So this is also quite new, which also uses AI and internet connections to find out. And you can take them out if you want to. You can also mask it up. You can use the generative fill if you want to, take it out of your, workspace, and you can press on backspace to use content aware and press on OK, and that specific part will be removed. It will take a bit of time, but basically if you are using the newest version of Adobe Photoshop, you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, what you have to do is just select the subject, take it directly onto the space which you want to use, and then you'll be able to use them. So I'm going to not do any of this thing over here. What I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this option and click on select subject. When I click on select subject, I'll be able to drag it out wherever I want. You can see, and I will be able photo. And I'm going to take it directly to Untitled 2 over here. I'm going to do zoom out first. I'm going to hold nothing. I'm going to just take it over here. And I'm going to do is going to be taking directly this into our rectangle. And I'm going to do is going to be using this as a masked object. So what you do basically is take it directly, make sure to hold on to Control or Alt, and then take it into directly the rectangle. And you can also create a clipping mask if you want to. Just right click on it and create clipping mask, and it will be inside of this rectangle. So you can see now that it is not going out. Okay, so this is the workspace which I want. What I'm going to do is going to be keeping this inside over here. Increase up the size. This is the workspace which I want. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to select on this text over here. I want it to be a bit at the top. You can see over here. I'm going to do is just take it over here, which I will be able to use whenever I want to. I'll press on Control Z to find it out. There we go. So as I have it, I'm going to select on this one over here, keep it at the center, and then I'm going to customize it a bit more. Let's say I'm going to just increase it all the way up. And then I'm going to do is going to be, you can see the background already. So I'm going to edit it later on, but the next ones I'm going to start off adding in more elements. So first thing I'm going to do is, as we already have the portraits, then let's say I want these. So I'm going to do is just take all of this photo over here. First off, convert it into a normal layer and take it directly to Untitled 2. So I'm going to keep it right over here. You can see it over here. What I'm going to do is keep it at the top. So as we have it at the top, now obviously we cannot see anything. So if I want to see anything, first I'm going to right click on it, and I'm going to do is blend it just a bit. So right click on this option over here and go off the blending option. When you click on blending option, this type of tab will open up. From here, I'm going to do is remove up the white parts from this photo. And you can see this is the part which is remaining. I'm going to fix out the parts too. You can fix out the underlying layer if you want to, and fix out the white parts if you feel like using it. I'm going to zoom in a bit more. And you can see this is how it should look like. You can see this is how it now looks like. I'll be able to blend it a bit more. You can use the ones, whichever one you prefer. Let's say maybe I want color burn, and this looks a bit more better. You can fix in the opacity. There are a couple of these options which you'll be able to use too. So maybe I want color burn, and you can also keep them all the same. Use the erase tool if you want to. And there are a couple of these options which you'll be able to use, which will also make that part, or the ones which you don't want to be cut out of this image. Okay. So from here, I'm going to do is use this most of the time. I'm going to do is just remove it. Just keep it just this. And there we go. We are good to go. Okay. And there are also other options which you can apply. I can fix in the fill options. You can fix in the channels if you want to. You can put in green if you want to. You can put in blue if you want to. But I'm going to keep it just the way it is. I'm going to press on OK because I have a lot more to edit. So as I have this option or this effect applied, now I'm going to do is going to be also clip it to this whole photo. Okay. So make sure to clip it to the whole photo. And then what I'm going to do is going to be applying another one. Let's say I want this roots. So I'm going to take all of this, convert it into a normal layer, and take it also into this workspace. There we go. Increase this up. I'm going to right click. I'm also going to be converting it or create a clipping mask. And I'm going to right click on it, go off to blending mode, which you will find out over here. You can see we have the blending option right under this section. Blending option. I'm also going to be removing a couple of parts which I do not want. I'm also going to be using, let's say, I'll take it a bit out and I'm going to zoom in a bit more. I'm going to do is just fix in the ones which I actually feel like will look better. I can also remove out certain parts, okay, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's say I'm going to do is click on this light color. I'm going to do is remove out a couple of parts which I don't want. There we go. And then what we can do over here is that we can remove out certain parts just by using our brush or our erase tool. To remove out the parts, whichever one you're using. So I'm going to click on this layer 3, click on this erase tool, and you'll be able to erase out the parts which you do not want. So I'm going to do is select on this brush size, increase it just a bit. Here we go. We can erase out the parts which we do not want. And we can also keep out the parts which we want. You can see it over here. A couple of parts which I don't want is being removed. There we go. Looks a lot more better. There we go, as we have it. Now I'm going to do is just fix out this part over here. I'm going to keep a couple of these particles because it will just look a bit like grunge effect. Okay, you can try that out. So there we go. We have 3 of these. And I'm going to do is going to be right clicking on it. So I'm going to go off to, let's say, go off the blending option again. And I'm going to do is going to be changing the color just a bit. So I'm going to go off to outer glow or whichever one you prefer. I'm going to go off the texture. I'm going to do is apply in a bit of texture. There we go. I can see, there we go, we have a grunge effect. Also reduce the opacity, fix in this option over here. And then we can also apply in contour if you want to. I'm not going to be applying contour, neither texture, but I'm going to go off directly into color overlay. And you can also fix that up. I'm going to fix in the color options over here. You can fix that up if you want to, but if you don't want it, you can just turn it off and keep it however it is. Okay. So I'm going to just remove that. And you can use whichever one you want. Let's say I want drop shadow. There we go. You can see how it looks like. See, on the drop shadow, we have this option over here, fixing that. A bit of this option over here, distance, fixing the distance. Keeping the spread. Fixing the sizes. There we go. Looks a bit better. I'm going to press on OK. So there we go. We have a bit of effect applied. I'm going to just remove the parts which I do not need. Select on that, and there we go. We have 3 of these, and I'm going to apply the last element, which is going to be the hand. I'm going to take it out, convert to normal layer. First off, I'm going to do is just use the hand. So I'm going to press on this select subject, wait for a bit, make sure you're connected with the internet, and then we'll select up the subject, and I'm going to take only this part over here. I'm going to do is just rotate it just a bit. You can see this option on the corner. I'll be able to rotate them up. Right click on it. I'm going to just reduce the size. I'm going to right click. I'm going to just create a clipping mask. There we go. And you can see obviously this looks very saturated, so I'm not going to be keeping this that saturated. So I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to go off the blending option again. And from here, I'm going to fix it out. I'm going to keep it blend if gray. I'm going to remove out the colors. You can see it over here. You can also fix in whichever color you want to use. There's a couple of these options over here. See luminosity. That's also quite good. I fix it out. There are a couple of the parts which I do not want. There we go. So we have it. We have the design. Now you can also apply whichever effect you want. Let's say maybe I want a bit of color overlay, so I'm going to click on that. I'm going to click on black. Press on OK. There we go. We have it. You can fix in whichever blending mode we want to. Maybe I want a bit of color burn, and press on OK, and then you're good to go. So basically we have all of these designs, and I will basically want it under this maybe so that it looks better. Okay, I'm going to just right click on it. I'm going to do is just go off to blending option, and I'm going to do is just increase up a bit more. Okay. I'm going to just go off over here at the top, right click on it, go off the blending option. And I'm going to do this underlying layer to be a bit more darker, just a bit. There we go. I'm going to increase up the white parts just a bit so that it actually looks better. Press on OK. And on this one, I'm going to do is just reduce it just a bit. So I'm going to go off to blending option again and adjust the black part. Okay, so I'm going to do is just apply the underlying layer just a bit and the white parts just a bit. Okay, so I'm going to press on OK as we are good to go. And then what we're going to do is going to be selecting each and every one of them. First, I'm going to do select out the text. I'm going to do going to be selecting on that. And let's say maybe I want a bit of effect over here, so I'm going to right click on it. What I'm going to do is going to be converted into a smart object so that I can apply more effect. But first off, I'm going to do is also going to be applying a bit of blending option. And I'm going to apply a bit of stroke here so that it looks better. So I'm going to go off the stroke and apply the size. Select the color. Let's say I'm going to put it white. I'm going to do is not inside, but outside. I'm going to fix that out. There we go. Found out. I'm going to press on OK. Okay, if you want to apply more effect, that's basically up to you. Let's say maybe I want a bit of shadow. You can also put that. I'm going to put in a drop shadow. I'm going to go off over here. You can also apply that effect if you want to. Let's say I'm going to use fixing the distance. There we go. Fixing the spread, fixing the sizes. You're going to fix in the opacity. You can apply a bit of noise if you want to. There we go. Looks a lot more better. I'm going to press on OK. And just keep it a bit over here. And what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on all of them. I'm going to do is remove the parts which I do not want. Select all of them. Press on Control. You can group them up first. You can increase the size of them. And what I'm going to do is going to be selecting all of the ones which I have over here and turn it into a clipping, or let's say smart object. There we go. As they have turned into a smart object, now I can take it however I want. The first thing what I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of effect on it. So I'm going to go off the filters, go off, let's say I want a bit of blur or distortion or noise. So first thing I'm going to do is just go off the others, click on custom if you want to, but I'm going to do is just go off the filters. Let's say I'm going to do is apply a bit of average. Let's check how it looks like. Okay, I'm going to press on Z. I'm going to do is just go off the filters. I'm going to do is apply a bit of noise. And there we go. You can do that. Press on OK, then we're good to go. I'm going to go off the filters again, and maybe I want a bit of distort or maybe a bit of, let's say, color. I need a bit of color over here. So what I'm going to do is going to go off the 3D, or I can also go off the camera raw filter if I want more of the effects. You can see this is how it looks like. What I'm going to do is just going to turn it to monochrome, and this is how it should look like. Okay. So instead of monochrome, what I can do is change out the colors a bit more. Let's say I'm going to do is decrease the saturation. I'm going to just increase the vibrance. I'm going to just apply a bit more grain to it. There we go. It will take a bit of time to apply the effects, and press on OK. And you can see this is how it looks like. So as we're done combining all of the images, I'm going to cut out the parts, or, cut out the resources which I do not want anymore. Remove, and also the last one. I'm not going to be using that, so I'm going to just remove that. You can also apply it if you want to. And then I'm going to do is going to be opening up the t-shirt file, which is going to be PSD. Now I have a black t-shirt and also white t-shirt. You can use it on whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to put it on a black. So I'm going to press on that. There we go. We have the PSD. I'm going to do is just select it and drag it into our t-shirt file, which is our PSD file. Press on OK. You can see this is how it looks like. I'm going to right click on it. Use clipping mask. I'm going to do is just reduce the size. There we go. And this is how our t-shirt will look like. Okay. You can also use it on your white t-shirt and find it out or check out how it looks like. I'm going to do is just click on open, or what you can also do is that we don't need this white part, right? So what we can do is that we can remove out the background. Click on remove background and you'll basically see that the background will be removed. It'll take a bit of time to select up the background. You can see what I'm going to do is going to be altering it. So I'm going to press on Alt. You can also alt it up if you want to. You have these options over here. I'm going to press on Control Z. What I can do is just select up this option over here. Just right click on this, quick selection tool. Select up all of these parts which you actually need. There we go. Except this over here. We don't need the white parts or the black parts outside of it, obviously. There we go. Zoom in a bit more. This is how it will look like. There we go, selected. There we go. I'm going to do is just zoom out. Okay, zoom in and out, whichever part you want. There we go, selected. So what I can do is that select on this tool over here and drag out the part which I want to use. I can also remove out the part which you do not want. First off, you have to use the generative fill, and there we go. The part which you don't want has been removed, and I can take it on this part over here. Press on OK. It will take a bit of time, and I'm going to do is just remove this, delete, and I can replace it with this one. There we go. This is how it will look like. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to combine a couple of images and make up your t-shirt design just by using Adobe Photoshop. It is very simple. Just make sure to follow up the steps. Okay, it's not that complex. And if you have new idea, you can obviously apply that effect, apply that idea, and find it out how it looks like. Okay, so hope you understood about everything, and thank you for watching this video up to the very end. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. Welcome back to class 2 of our t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make just by using Adobe Photoshop. Now, make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something very important or vital. So without any further ado, make sure you're connected with the internet, and let's hop on to Adobe Photoshop and open up the resources which we need. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Adobe Photoshop. Now, the first thing what I'm going to do over here is either I can open up the resources, or I can start off by applying myself of the interface or an extra workspace, which I'm going to be needing anyways. So I'm going to click on new file, click on A4 or whichever size you need. I'm going to keep it portrait, and I'm going to keep it 32-bit this time. And I'm going to keep it RGB. And you can also keep it CMYK. It is also quite helpful in couple of color spaces because of your PSD or which one or which file you are going to attach it up to. So I'm going to press on create, and it will create us this interface for me. Now I'm going to do is just double click on it, and you can see 25%. I'm going to click on new again, and I'm going to create myself a black workspace. So I'm going to click on this black over here. I'm going to keep it 32-bit, keep the same, press on create. And then we have two of these. So Untitled 1 is white, Untitled 2 is black. Now I'm going to open up the resources which I need. So let's say I'm going to be using a grunge, these ones. Okay, so I'm going to use 3 of these, and I can also use up to the ones, whichever one I want to use. So in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you three type of methods, or let's say two types of grunge backgrounds, which we are going to use, our grunge photo or t-shirt edit, which we're going to do. So first thing is that we have this one over here. I'm going to start off with this one. First I'm going to do is just convert it into a normal layer, and I'm going to take it over here on this white background. Press on yes. Okay. And then we're good to go. I'm going to do is just zoom out. I'm going to do is keep it like this. Okay. So there we go. We have our working space, or this is the photo which I'm going to be using. And I'm also going to be adding up a couple of edits. Okay. So first off, we have this image over here. Now you can see sometimes people just take the image and directly paste it on a t-shirt. Well, it does not look good. But if we apply a bit of grunge effect on it, it will look a lot better. Now, how are we going to do that? We're going to follow it step by step. First thing we're going to do is going to be going off. We have this grunge car, but I'm going to need the grunge background. I'm going to do is going to be taking this background directly into this one over here. Press on yes. And you can see this is how it will look like. So there we go. We have two of them. So first step I'm going to do is just reduce the size. And then I'm going to do is just zoom in and select on this part. Or let's say select on this grunge layer 2. So I'm going to do is just going to rotate it so that it adds up to, the whole photo and makes it look a bit better. There we go. We have this effect over here. And this is how it should look like. I'm going to do is increase on this photo or select this photo. There we go. This is what we are supposed to get. Okay. So as we're supposed to get this, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on that, right click, and I'm going to do is create a clipping mask on this specific photo. So I'm going to do is going to be pasting it up to the part which we need. So I'm going to do is hold on a shift. There we go. Hold on a shift. And this is how it should look like. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to go off the blending option, and I'm going to reduce the white part of this, the grunge background. So I'm going to do is remove the white part. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the black parts. Okay. So I'm going to do is just white parts remove, black parts increase. Okay. So this is how it should look like. I'm going to do is just going to be multiplying or darkening it up a bit more, multiply, or whichever looks like it's a lot more darker. You can also use this. I'm going to use it later on. And first off, I'm going to do is just use multiply. And you can see this is how it should look like. And there are also a couple of different methods. So I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control Z to undo all of these effects. I'm going to do is just keep it up till this part. And what you can do is select up this one. So let's say I'm going to do is going to be selecting up quick selection tool. I'm going to do select on this. Or let's say I'm going to do is just going to be object selection tool. Select on this part. And we'll take a bit of time to select up the areas, which is actually a part of that specific object. And there we go. We have the whole thing all by ourselves. Now, what you can do over here is that you can deselect our quick mask over here. Okay. So there we go. We have the quick mask option over here. You can select up certain parts. And as we already have a second layer already applied, now what we can do is going to be use the quick edits or quick mask mode to remove up the areas which we do not want. Okay, so that's also up to you. But if you're using the newest version of Adobe Photoshop, just like me, you can just go directly into the blending mode and apply the effect so that we can remove out the parts which we do not need. Okay, so I'm going to do is going to be pressing on OK. And what we're going to do is going to be selecting on this option over here. Instead of that, just first off, clip it, create clipping mask over this one. And right click on it to go off the blending option. And then you will find out this option over here called divide. When you apply divide, you can see the grunge effect has already been applied. And there we go. We have already applied that effect. You can see now this looks a lot more better. You can see the parts outside has been removed, and you can also reduce the size so that you can, apply a bit more effect to it. So it's basically up to you, however you want to work on it. There we go. And now, as we're done with this, we're going to apply a bit of text to it. So click on text. I'm going to do is going to be applying the text over here. Let's say I'm going to do is type in open on free seasons. There we go. I'm going to keep the center aligned. I'm going to select on this, Control Z. I'm going to do is just remove up this part because I'm not going to be needing that. Select on this option over here. I'm going to do is going to be keeping this. Or let's say I'm going to do is just increase the size a bit more. There we go. I'm going to keep it somewhere over here. Perfect. So as I have it, what I'm going to do is going to select on this color. I'm going to change it to be, let's say, somewhere around, to be a bit yellowish. There we go. Press on OK. Free seasons. And now I'm going to do is right clicking on it. I'm going to go off the blending option. I'm going to apply a bit of stroke to it. So I'm going to go off to stroke. You can see I'm going to do is reduce the size just a bit. And I'm going to apply a bit of a different color. Let's say I want a bit of black, or maybe a bit of this specific color, but a bit darker. So I can do that, which will look a lot more better. I'm going to do is going to be, you can see there will be an eye picker tool, which you can also use. Select on this, but I want it to be a bit darker. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Press on OK. And OK again. You can see this is how it should look like. You can also change the text size. I'm going to do is increase it just a bit more. Keep it somewhere on the center, which will make it look a lot more better. There we go, on the center. And then I'm going to do is going to be reducing the line spacing. There we go. Let's say 30, or maybe let's say 72. Not 72, a bit less. 48. Okay, there we go. Looks a lot better. Open on free seasons. Let's say I'm going to put another text over here. I'm going to take these over here, make another copy just by holding on to Alt. Select on this. Venue. Open from 8. I'm going to put in 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'm going to do is going to be selecting this one. I'm going to keep it to be somewhere around to be a bit lighter in color. There we go. This is the color which I want. Okay. I'm going to select only on this. I'm going to do is reduce the size of this text. There we go. I'm also going to be changing the color of this. Select on this one. I'm going to keep it to be somewhere around. I can either keep it to be dark or white. It's up to me, whichever one I want to use. Press on OK, and then you're good to go. I'm going to select both of them. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this 48. I'm going to keep it 36. There we go. Perfect. I'm going to right click on it. So I'm going to do is just take it. First off, I'm going to do is just create a clipping mask so that it looks a bit better. And see, this is how it's supposed to look like. I'm going to press on Control Z so that I can take it up to this part. And I'm going to right click and I'm going to do is going to be create a clipping mask. There we go. I'm going to do is take this at the top. So there we go. Venue open from this to this. I'll take this text over here, reduce the size just a bit so that the grunge effect doesn't, show up too much. There we go. At the center. Perfect. Open on free seasons. There we go. We're done with this. Now what we can do is select on all of them, right click, and we can convert it into a smart object so that we can move it whenever we want to. So click on Convert to Smart Object, and this has turned into a graphic. Now what we can do is I'm going to removing the parts which I do not need anymore. And we already have another effect or another layer or another edit which we have to do. So I'm going to click on File, click on Open, and I'm going to do is going to be using the white t-shirt this time. Open up the white t-shirt. I'm going to take it directly on the white t-shirt. Press on Yes. Okay. Right click on it, and I'm going to do is going to be create a clipping mask. Reduce the size. And there we go. This is how it should look like. You can right click on it. And then we can also apply a bit of blending options. You can go off to blending options. And what we can do over here is that we can reduce or remove the white parts of this, photo or the graphic, which we've already applied. Now you can see that when we zoom in, the parts has already been removed, and you can see how better it looks. You can also remove up the parts which we do not need. Also a bit of black parts, remove a bit of white, and we can also remove a bit more if we want to. So I'm going to take it a bit like this. You can see a bit has been removed. You can also fix in the opacity if you want to. You can fix in whichever color you want to use. You can also apply a bit of divide. You can use these type of other blending options. You can see linear lights, how good it looks. Overlay, lighter color, color dots, screen lighten, darken. Use whichever one you want. You can see linear burn looks quite better. See color burn, multiply. Okay, find out the one which feels better and press on OK. And you can see this is how it should look like. Okay. And you can also apply it or try it on the black t-shirt. Find out the one which actually looks better. I'm going to remove it. Press on no. Click on file. Open up the black one. Let's say I'm going to open up the black t-shirt. Try it over there. There we go. Press on yes. Okay. There we go. You don't have to worry about the white parts or the extra white parts. So I'm going to use first off, right click. I'm going to create clipping mask. Right click, go to blending option. And then from here, I'm going to just remove the white parts. Just a bit. So you can see this is how it will look like. Take the black parts. I'm going to do is just remove all the parts from here. Reduce the size from here. You can see how much it is, 251. Or I can also separate them up if you want to. I'm going to just keep it somewhere around 254 or 253. There we go. Perfect. And you can also apply more effects if you want to. You can see linear burn, color burn, all of them. See color dodge, how good it looks, how vivid it looks. You can also fix in the opacity if you want to. You can fix in the current layer. See how good it actually looks like. I'm going to just press on OK. And you can see this is how our t-shirt will look instead of just pasting a whole photo inside of it. Okay, so this is how simple it is. You can also apply in grunge effects. What we can also do is click on this option over here. You can go off the filters. We can also apply in raw camera filters. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be selecting this, zooming in. And I'm going to do is going to be fixing out the colors. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be increasing the contrast just a bit. There we go. Apply the textures a bit. Fixing the clarity. Fixing the dehaze. And increase the grain just a bit. Okay. There we go. And on the saturation, I'm going to increase it just a bit more. And on the vibrance, I'm going to do is just reduce it just a bit. Tint should be somewhere around, let's say, pink. Temperature a bit cooler. Press on OK, and all the effects will take place on this specific photo or even on the t-shirt. Okay, so hope you understood about this part. Now let's move on to our next edit. I'm going to do is just remove this. No, and I'm going to save this up for later purpose. And now we're going to use this one. First off, what I'm going to do is going to be using this specific subject inside of our image. Select the subject. It will take a bit of time. Make sure you're connected with the internet most of the time so that you get the access of these features and these tools. It will take just a bit of time. You can see change settings and preferences, processing the image. And after a while, you can see it has been selected. Now we have this option over here called the quick mask tool. Select on that. And we have our mask, even though it's not perfect, but you can still use it. I'm going to keep it over here. Press on yes. Okay. And then we're good to go. What we're going to do is going to be reducing the size. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting a specific area when we can apply. Or you can also select up certain parts which we do not need. So like such as this one. So I'm going to select on this. I'm going to do is click on this quick selection tool over here. Just remove that. Select up certain parts. I'm going to do is reduce the size. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this. Just hit on backspace, removed. There we go. Parts have been removed. You can select up the parts which you do not need and remove it whenever you want to. See, this is how it will look like. Just hit on backspace and you're good to go. You can see these parts. I'm going to do is just reduce the size. There we go. Backspace. Here we go. Backspace. From here, I'm going to select up the parts. There we go. Delete. There we go. Remove certain parts from here. And I'm going to be using this whole photo. So as we're done, select on this. And now what I'm going to do is not going to be using that, but I'm going to keep the whole thing. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this option over here. I'm going to do is take it a bit above. I'm going to do is going to be using a rectangle to put in where my edit should be. Or I can also keep it to be just this one, but later on we can use the blending option to keep it wherever I want it to be. There we go. We have this photo over here. I'm going to right click and I'm going to do is create clipping mask. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size. Delete. I can move it wherever I want. There we go. So now as we have our elements, what I'm going to do is going to be, let's say, I'm just going to apply a bit of effect on this photo. So I'm going to right click on it. Select on this if you want to. You can take this out. I'm going to right click. And I'm going to do is going to be apply layer mask. You can do that. Right click and go off the blending option. And from here, you'll be able to apply the effects, whichever one you want to use. Let's say maybe I want this or maybe I want this, and all of these options are right over here. First off, I'm going to do is apply a bit of luminosity. Right click. And basically, you can go off to apply threshold if you want to. Now, you will not find threshold over here. First, what you have to do is you have to go off to edit. And if you are using an older version of 2020 or 2022, you can go off to this option or edits and you'll find add threshold. But you can also apply threshold from over here from adjustments. Okay, so it's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. But if you're using the newer version, follow up these steps. And on the image under adjustments, you'll find add threshold. So I'm going to click on that and you can fix it up whichever one you prefer. Let's say I'm going to do is just use this one, press on OK. And over here, go off the image, adjustments. Then we have is threshold. You can see this, I can't apply any threshold. So I have to fix it out just like this. I'm going to do is going to be fixing out the feather. I'm going to go off the blending option. Let's try removing the luminosity first. I'm going to press on OK. Let's try the threshold right now. Go off the adjustment, threshold, and apply whichever threshold you prefer. Or you can also select up the certain area which you want to use. Also take it out of the area if you prefer. It's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. Right click on it. And then I'm going to do is going to be, first off, I'm going to convert it into a smart object. So as I have it as a smart object, what I'm going to do is go off the images, adjustments, and then you can see we cannot apply threshold anymore because this is not turned as a photo. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to go off the blending option. So on the blending option from here, I'm going to do is first off, I'm going to apply in a gradient overlay. Go off the gradients. And I'm not going to be using this. Let's say I'm going to do is use blue or maybe this effect. And I'm going to do is fixing the opacity. I'm going to do is apply whichever feels like better. You can see difference, divide, hue, saturation, luminosity, whichever one you prefer. Okay, I'm going to do is just apply normal. Fixing that, fixing the scaling option, press on OK, and then you're good to go. You can also apply more. Right click on it, go off the blending option again, and then I'm going to apply in another gradient overlay on this. You can apply it if you want to. You can also reverse it if you want to. You can see this is how it will look like. There are other options which you can use. Press on OK. And now what I'm going to do is going to be applying an outside layer of, let's say, glow. So I'm going to go off to blending option again. And I'm going to do is apply an outer glow. So I'm going to apply that. I'm going to do is going to be fixing in the opacity. fixing the noise. You can see outer glow. I'm going to do select the color. Let's say I'm going to do is just use a bit of cyan. Press on OK. And I'm going to do is going to be applying linear dodge or whichever one I prefer, normal. Let's say I'm going to do is fixing the range, fixing the spread, sizes. I'm going to do is fixing the sizes, precise, jitters, apply a bit of jitters. You can see now this is how it looks like. Apply a bit of noise over here, fixing the opacity. There we go. This is how it should look like. Press on OK. And if you want to apply a bit more effect to it, so I'm going to go off to filters over here. Go off the camera raw filter. And from here, I'm going to do is apply a bit of exposure, a bit of contrast to it, then a bit of shadow, reduce it. Here, which is the one we need most, is texture, clarity, and vignette, and a bit of grain. Press on OK. And you'll basically see this is how it will look like. So as we have it, and we can also, turn the whole thing into a smart object. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be turn it into a smart object. There we go. We have the whole thing into a smart object. I'm going to right click on it, go off the blending option again. And you can also apply in more, gradient options. So I'm going to go off the gradients once more, which is going to be the last one. So go off to the gradients overlay. You can see this is how it will look like. I'm going to do is reduce this color. Do is apply whichever one you prefer actually. So I'm going to do is do reds this time. This is the red color which I want. So I'm going to press on OK. You can fix in the angle. You can fix in the scale if you want to. Fix in the opacity. Select on the part which you don't want. Let's say I want maybe subtract, or maybe whichever one you prefer. Let's say I want hue. There we go. Multiply. Now you can see this looks a lot more better. Now what I can do is just press on OK. You can also apply in texture and contour if you want to. You can see the texture option. Do scale it or increase it. There we go. For depth effects, we can also apply in a bit of contour. Okay, I'm not going to be applying any bit of contour over here. So I can also remove it if I want to. You can also apply a bit of satin. I'm going to just fix in just a bit. You can use whichever one you prefer. Press on OK. And then you're good to go. So as you're done, what you can do is just apply a bit of, grunge effect, which is going to be a bit more of grain. So I'm going to go off the camera raw filter and apply the last bit of grain which I need. Go down. There we go. Okay. Applied. And I'm going to open up my t-shirt. So I'm going to go on open. Let's say I want a white t-shirt. Go off to this one. Take it directly on your t-shirt. Press on yes. Okay. And you can see this is how it will look like. Right click. First off, turn it into a smart object. Convert to smart object. Right click and clipping mask. Reduce the size and keep it wherever you prefer. And can also apply in more, options. Let's say go to blending option. From here, what I'm going to do is going to be first off zooming in. You can see I will be able to reduce the white parts. Be able to remove the black parts. Be able to fix out this one over here. This is how it will look like. Okay. Press on OK. And then you're good to go. So now you know that there are two types of, grunge effects, are this grunge edits, which you can apply on your t-shirt edits. Okay. So apply these twos. And if you have more ideas, do not hesitate to make or apply it on your own just by fiddling through Adobe Photoshop. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. Welcome back to our third lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make a Christmas t-shirt design just by using Adobe Photoshop. So make sure not to skip any part of this lesson because it is going to be very simple. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Adobe Photoshop on our device. Now, as I have opened up Adobe Photoshop, now the first thing I'm going to do is follow the same step and make myself up an interface. A4, this is what I need. I'm going to keep it on 16-bit or maybe I'm going to keep it on 32-bit this time because, there's a lot less edits in it. So there we go. We have our interface or our art book. Now I'm going to do is going to be opening up the files which we need. So if we put it over here, there we go. We have 3 of them over here. I'm going to select each and every one of them and I'm going to open them up on my interface. So there we go. We have 3 of them, 1, 2, and 3. And we're going to be using a couple of these elements a couple of times. Okay. So if you do not have your resources, I'm going to show you a couple of sites from where you can get those resources. So first thing is that open up any of your web browser on your device. You can see as I'm using Chrome. So you can either, if you're using photos or videos, just go off to pixels.com. Pixels.com offers you royalty-free photos or even videos, which you'll be able to use in all cases, even your client and your project work, and you can also submit them or publish them if you want to. But if you get resources from any other sites, those might be not royalty-free, which will make it copyright. Okay, so make sure to use this site, or you can also go off to unsplash.com, unsplash.com. They also provide you with royalty-free, let's say these photos and also videos. If you want to use audios, well, we are not going to be using any audio anyways, but you can also go off to music, which is also going to offer you royalty-free music, and a couple of, let's say, objects or graphical elements which you want. You can get them from freepik.com. You can get, or you can log in with your account and you can use the used, or let's say the free ones. There's also licensed one. If you use a premium version, you'll be able to use the licensed and the premium ones too, which is going to be royalty free. But if you're not, subscribed to this Freepik premium account, you will not be able to use them. Okay, so there we go. We have all of our resources. Now the first thing which we need to do is going to be applying or getting ourselves the interface where we can start our work. Now first things first is that I'm going to make a very simple type of design. So first things first, I'm going to do is use this hat over here. So I'm going to do is going to be removing the background because I'm not going to be needing the background. And I'm going to take this subject, which we have already over here. I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to do is just select the subject. And I'm going to need a couple of other parts too. So I'm going to wait until the other parts have been selected too. I'm going to use this brush tool. Select border. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this tool over here. I'm going to select up the parts over here too, because I'm going to be needing all the parts even inside of it. Well, if you sometimes see that, let's say there are a couple of parts which are not selected, just use this selection tool, selection brush tool. It will allow you to select up the parts which are not selected. You can see it over here. There's a couple of parts which are not selected. I'm going to go using this hand tool again. Use this tool over here, brush tool. There we go. Select up all the parts which you need. And then you're good to go. So I'm going to click on that. And we can take all this out into our workspace where we need it to be. Press on OK. So there we go. I'm going to put it over here. Then what I'm going to do is going to be combining a couple of other elements too. So as we have this over here, I'm going to increase the size. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to do is just rasterize this effect. Okay, so you can also rasterize this effect whenever you want to, but you have to first off convert it into a smart object. So first off I'm going to do is going to be converting it into a smart object. Right click on it, and then you can rasterize the layer if you want to. So there we go. We have rasterized the effect. Now what I'm going to do is going to be taking in the decors or this part which we want. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this tool over here. Now select up which beard do you want. So from here, I'm going to need this beard over here. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this. There we go. We have selected that. Select on this. I'm going to press on backspace, removed. Can zoom in a bit more and fix all of them up a lot better. There we go. Selected this part, delete. I'm going to go down and remove out the parts which I do not need. Delete. Delete. A couple of parts which you don't need, just remove them. Just use this hand tool over here. You can also press on H on your keyboard to remove them if you want to. So I'm going to be showing it to you. So I'm going to do is just first off remove up the areas. I'm going to make it look a lot more better. So I'm going to do is just select up the parts which I do not need and remove them whenever I want to. There we go. Press on H. And then select on this brush tool again, which is going to be your W key on your keyboard. Backspace. Backspace. There we go. Selected backspace. Press on H. I'm going to go off, select up the other parts, W. Select delete. Delete. H. There we go. W. Backspace, remove. H. W. Select up the parts which we need to. Backspace, H. And you can see we're good to go. So I'm going to do is just going to zoom out. I'm going to take this element directly into our workspace. So I'm going to go off over here, paste it. Yes. What I'm going to do is just going to be increasing the size of this. I'm going to just convert it into a smart object. Right click. Convert it into a smart object over here. There we go. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to go off the blending option. And I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of stroke outside of it. So I'm going to click on stroke. There we go. I'm going to do is go off the stroke over here. So there we go. I've applied in the stroke. Select the color. Just put it all black. Press on OK. And you can see this is how it looks like. I'm going to keep it in the center. So this is how it should look like. I'm going to do is fix in the size. Okay, let's just keep it to be outside. Okay, so outside looks better. I'm going to put on overprint. And you can also put in gradient if you want to. You can also put in this pattern. But I'm going to put in color. And then I'm going to press on OK. There we go. We have it. Just reduce the size. This is where I want it to be. I'm going to keep it over here. And now I'm going to put in more elements inside of it. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be selecting up text. Since I have the text, I'm going to put in, let's say, Merry Christmas. Okay. So there we go. We have Merry Christmas already written. I'm select on all of this. And I'm going to do is going to be changing the font. So I'm going to click on over here. And I'm going to do is find out something which will make or give it the vibe of making it look good. So I'm going to click on this one. There we go. Select on this. Increase the size. I'm going to keep it over here. And now I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this text over here. Select all of them. 36. Or maybe let's say I'm going to do is keep them 39. Well, let's keep it somewhere around 40. Let's check it out how it looks like. Let's say I have to put it somewhere around like 48. There we go. Totally perfect. I'm going to keep it over here. And I'm going to do is going to be changing the color of specific lines. Let's say the first line I'm going to do is make it look green. And on the next line, I'm going to do is just make it look red. There we go. We have this one over here. Have this Merry Christmas written over here. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on the other ones, which we have over here. We have layer 2. Just increase the size of these so that we can apply more elements and also make it look a lot more better. Reduce the size just a bit. There we go. Select on the text. I'm going to increase the size. And I'm going to do is just keep it a bit below so that I can apply an elements inside over here or on the top part. Okay. So first thing, I'm going to right click on it. Right click. I'm going to go off on blending options. And on the blending options, I'm going to do is going to be apply a bit of stroke. So I'm going to click on stroke. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of the stroke. There we go. Keep it 7 and press on OK. Good to go. Now what I'm going to do is going to be start applying my elements or the decor. So I'm going to do is first off select up the elements which I want. So I'm going to do is just going to apply this one and stars. Select on this option over here. I'm going to do is going to be using object selection. I'm going to select on this and I'm going to wait for a bit until it has been selected. And after the selection has been done, what I'm going to do is, you can see this is how it looks like. So I'm going to do is just use this. Select on this tool over here. I'm going to take it directly over here. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to do is convert it into smart object. Select on this tool. There we go. I'm going to do is go off over here. Press on Control Z. I'm going to do is going to be selecting this specific object over here and take a bit of time because, you know, when you're selecting a lot of them, it will analyze the whole thing and use this quick mask tool to select up that part and take it to the other part. Yes. Right click on it, convert it into smart object. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of curve over here. You can see this is how it should look like. I'm going to do is just rotate, like take this a bit down. It will look like this. Press on that, and then you're good to go. Do is just apply that. And I'm going to do is just going to keep it underneath. There we go. Apply a bit more, elements if you want to. Press on Control Z. I'm going to do is apply a bit of these. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on them. Object selection. There we go. Selected. Select on this mask tool. Quick mask. Select on this. Take it over here. Press on yes. Right click and convert it into smart object. I'm going to have it at the top. There we go. What I'm going to do is apply more elements. Control Z, selection. Let's say I'm going to do is just use this time. Use this option over here. Selection, take it directly over here. Press on yes. You can apply it wherever you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is just keep it over here underneath the text. I'm going to do is right click on it and convert it into smart object. So as we have all the elements inside of it, what we can do is press on Control A, select up the whole thing, except for the background. There we go, all of them selected. Right click on it, and then first off, you can, if you want to, also convert all of them into smart object. So all of them has been turned into a smart object, you can see. Now what we're going to do is going to be removing the parts which we do not need. are the resources which we do not need. So I'm going to do is remove this, no, and the last one also no. And then I'm going to do is going to be opening up my t-shirt files. Select both of them, press on open. And I'm going to do is going to be taking them one by one into these t-shirts. Press on OK. It will take a bit of time. You can see it has been applied. I'm going to zoom out, reduce the size, right click, clipping mask, right, just reduce it. And you can see we have our t-shirt file ready. Now we can also apply a bit of blending option over here so that it actually looks a bit more better. You can see this is how it will look. You can see color burn. All of them will look a lot more better, but multiply just gets along with this, this t-shirt. Also, you can click on this option. Right click on this. Then you can go off the transparency option if you want to, and then fix it up. You can also see it over here. Now, first off, I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency just a bit, somewhere around 80 to 90, so that all the shades are perfect on the t-shirt. Now let's do the same thing over here. Take it directly into this black t-shirt. Press on yes. Press on OK. Wait for a bit until it is done. I'm going to do is fix in the size. Right click and convert it or create a clipping mask first. You can see convert to smart object. Right click and then create a clipping mask. There we go. I'm going to do is put it right over here. Reduce the size. Fix it up. Right click on it. Go off the blending option. Fix it up. Let's say I'm going to do is just use whichever one you prefer. So you have dissolve. You have different ones to use. You can see hard mix looks quite good. It's basically up to you, whichever one you want to use. You can also see this. So from here, I'm going to use multiply, color burn, fixing the opacity. Fix that up. You can see. You can fix it up if you want to. Apply red. The greens, you can fix up the greens, perfect greens if you want to. You can also apply different type of effects, but I'm going to do is just keep it on normal. You can do that. Reduce the transparency. Well, try reducing the transparency from here because it will allow you to, give you the shade of that t-shirt more. So there we go. We are good to go. Both of the t-shirts are done. You can also apply more effects if you want to make your, Christmas t-shirt design. Okay. So you can, if you have like newer ideas and if you have more ideas about it, you can create it on your own, fiddle through these options, and you'll be able to create something which you actually need or get the results however you want to. Okay. So you can follow these steps if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's also up to you. But I've shown you a very basic type of design, which you can try it on, and you can also apply more, but using the same steps and the same method and the same usage of tools. So hope you understood everything about this lesson from the beginning to the end. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out, okay? And make sure not to skip any part and make sure to use or stay connected with the internet whenever you are working with Adobe Photoshop or making t-shirt design. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. Welcome to our new lesson of t-shirt designing just by using Adobe Photoshop. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make an anime t-shirt design just by using Adobe. Attached in a resource file which you can use if you want to, because I'll be using them in this lesson, and I've also gotten them from royalty-free sites which you can use, such as Pixels, FreePic, or Unsplash. Okay, so without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Adobe Photoshop on our device. As you can see from my screen that I have already opened up Adobe Photoshop. Now the first thing what we have to do over here is going to be making myself a new file. Now that is very simple. If you've seen the lessons or the classes from the beginning to the end, you already know how to do that. So first thing is that I'm going to click on new file because I'm going to need an untitled project or an untitled page, which I can use to keep my elements or customize the design. So from here, I'm going to use CMYK color for this one. I'm going to keep it 16-bit, which is going to be the highest. And on the background, I want it to be white. So you can try using CMYK US web coded, or also you can use Japan color 2001 coded. It's basically up to you because these two offer you very vivid colors onto your workspace. So click on create. Now, as I've pressed on create, what you're going to do next is going to be importing up your elements. Now, if you're using a newer version of Adobe Photoshop, you will have this option right over here. So click on that import image and you'll be able to select whichever one you want to open up in Adobe Photoshop. So from here, I want to use all the samurai ones. So I'm going to use just, let's say I'm a samurai 1. Click on create or click on import and it will pop up on your workspace. But if you want each of them to open up as a new workspace, then you're going to follow the other steps. So click on that. I'm going to do is first off, press on cancel. I'm not going to be needing that. Click on file, click on open, and then I'm going to open up all of them up. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to do is going to be using up this Japanese calligraphy, which is going to be important. So I'm going to open both of them up because I'm going to be needing all of those. So I'm going to click on OK, and there we go. We might have a CMYK. Okay, so you can use that. You can see this is going to be RGB, which is JPG, but this is CMYK or CEPS file, which you can use, whichever one you prefer. But if you're using any of those calligraphy files, okay, which you want to use on your photo, I would suggest that try using the EPS file because that is going to hold up more details than the JPG. But if you want to use the JPG, cut that thing off or cut out the background and use that as a smart art object or a smart object, then I would suggest you using the JPG. So open up your workspace or your clean workspace, and then you're going to do is going to be making out your base layer. So click on that rectangle tool. I'm going to select that, and there we go. We have selected this option over here, and we have ourselves a rectangle. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking or keeping it on white because I'm going to be needing that to be white. So I'm going to click on that, press on white, and there we go. This is how it should look like. Okay, or you can also keep it to be black. It's basically up to you, whichever one you want. So I'm going to keep it somewhere around this black option or maybe somewhere around gray. So I can also try using gray. I'm going to click on RGB, open them up if you want to use that. You can also change it to a different color according to your need. Okay, so I'm going to do is just use this one or maybe perfect. So as I have that, what I'm going to do is going to be applying my elements or start applying my elements. So as we have this, what I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this. Let's say I'm going to start off with the front part of our anime t-shirt design. So let's say this is the front part, okay? And I'm going to do is going to be making myself another workspace. I'm going to click on file. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on open or click on new. And I'm going to do is just change it to be black. Press on OK, create, and then you're good to go. So there we go. We have also this on our workspace. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere over here so that I can easily get access to each and every one of them. So I'm going to go off to the left side or this one over here. Now what I'm going to do is going to be apply one element. So I'm going to select up the part which I basically need, which I want it to be my front view. So let's say I want my front view to have something like a background like this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is going to be converting it into a normal layer. I'm going to take it on my first workspace, keep it over here, press on yes, and I'm going to right click on it, and then I'm going to turn it into, let's say, clipping mask. So we have it as my clipping mask. I'm going to do is reduce the size. There we go. This is going to be my front part of my t-shirt. Okay, this is the design. And the front part is going to be very minimalistic, so you don't have to worry. I'm going to press on Shift. There we go. Okay, it looks quite good. I'm going to press on Control Z so that I can get the exact, size which I have. I'm going to press on OK. So there we go. We have our front design. Now I'm going to right click on it, or let's say I'm going to use a bit of grunge background on it. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on File, open them up. Okay, let's just remove out the parts which we do not need. Let's say I'm going to do is remove out the calligraphy, which I'm not going to be using in this part. I'm going to do is press on No. There we go. I'm going to use these as my back design. Okay. So there we go. I'm going to do is also cut this up. I'm not going to save that. And what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on File, clicking on Open. And then from here, I'm going to do is open up my grunge background. Okay. So I'm going to have my grunge background over here. And I'm going to do is going to be taking this directly on my front part of this. Press on OK. I'm going to do is keep it over here. Select on that, press on Shift. There we go. So as we have that, I'm going to right click on it. And I'm also going to create a clipping mask. So as I have it as my clipping mask, I'm going to select both of them or right click on it. Go off the blending option. And from here, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on difference or maybe let's say divide. So if I press on divide or use divide, you can see that I have this type of effect on my, let's say design. So what I'm going to do is going to be selecting and I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to convert it into a smart object. I'm going to right click on this. I'm going to go off the blending option and I'm going to do is going to be using, let's say divide if I want to. But from here, what I'm going to do is just going to remove out the parts which I do not need. So we can also keep that however it is. I'm going to press on OK. I'm going to do is going to be keeping both of these into a smart object first. And then I'm going to do is going to be apply this blending option over here. There we go. The do is going to be just divide up the color. Okay, looking a lot better. Okay. And then I'm going to go off the strokes and I'm going to apply strokes later on. So I'm going to remove this first. Press on OK. And I'm going to keep it just however it is. So I'm going to do is also remove out this window. And I'm going to do is keep this on the left side. So now on our Untitled 2, I'm going to be using a couple of these parts. Okay. So first things first is that I'm going to select up the photo which I want to be as the big picture, or let's say which is going to hold more attention than the other one. So there are a couple of these designs which I can use, but I'm going to be using up a specific one. Let's say either this or maybe this. Okay. So that I can make my t-shirt design, which is the back of the t-shirt, to be looking a lot more better. So first thing what I have to do over here on my Untitled is that I'm going to create myself up a box. So this is the box which I want, and I'm going to keep it to be white. There we go. And what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to apply that element inside over here. So I'm not going to be using that. I'm going to be using this one. Convert to normal layer, and I'm going to take it on this part. I'm going to right click on it, and I'm going to do is clipping mask. I'm going to increase the size. And this is how it will look like. Press on done, and you can see this is how it will look. So we have that. And now what I'm going to do is going to be using more elements right beside it. So let's say I'm going to make another box over here where I'm going to put in another element. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this box over here this time. I'm going to do is create this. And this time I'm going to do is keep it to be black. So as I have it black, what I'm going to do over here is going to be creating myself up a stroke, but later on. Okay, so I'm going to do is going to be taking another element over here. I'm going to use this as my secondary. So I'm going to take this, convert to normal layer. I'm going to take it to the Untitled 2, keep it over here. And I'm going to do is we have rectangle 2. I'm going to right click and create a clipping mask. There we go. Press on done. And I'm going to do is just click on this, both of these, right click. I'm going to create a clipping mask. Or let's say I'm going to do is first off, convert to smart object. I'm going to do the same thing over here, right click. I'm going to do is convert to smart object. So there we go. We have two of these elements. I'm going to right click or select on this one. And then I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of blending option. First off, I'm going to go off the stroke. We have our stroke right now. I'm going to do is going to be going off the stroke, and I'm going to apply myself up a white stroke over here. Press on OK, and then I'm going to do is going to be fixing out the size. And then I'm going to do is going to be fixing this part up, a bit of opacity, and click on OK. And on this one, I'm going to apply the same thing. Click on this layer too. We have this over here, our first layer, right click, go off the blending option, apply the same type of stroke. But whenever you apply it, it will already be applied over here. Okay. So there we go. We have applied that. Press on OK. So we have two of these. And now I'm going to apply my last design or last let's say, graphics. So I'm going to apply myself up another box, but it's going to be up till this part. There we go. Select R, keep it just like this. I'm going to keep it black. And I'm going to do is going to be using this one. Select on this, convert to smart or convert to normal layer. I'm going to apply it over here. I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to do is create a clipping mask. I'm going to do is reduce the size. There we go. We have ourselves this design over here, samurai. So I'm going to select on both of these, right click on it, and I'm going to convert it to smart object. So as we have it, I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here, a bit to the left. There we go. Right click, and I'm also going to be applying a bit of blending option or a bit of stroke. Click on stroke and it will be applied directly. Press on OK. So as we're good to go, what I'm going to do is going to be applying my text now. So first things first is that I'm going to apply myself a text over here. And here I'm going to do is going to be applying another text. So first off, click on 3 of them. And then what I'm going to do is going to be keep them separate, but you can group them up if you want to. It's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. Okay. So I'm going to keep it like this, but if you feel like grouping them up together is a bit better, you can also do that. It's totally fine. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Control G to group them up. And then I'm going to do is going to be increasing that. And I'm going to start applying my text over here. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on text. I'm going to select on this. Okay. I'm going to type in samurai. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting all of them up. And what I'm going to do is going to be changing the weight. Okay. You can see now this is vertical. So I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this. First off, let's say I'm going to do is keep it somewhere like this, 9, or you can also keep the metric optional over here, optical over here. And I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size 5, or let's say -5. You can see, let's say -25. There we go. We have it. What I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this text. So as I have it, I'm going to click on this option over here and I'm going to take it right down. Select that and I'm going to change the font from here. I'm going to select on the one which I need. So let's go down. Let's find out the one which actually is going to be looking a lot more better. I want something to be kind of, let's say big, which will actually go with it. But if you can't find your font over here, you have this option of more fonts on Adobe Fonts. Click on that option and you'll be able to see that, a web browser will open up on your device or on your screen. From here, you'll be able to use whichever font you want to use. Okay, that's basically up to you if you want to use that. And you also have a couple of other fonts which you'll be able to use from that website. Okay, you can apply that. So from here, let's say maybe I want something to be, let's say rough, okay, or geometric. It's basically up to me, whichever one I want. So from here, what I'm going to do is going to be using, let's say rough. So click on that and let's find out the one which I want to use. Let's say I'm going to do is go down and I want to use this. Okay, so I'm going to click on add family. It will take just a bit of time to apply it to your, let's say font section. And then you will be able to continue by logging in and it will appear up over here. Okay. But on other softwares of Adobe, you can also get like direct access and use them whenever you want to. So from here, I'm going to just apply the one, whichever one I prefer. So I'm going to do is just click on, let's say this one looks quite good. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting this and I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this. Let's say I'm going to do is increase the size. Is going to be reducing the size over here. There we go. Keep it mostly at the center. Select on this part, Control A. Not that one. I'm going to select on only on this. Select the color. Let's say maybe I want this specific color. Press on OK. And I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of effect over here. Right click on it. I'm going to do is go off the blending option. And I'm going to apply myself up a bit of glow. So I'm going to first off apply a bit of stroke. So click on stroke. There we go. I'm going to change up the color. Click on this color option over here. Apply this specific color. Press on OK. You can fix it up if you want to. You can fix up the stroke size. And I'm going to go off to outer glow. Let's say I'm going to go off to outer glow. I'm going to do is going to be fixing out the size. There we go. Outside, I'm going to do is going to be fixing in the grain option. You can see over here, the color. You can also apply an overprint if you want to. That's basically up to you. Let's say maybe I want normal, center. This is just stroke, so I'm going to do is just go off the outer glow. I'm going to do is just remove the noise, fixing the opacity. I wanted something like this, but I'm going to do is change it to something, let's say greens. Maybe something like this. Okay, looks good. And just reduce the noise all the way down. You can see the spread, fixing the spread like this. There we go. The range, I'm going to fix that up. There we go. I'm going to fix in the spread. I'm going to do is going to be fixing in the opacity. There we go. And I'm going to press on OK. So there we go. We have that. And I'm going to apply another text over here so you don't have to worry. And then I'm going to do is going to be opening up my calligraphy file or calligraphy, let's say the ECP file. Okay, I'm going to close those like these up. I'm going to close this up too. Click on open. And I'm going to open up this one. Press on OK. And there we go. From here, I'm going to do is just click on quick selection. I'm going to do is just select up this part. First off, what you have to do is, let's say I'm going to convert it into a normal layer first. Press on this. There we go. It is turned into smart object. I'm going to do is going to be removing the background. So I'm going to remove up all the background and only this will remain. You can see this is how it will look like. And what I'm going to do is click on subtract from mask. I'm going to reduce up the size of this brush. Select up that part. There we go. You can see this is how it looks like. Okay. So click on that and then we're good to go. I'm going to do is going to be using that. You can apply that if you want to. I'm going to take this whole thing into our Untitled 2 file. There we go. We have it. I'm going to right click on this. Just press on Control Z. Right click. I'm going to convert it into Smart Object. There we go. Right click. And I'm going to do is going to be fixing that up. Blending option. I'm going to do is going to be reducing, or let's say I'm going to apply a bit of stroke outside. You can see this is how it looks like. I'm going to zoom in. You can see the stroke size. I'm going to click on stroke. Apply the size. There we go. Now we have a bit of grunge effect. I'm going to apply white. Press on OK. I'm going to fix in the opacity. And you can see this is how it will look like. The do is going to be fixing out the size over here. Deselect. I'm going to fix that over here. There we go. Select up on that. And I'm going to do is just going to be keeping this right over here. So we have that. I'm going to put another set of text over here. What I'm going to do is going to be typing in over here. Select on this. And what I'm going to do is going to be changing the color to white. What I'm going to do is change it to, let's say, opening of demon. There we go. Select up that. And I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size just a bit. There we go. I'm going to select up the top part. And I'm going to change it to, let's say, this one. I'm also going to be changing that to the same one over here. There we go. I'm going to change the color. Select on this. I'm going to change the color to this one. And the next one to be a bit different on this one. Select on that. Or maybe I'm going to just use this. or this, or maybe a bit of red. Press on OK. And there we go. We have all of them ready. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this. Select on all of them. Right click, and I'm going to turn it into a smart object. Convert to shape. You have this option over here. What I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size. Select all of them. There we go. Right click, and I'm going to convert it to smart object. So we have all of them into a smart object. So I'm going to do is going to be removing this over here. I'm going to open up my t-shirt, both of them, open. And then I'm going to use one as my back and how it will look like at the back. You can see this is how it will look like. Press on Ctrl Z, right click, convert to smart object. I'm going to take all of this into that black t-shirt, press on OK. There we go, right click, create clipping mask, and there we go. This is going to be the back part of that t-shirt, or the back part, of the design. And the first one over here is very simplistic, minimalistic. I'm going to select both of them, right click. I'm going to create or select on that or convert it into smart object. Here we go. I'm going to take all of this into the white t-shirt. There we go. Press on yes. And there we go. Right click, create a clipping mask. And what I'm going to do is going to be right clicking on it, go to blending option. From here, I'm going to do is going to be reducing the white part. Zoom in, and you can see the white part has been removed. You can also apply or remove more if you want to, but I'm going to remove out that part. There we go. Just a bit. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Press on OK. And this is how it will look like. So the front part and the back part, you can also right click on it. And you can also apply some blending options. I'm going to zoom in a bit, fixing the opacity, fill opacity. You can apply this option over here to apply a bit of grunge effect. I'm going to do apply or remove a bit of this. There we go. Just remove a bit of the black part, the underlying layer. I'm going to apply just a bit like this and fix in the white parts. There we go. You can apply more effect if you want to. Let's say maybe I want texture. You can also apply texture. You can also apply contour if you want to. And you can also apply pattern or maybe color overlay or maybe even satin. It's basically up to you. And you can also remove them if you want to, if it doesn't look good. So I'm going to remove that, press on OK, and then you're good to go. You can also apply raw filter effects so that it looks very, let's say, natural. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to make yourself up a t-shirt design or animate t-shirt design. And I'm also going to be saving these files up into my resource file. You'll be able to use them whenever you want to. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Photoshop. Welcome to our second section of this course. In this part of our course, we are going to learn about t-shirt design in Adobe Illustrator. But before getting into our whole class or our whole section, we have to learn a bit about what Adobe Illustrator is. So in this class, I'm going to show you about the introduction and the overview of Adobe Illustrator. So what is Adobe Illustrator? Illustrator is a vector graphics editor developed by Adobe Inc. It's primarily used for creating illustrations, logos, icons, and other graphics that require scalability without loss of quality. Unlike raster-based programs like Photoshop, which uses pixels to create images, Illustrator uses mathematical equation to create vector graphics, allowing them to be resized infinitely without losing sharpness. Illustrator offers a wide range of tools for drawing, painting, and typographic design, making it a powerful tool for graphic designers, illustrators, and even artists. So, what are the key features of Illustrator? 1. Vector graphics. 2. Pencil. 3. Shapes and paths. 4. Typography. 5. Brushes and symbols. 6. Gradient and pattern fills. 7. Artboards. 8. Effects and filters. 9. Integration with Adobe Creative Cloud. And 10. Export option. So, when designing t-shirts in Illustrator, you can utilize its powerful vector-based tools for creating clean and scalable designs. Artboard setups are going to help you start with the right t-shirt sized canvas. Shapes and text, you can use shapes and text tools to design. Colors and brushes are going to help you apply colors and vector brushes for style. Layer organization helps to keep things tidy with layers. Mockup preview helps you to check how your design looks on a t-shirt mockup. And exporting helps you to save your design in print-ready formats. So, let's start our lesson by opening up Adobe Illustrator on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Adobe Illustrator. Now, this is not going to be an initial class just about learning about Adobe Illustrator. This is going to be a course which I'm going to show you a part where you need to know basics about Adobe Illustrator so that I can give you a boost so that you get to know about its interface and also the overview. So you can see that I have opened up Adobe Illustrator. Now, the first thing when you open up Adobe Illustrator, you will basically see an interface like this, okay? So you will open up or you will see the home screen on your platform or on the platform, okay? Now you can see that there are a couple of other sections too which you can toggle through step by step. So the first thing you're going to see over here is that we have these tutorials which you can see, and these are basically not tutorials, these are AI generated prompts which you can try using, and this is only available on the newest versions of Adobe Illustrator, okay? So you can try them whenever you want to, but I'm going to be skipping that for now. Then at the bottom, you will basically see your recent files which you've worked on. All of the project which you've worked on Adobe Illustrator, all of them will be available over here. You can see it over here on recents. Now you can sort them out whenever you want to. Let's say maybe I want none. So I'm going to click on name. I'm going to put in name. I can also move in, check out, let's say size. I can also put in kind. What type of content do I want? So all of them will be sorted over here, and you can also put them in the ascending, also on descending order, just by clicking on this button, okay? So you can try using that whenever you want to. And then over here, we can also filter our content and filter our, let's say whatever project we're working on just by searching on it. You can see filter recent files. You can filter them up. And then we have is the viewing modes. One we have is the listed order, and one we have is the grid order. Now let's move on to the other platforms. So we have on this other section, which is called Learn. You will basically find out a lot of tutorials by Adobe Illustrator themselves. So you can try fiddling through and find out the type of tutorial you need. Then we have the file section. So we have 3 type of folders, which you can see: your files, shared with you, and the deleted files. So on your files, you will basically be connected with your Adobe account, which works as a cloud document or a cloud file. You can upload your cloud files whenever you want to with your Adobe account, and can open or work on any projects whenever you want to, being anywhere in the world by just staying connected with your account and internet connection. You can also make new folders over here. Just click on new folder and you'll be able to make your new folder, and you can also upload up your own works from another device, and you will be able to get access from any device from anywhere in the world. And you also have the same feature over here of sorting or, seeing the view. If you want grid view, you can also put in grid view. You can also use list view. Then we have is shared with you. All of the files which is shared with you will be saved over here. And I can see that it shows me that I am disconnected when you don't have internet, but you will be getting connected whenever you are connected with the internet. So any file which is shared with you, you can work simultaneously with other people and connect, okay, so that your work gets progressed faster and you can also monitor them whenever you want to. This is the new feature of Adobe Illustrator and also other Adobe softwares because it just helps you to work together simultaneously so that you can monitor and also, get your work done faster. You also have the same option of viewing over here. And the last one we see are the deleted files. So this is kind of like a recycle bin. Anything if you delete over here will be deleted. Okay, and it will be over here, which you can see over here, okay, which is the deleted folder. And you can also restore them whenever you want to. So let me just show it to you how it works. Let's say I want to delete any of these files. So you're going to do is going to be right clicking on any of these files, and then you want to drag it into a deleted folder. And you'll basically be deleting that file. But one thing is that you can also restore them directly from your deleted folder over here, okay? We also have on the top part are kind of like ribbons. And you can see over here, I have account settings. Then we have the subscriptions and the tips and tricks. You can also have this search bar or this search tool over here, which you will be able to use when you want to search up any file. And it will show you if anything, it is actually connected to the internet and if any work is saved. So on the newer versions of Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Photoshop, or any Adobe suites, you have to most of the time stay connected because now it is kind of connected with the cloud because it just saves up anything you do into your cloud account or your cloud drive. Okay. And then the last things which we have over here are the new file and open tab. So when you want to open up a new file, let's just go back to home over here. And on Adobe Illustrator, if you have no files over here, you'll be able to select up presets. But as I have a couple of files, you will not be able to see the quick view presets. Okay. You can also see we have hide suggestions. There we go. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on new file. When you click on new file, you'll be able to select up whichever type of preset you want to use for your work, whether it is print mode, film and video, web, mobile, whatever you want to do, all of them are saved over here. Let's say in case I want to make something which is going to be for my website. So I'm going to click on web and I have a couple of web presets which I can use, and I'll also be able to customize them whenever you want to. And you can also view all the presets which you have over here and you can work on them whenever you want to. So from here, I'm going to search up for my one if it is available. Let's say, there we go, web large. I have my own preset too, which is 1920 into 1080 pixels. You can also change up the format whenever you want to. Let's say I'm going to go off the recents. So here you will find out all of the recently worked on projects. Let's say you worked on something on A4 or maybe on letter or maybe on web page. So everything you use recently will be saved up over here, and you can also search up in Adobe stock. Let's say from here I want to search up for something green. Now press on go and it will open up the web browser for you on your screen. And then you'll be able to see that it will take you directly to Adobe stocks. You can see on my new window, I have it. And there we go. You'll be able to download them whenever you want to. And you can see we have free with trial. Click on that and it will be applied directly onto your workspace. So now you know how this interface works. Now let me show you about the customizations. So as I've clicked on A4 right now, you can also select and toggle to whichever one you want. And you can see on the right side, everything will change whenever you select on any of them. So you can change up the name of your preset. Let's say I'm going to change it to interface. There we go. And now I want to change up the size, whether it be the width or whether it be the height. First off, I'm going to do is going to be changing up my format of size. Let's say I want pixels. You can change that. You can also keep it on inches, centimeter, millimeter, yards, whichever one you want. Everything is over here. And also even picas, feet and inches, all of them. Okay. Select up the one, whichever one you want or whichever one you prefer. Select that and the width and the height will be selected or put on. And you can also change up the value whenever you want to. Let's say I'm going to select on that. If I put on something like this, it will be something like this, but I don't want that. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this one and I'm going to keep it on pixels. Then we have is the orientation. Whether you want it on landscape or whether you want it on the portrait mode. Select on the one and you'll be able to see that it will be on the same orientation. You can also select up the number of artboards which you want on your workspace. I'll show it to you. Let's say I will put in 2 artboards, okay, just in case. And then we have is the bleed option. I'm not going to be touching that because I don't want that. And on our advanced option, we will have a couple of color modes and color profiles. So the first thing you need to know about color profile is that we have CMYK and RGB color. So when you think of RGB color, it just constitutes three colors, right? But when you use CMYK, it's going to give you a better raw filter and also a better color to it. So try using CMYK if you have a better device and if you have good bit depth effect, you can try using that. But if you want it to be more optimized, you can change it to RGB. But one thing you need to know about Illustrator is that most of the CMYK is more optimized over here because you want the exact color. But when you put it on RGB, you will basically see a couple of shades will not be the same. Okay, so try using CMYK whenever you prefer or whenever you're working. But if you want a better and faster flow of work and keep it more optimized, if you have a low-end device, try keeping it on RGB. Then we have is the raster effect. There are 4 types of raster effects: high, medium, screen, and 36 ppi. The higher the PPI or the higher the raster effect is, the better your quality of your SVG is going to be. But one thing over here you have to know is that if you have a low-end device, you'll basically see a couple of stutters on your device because, higher bit depth is going to take loads of pressure on your CPU and GPU. So I most of the time keep it on medium because I neither have a high-end device, neither, a low-end, but it just works really well. I also sometimes try on 300 ppi. It also gives me a very good effect and very good element or very good outcome. You can try using that if you want professional type and the highest quality of edits and highest quality of output. Okay. And then the last one we have over here is the preview mode. There are 2 types of preview mode, is pixels or overprint. You can select on that, but it just doesn't, it won't take much effect on your workspace because it's just a preview mode. Okay, so you can keep it on default, which I most of the time do. And if you want more settings, click on that and it will open up the preferences. You can see over here, you can see the naming, the profile, number of artboard, size, which size it is, and there are a couple more other sizes which you can use. Then we have these options and you can create the document whenever you want to. So after you're done customizing it, press on create. It will create up that workspace for you. So just wait for a bit and there you go. We have our workspace. So I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size, and now you can see we have 2 pages. Why do we have 2 pages? So basically these are called artboards. So from our home, you can see that I've selected 2 artboards. That is why we have 2 artboards onto my workspace. Now another thing another advantage of using Adobe Illustrator or any Adobe suite is that you can use it as window mode. You can take it out, use it wherever you want, and you can also keep it on another monitor if you have it. So the first thing, if you pop up or open up Adobe Illustrator, what you're going to do is going to be changing the window mode and changing it to Essentials default. So how are you going to do that? Or Essentials Classic. So click on Windows over here, go off the workspace, and then we have over here is Essentials Classic. If we move on to Essentials, if you are new or if you've opened up Adobe Illustrator the first time, you'll basically see this is the type of interface you'll get. What you're going to do is going to go off the Windows, go off the workspace and change it to Essentials Classic, and you will have lots of more tools over here on your workspace. It is just kind of more convenient to have more tools because you don't have to go through these ribbons and find out the tool. Okay. You can also change it from over here. You can see switch workspace. You can click on that and you can change it up however you want to, depending on your work. If you want to change your work to only typography, you can change that. If you want only tracing, you can also change that. If you want only painting, it's also up to you. So select up the one which is more convenient for you, because the more comfortable the workspace is, the more easier it is to operate. Okay. So you can see that there are a couple of different sections onto my workspace or onto Adobe Illustrator. You can see on the left side of our panel, we have a couple of these tools over here. Okay. Lots of tools. And on these tools, you can see a couple of them has this corner over here, corner. Okay. Or if you right click on them, you'll be able to see more tools will appear up. More tools, more tools. But the one which doesn't have, but it will not open up. So select on them, you'll be able to use that. But if you right click on the one, you'll be able to change the whichever one you're working with. Okay, I'm going to keep it on this one. And the bottom, we have our color swatches. You can change up the color whenever you want to, but the basic or the default is black and white. So you can see this is white right now. Anything, it will have the white color to it. And if I change it, it will have the black color to it. So this is basically the stroke, but I can swatch it up and you can see we have the black fill. So this is the fill and this is the stroke. So you can also swatch the color up whenever you want to. Basically see the black stroke and the white fill. And then I'm going to show you how you can swatch it up using your keyboard, which is going to be your shortcut key. Press on X, and then you'll be able to change it up whenever you want to. Okay, so this is how it works. You can also swatch it up just by clicking on this, just by pressing on Shift and X. Here we go. You can swatch up the color element too at the same time. Another thing which you can do over here is that you can use different type of color modes. First off, we have the fill color, and then we have is no fill. So if you want no fill inside of your box or any elements, click on no fill. If you want gradients, I'm going to select on this. I'm going to change it to this one. I'm going to change it to this color. There we go. This has changed. But what if I want to swatch up the color totally back? Select on that first. I'm going to do is just go back over here, change it to this one. There we go. And I can also use this one over here, just back to default. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on that, change this to black. For an instance, let's say I want this one, and on the swatch up, I want maybe a blue one. So I can also swatch it up, Shift and X. I want to go back to default, which is black and white. I'm going to press on D, and it will go back to default, and I can press on Shift and X to swatch up to black and white. You can also change up your colors from over here, but that's basically up to you, however you want to work on it. Then over here, we have the switch modes and the mask modes. Okay, so we have the draw normal, draw behind, and also the draw. You can also do or swatch up whenever you want to. If you're completely new to it, you can skip this part because this is not that, but I'm going to show you each and every one of them step by step. There are 3 modes or 3 preview modes in Adobe Illustrator. One is going to be, then we can also remove up that, UI. Just click on that. And then you can also go directly into presentation mode. If you want to swatch back, just press on escape. It will take you to the first mode with everything. So now you know everything you need to know about it. We have are the properties panel. So the properties panel will change whichever tool you select. Okay, let's say I want to use this. Parts. I can also change up whatever I want. So from here, I can change up the parts. You can also select up the color. You can also change up the stroke size, document setup, and also preferences, which I'm going to show you step by step. So first off, I'm going to do this off because I'm not going to be needing that anymore. So I'm going to click on that, select on this one, and you'll be able to remove that up whenever you want to. That off whenever I prefer. Okay, so it's basically up to you. You can cut that off if you don't prefer it. Over here, hide grid. There we go. So these are the tools over here. Section we have are the ribbons. And on the right side, we have our windows. There are lots of windows. Now, you might think that why is it called the Windows panel? Now, you basically see a lot of type of tools over here. Now, let me show you something. That's a couple of these tabs open. So I can also hide them whenever I want to, and I can also extend them. Click on any one of them will open up. And we also have a couple of other sections or groups. You can also hide them up whenever you want to, and you can also, but accidentally, what if you close that? You can see layers. I want to close up the whole group. What if I want to get that back? So if you want to get that back, go off the windows and find out whichever. So I'm going to do is going to go off layers. There we go. Now we have all of them. And it will also analyze the tools which you need for that specific tool. You can also take them up and use it wherever you want. You can also take it up to your secondary and keep it there so that you have more working space. Basically up to you how you want to work with it. You can also take up the whole thing and move it under space. Okay? Now I can also take that back into the group. New place over here. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be making another area, and I can also extend it up and also hide it. And I can also take it inside of another. You can see I have another group over here. All of them are available over here. Taking that back to this section. There we go. Now we have layers. Okay. So now you know about this Windows panel, and you can also place any of them. On the top part, which is one of the most classic thing, which you find in most softwares, you can see new, open, close, everything. If you want to open up any new project, Adobe Illustrator, you can do that. I'm going to show it to you. And another thing is that the advanced Adobe Illustrator or the newer version is that you can work on the same platform, new tabs. So click on File, click on New, and you'll be able to see that I want to open up this one. I'm not going to be doing any customizations. I'm going to keep it one. Press on a new tab will open up on a workspace, and you'll be able to toggle through whichever one you want to work, and whichever one you want to close off. Okay, this is it. And now we have is the edit ribbon. You will find out the editing sections, object ribbon, everything you need to know about the objects and setting up the objects, transforming them. Type we have are basically all the type of typography type of tools. Selecting over here, the effects. Now you're not going to get like, our professional type of effects in Adobe Illustrator because this is manipulating software. It is an element or graphics. Everything you need to know or everything you will have over here are to manipulate your graphics. So that we have is the viewing. If you want to customize how you want to present your workspace, you can use this ribbon. And then we have the Windows ribbon and is the Help ribbon. Now the last thing you need to know about is the document setup. I'm going to be go off the document setup. Over here, we have general. So I'm not going to be doing anything, but you can customize your workspace. What if you want to change? So click on this color over here and this type open up on your screen. Let's say I want green. I'm going to click on simulate colored paper. First off, click on OK. Simulate colored paper. Press on OK. Go down and go up because it just takes a bit of time to, apply that color. Refresh it up, but I just prefer going down and just going back up. It just refreshes it. So you'll be able to change that up. And then we have the preferences. You want to change into your workspace. You can do that just by going off of preferences. One of the main do over here is go off the performance. Over here, make sure that your GPU performance zoom is turned on. If your device is a low-end one, it will make your workspace a lot more smoother, but make sure to click on GPU. It will also use up your GPU instead of your CPU, because if you put more GPU, it will not work properly. And as this is graphics based, make sure to turn on GPU performance, okay? And then we have the user optimize it if you want to. You can fix your UI scale. You can keep it on medium if you want to. You can restart the application. You have to restart it, and then it will apply all of. Then we have over here is the type section. You have this over here. Be sure to use these options over here. Make sure to click on show system compatibility issues, because if you have like, low-end device or medium-end device, sometimes some errors. So make sure to turn it on so that it gives you the best type of for your device. Okay. And after you're done, just press on OK. You can also reset the preferences if you want to. You are good to go. You can also go off the devices, click on enable Wacom, so you get the facilities, and you're basically good to go. And we can start off lesson on t-shirt designing. If you want a full course, you can also ideas about Adobe Illustrator and how to use those tools, because in this class or in our section of t-shirt designing, I'm going to be showing you everything you need to know about different type of. So you can follow that up if you want to, if you're here for t-shirt designing. So hope you understood about everything in this lesson and everything you need to know about Adobe Illustrator and its overview and its interface. If you still have or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always. So without any further ado, let's move on with our first lesson of t-shirt designing Illustrator. Welcome to our first lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Illustrator. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you about how you can make a retro t-shirt design just by using Adobe Illustrator. There are going to be a couple of steps which I'm going to be showing you, which are quite vital and quite important. So make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might face a bit of hassle later on. So without any further ado, let's hop onto our lesson by opening up Adobe Illustrator on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Adobe Illustrator, and I've also given you an introduction to Adobe Illustrator. So the first thing what I'm going to do over here is going to be, if you want to start off with any of those, you can select that, but I'm going to click on new file. I'm going to make myself an A4, screen, and I'm going to do is going to be keeping it on medium because I need an optimized state, but I will also get a very good type of result. So I'm going to press on create, and it will create up that interface for me. And another thing which I've shown you is that you cannot change the color of artboard from that home panel. So what we're going to do over here is going to go off the document setup, and I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to do is going to be changing or keeping it on black. Press on OK, simulate color paper, and press on OK. And then what I'm going to do is going to be waiting for just a bit until the colors have been applied to my artboard. And if it still doesn't work, I've also given you let's say another solution of how you can change them, is that go off the document setup again, and then from here select on black. You can try doing that if you want to, Let's just keep it on black. Press on OK. And then you're going to do is going to be try removing that if you want to. Discard white over printed output. Press on OK and then wait for just a bit. And now you can see that my page has turned black. Now what I'm going to do over here is going to start using the important parts. Now as I have it black because I need my elements to be looking quite colorful, and you can also use white if you want a black background. Okay, so what I'm going to do is going to be making myself first a circle by using this ellipse tool. I'm going to make myself the circle over here like this. I'm going to do is going to be changing it white because I'm going to be needing this. And now you can also press on M and make yourself up that circle if you want to. And now what I'm going to do is going to press on M, and I'm going to do is going to be using or making something like this. And now as I've made something like this, what I can do is use divide just by aligning them up, or let's say combining them together. From here, what I'm going to do is going to make myself the typical sunset type of view. So first things first is I'm going to go off the layers over here. I'm going to select on that. And you can see that I have this specific element over here, and I'm going to do is going to be changing it black. So I'm going to do is click on that, click blackest of that. There we go. I'm going to press on M again. I'm going to make a couple of these lines, which will give me the, let's say, the sunset type of effect. I'm going to press on Control Z and select on this tool. I'm going to make a copy of this over and over again. Do is going to be keeping the same. Control Z to copy the rest. I'm going to press on Control Z. There we go. And I'm going to select on all of them. First off, let me just get this a bit at the top. There we go. Select on all of them. And now what I'm going to do is going to be removing out the white parts. I want to unite them together. So first off, go off the Pathfinder and you can click on minus. Click on that and you can see that here we have a sunset or a retro sunset type of design. Now I'm going to do is going to be applying colors to them individually. Now if you don't have your own type of color palette, you can get it online. So what you're going to do is going to be opening up any of the web browser which you have on your device. Let's say I'm using Google Chrome. I'm going to type in coolers. I'm going to do is just type in coolers.co. Hit on enter. I'm going to do is going to be removing up that's M. I'm going to wait for a while until it opens up on my screen. And you can see coolers. Like I'm going to just search for coolers. I'm going to hit on enter and let's search for it. And there we go. We have it. I'm going to click on that. Coolers.co. And then I'm going to do is going to be finding myself up whichever type of color palette I want. So I'm going to do is going to be closing this off. And you can either explore or make yourself up your own palette. So I'm going to click on explore and find out whichever one looks good to me or will look good on the design. So let's say I'm going to do is going to be using either this one or this one. So from here, I'm going to do is just use this. I'm going to do is just right click on this. You can save it up if you want to. You can also generate it. Use it as a photo. It's basically up to you. You can view up the whole screen. You can download up the part if you want to. You can take a screenshot, use it on your workspace to use the iPicker tool. But you can also get hex codes for each and every one of them. The one which I most of the time do is just, to select or, take a screenshot or screen snip of the whole thing. So I'm going to do is going to be using this as my screenshot. So I'm going to press on Windows and print screen to actually, take a screenshot of the whole thing. And I'm going to do is going to be using this whole part. Select it, and I'm going to save it up. So I'm going to do is going to be closing this off. You can also keep it minimized if you want to. Now, what I'm going to do over here is going to be opening up the file. So I'm going to click on File, and I'm going to press on Open. And then from here, I'm going to do is go off the T-shirt design resources, and I'm going to find myself the screenshot. So there we go. We have our screenshots and we have all of those. I'm going to do is going to be taking this to my first page, reduce the size of this whole image. I'm going to keep it outside so that we can select on each and every one of them. Let's say I'm going to select on this, click on the color. I'm going to select on this color. So I'm going to do is going to be using my, let's say, color over here. Click on this eye picker tool, which you have. You can also select colors from over here. And from here, I'm going to do is going to be using that most of the time. So I'm going to press on cancel first. Keep it in the center. Zoom in. There we go. Select that part up. Click on eye picker tool. Use this. I'm going to do is going to be using this. Select on that again. Click on that. Click on this eye picker. Use I on your keyboard. Eye picker tool. This one, which is going to be V. So you can press on V to select the other part. I again. This one. Select this. I. This one. Select this one. Do all of them just like this. Is going to be reducing a couple of these parts. What I'm going to do is just press on this, click on V. You can try changing the one I'm going to do is going to be keeping this to be red. V on this. This just looks too much. So I'm going to do is going to be pressing on V again. Let's say V again. You prefer. There we go. Looks a lot more better. And as we're good to go, I'm going to press on B, and I'm going to do is just going to remove out that part. Whole design or our whole, sunset. What I'm going to do next is going to be applying the next I need to put. So to do that, I'm going to go off, open up my, let's say, browser for my graphical elements. So for that, I'm going to go off to freepik.com. Let's say I'm going to apply myself up a controller or a gaming type of controller. You can also use whichever one you prefer, but I'm going to be using a controller console. You select on this, enter. We have these over here. You can select up the ones, whichever one you prefer. Ones you can also use the premium ones if you feel, or if you didn't get the subscription yet. So I'm going to do is myself the element which I prefer. So I can use this over here. So I'm going to click on that, free download, and it will download up on my device, and I'll be able to use it whenever I want to. It has been downloaded. Cut this off. And now I'm going to go off to my file. And then first is going to be unzipping that file so that I can use it whenever I want to. So I'm going to select on all of those. What you're going to do is you're going to use it on the background. Okay. First off, make sure that it is uploaded on the folder. And I have already uploaded into like the resource folder, which you're going to see attached with this whole course. So you're going to save it up. And then I'm going to do is just going to open it up on my screen. Let's say this is the one which I want. Press on OK, skip. And I'm going to be using this one, the whole thing over here. Selecting this, and I'm going to take it whole out and paste it right over here. This controller over here. I'm going to do is just going to make myself another layer. I'm going to press Ctrl X. I'm going to paste it on my second layer so that it is more useful, or it's just kind of more convenient for me. So as I have this design, what I'm going to do is going to be keeping. So first things first, I'm going to do is going to be right clicking on this. I'm going to do is going to be aligning it, or you can arrange it. Now this is on the front, like the total front. You can also keep it, bring to front again. It will look like. There we go. We have the whole thing. Now what we're going to do is applying myself a bit of color on the hollow part, because it's just not that visible. Okay, so I'm going to do is pen tool, and then I'm going to draw a shape. So first things first is I'm going to just use this, zoom in, and I'm going to select up the parts which I need. I'm going to be changing out this part. You can see I'm going to fill up this shape. There we go. I'm going to keep it black. I'm going to do is this one over here too. I can also change it to be white. That's like totally up to me. I'm going to there we go. Looks good. Control Z. And now I'm going to do is going to be changing this color over here. Stable color. So I'm going to do is go off over here, select on out again over here. on our first page. Zoom out. Size. I'm going to change it later on, but first things first, I'm going to keep it over here. Use this so that I can apply another layer over here. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be making myself up this, corner. First off, get the outlines. There we go. Wait until all of them are done. I can see this is how it will look like after I apply. I'm going to do is going to be changing out the color. Cancel. Select on this. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on I, and I'm going to bring it into something like this. There we go. And I'm going to send it back so I'm going to do is just click on arrange, send to back, right click on it, arrange, send backwards, select on that again, arrange, send to back. There we go. This is how it will look like. So this is how it will look like, the whole thing. Moving out this one over here. And we're almost done with most of our design, so you don't have to worry about it. And a couple more basic steps. So we also have our grunge file or our grunge effect, let's say background resource file. You can use that if you want to. So first things first is that I'm going to divide out certain parts, which I want to, apply the same effect. Now I'm going to do is going to be unite them all together. Click on all, go off to Pathfinder and press on divide. You can see compound shape. Click to unite. We also have this option over, and the last one over here is called the exclude. So from here, either unite all of them, and you can see this is how it might look like, so that all of that looks better. Okay, you can try using whichever one you prefer. You can apply whichever ones you actually like. You can check if it doesn't, apply the effect, so you don't have to worry about it because it is already done, because we've already applied our intersect. So this is already united. The last thing you're going to do is going to grouping them up. So these ones I'm going to do is just close them off anymore. So we have this design over here, and I'm going to open up my grunge file. So click on open. I'm going to go off on grunge background. So keep going down. Let's say grunge 1, this grunge background. There we go. We have it. And you can either also remove it if you prefer. So you can also get more if you want to. You can go off online and search up for grunge off the freepig.com. Now from here, I'm going to search in for grunge background, grunge effects. And you don't have to worry about rasterizations. I'm going to show you the method too, because that is also very simple. So from here, find out the one which you actually like. Let's say I'm going to use this. Click on download. Just click on download again, and it will be downloaded in just a bit. So after it is downloaded, I'm going to close it off, and I'm going to upload up that onto my workspace. So here I'm going to click on file again, open, and I'm going to find out my grunge background. You can see this is the one. Maybe I'm going to do is just open them up, and this is how it will look like. You can either take it directly over to, let's say, this untitled file over here, but you can also rasterize it if you want to. First thing I'm going to do is just going to take it over here, and you will basically see how it looks like. So I'm going to do is going to be image tracing too, but if you see that there are a couple of files that do not have or that are not rasterized, you can also follow up a certain thing. What I'm going to do is going to be rotating it first, or I'm going to keep it over here. And then you're going to do is going to be using image trace. So you can use image trace to trace up the parts, and then you can also remove the parts which you do not need. So first thing I'm going to do is just close it off, press on no. And as we already have it rasterized, so you don't have to worry, you can also go off to layers. So I'm going to go off the layers over here, press on Control X. I'm going to make myself another layer, and here's where I'm going to put it. Okay. So there we go. This is how it will look like. And you can go off to, effects or image settings, or to tab, and then image trace it if you want to. You can also either do it in Photoshop, but you can also do it in Adobe Illustrator. Then the last thing we're going to do over here is going to be selecting up the parts. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size. I'm going to do is going to put keeping it over here. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency just a bit so that it looks a bit better. So from here, I'm going to reduce the transparency. Increase it just a bit so that it just looks better and decent. And what you can do is select off on all of them. And then you're going to do is just use this union and also remove out the parts which you do not need. Okay, you can try doing that if you want to. You can also cut up parts. You can see applying or adding the filter. So wait for a bit until it has been applied, and then you can start applying all of your customizations again. I'm going to adjust up the parts. Let's say I'm going to find out the part where it actually looks good. I'm going to keep it over here. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this one. There we go. And now from here, I'm going to do is going to be selecting up this part over here. And you can go off the Pathfinder and use the one which you use. But most of the time, I use divide, which you will find out over here. You can see divide. I'm going to divide it up. And after I will apply divide, you will basically see the difference. And then I'm going to do is going to be applying in fill color. You'll basically see it on the progress bar of how much has been applied or how much change has been done. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting all of them together again. You can see 3 of them selected. And now I'm going to do is going to be expanding it up, and I'm going to apply in divide. So after I apply in divide, you will basically see that everything will be merged together. It will take a bit of time. You can see again on the progress bar that it will start, progressing or start loading it up. And after it will be done, you will basically see how it looks like, and it will be merged together. So when you apply that divide, you can see that the other parts have been removed. So I'm going to select on this whole. What I'm going to do is just group them up. So as this is grouped up, now the last thing what I have to apply over here is my. So first thing what I'm going to applying myself up a circle. Click on this ellipse tool. I'm going to do is make it hollow. Select up or make yourself up a circle like this. On Shift. Select on this tool, and I'm going to do is going to be keeping it a bit on this part. I'm going to do is going to be keeping it circled by my text over this. So I'm going to do is just going to change this color into black, and I'm going to do is going to be keeping this at the bottom. So click on that, click arrange, send to back. There we go. This is how it will look like. So on our text, I'm going to do is going to be applying my text over here, or make your text on this corner, or you can right click on text and area type tool. You can do that, or vertical type tool, whichever one you prefer. So from here, I'm going to type on a path, click on this corner, and I'm going to put in my text. Let's say I'm going to put in something like retro. Select. I'm going to do is going to be keeping it white. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be changing the text to retro sunsets. Select on this text, and I'm going to do is going to be rotating it. You can rotate it, or you can either, what you do is just click, and you're going to do is just going to rotate it just like this. Wherever it feels comfortable for you. Now from here, text, I'm going to do is we can increase that stroke over here. What you can also do is change the way it looks like. So from here, I'm going to do is going to be changing the prefer. What I'm going to do is use this, or maybe use this, whichever feels like goes along with it. Down and find out the type of text or type of font which I want to use with this whole design. So I'm going to do is just use this, increasing the size. 36 looks good. Select up this. I'm going to rotate it. Keep it on 40 angle. There we go. We have our text, and we can click on text. Let's say retro sunset. Filled with joy. Select on. What I'm going to do is just turn it white. I'm also going to turn it white. Filled. I'm going to select on both of these, and I'm going to do center aligned so that it just looks better. I'll delete up this. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this. So I'm going to do is going to be increasing it up to, let's say, 60. Okay, 60 is doable. I'm also going to be changing this text into, let's say, 90. Just select on this text over here. It's up till this. Select on this, Control A. Use up the spacing over here. Select on this text, and I'm going to keep it almost enter. There we go. So we have created all of this, and I'm going to put this file over here. I'm going to press on Control G, and there we go. We have our design. Now I'm going to open the file, so I'm going to go off to open, and I'm going to have my PSD file, which is the t-shirt. So let's just on a black t-shirt. Press on OK. It will take a bit of time to be applied on my screen. Let's just take this whole thing onto over here. Press on OK. From here, I'm going to do is just reduce the size. You can create a mask if you want to, so that you get the exact size. Select on Shift and reduce the size again until you get your exact. And you can mask it up if you want to. You can also blend it up. That's like totally up to you. And there we go. Design would look like on a t-shirt. So hope you understood about everything in this lesson. If you still have any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So with that, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Illustrator. Welcome to our third lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Illustrator. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can create a varsity club t-shirt design just by using Adobe Illustrator. I'm going to be making it very simple, so make sure to follow up a couple of steps. And if you have no idea, you can apply it whenever you want to. Okay? The whole lesson, if you have any question or any confusion, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, then you might miss out on something very important. Let's hop onto our lesson by opening up Adobe Illustrator on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Adobe. So I'm going to do is going to be creating myself up a new file. Let's say I'm going to use this A4, press on effect to be 150 ppi, which is medium, and it will also give you a very good result. You can also increase up your raster effect from there. And you can also change it in setup. It's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. Okay. So here, what I'm going to be making myself up my own design. So to do that, I'm going to do is going to be making minimalistic and very simple. First things first, I'm going to go off the document setup. I'm going to do is change into somewhere around like this dark blue. Press on OK. First off, simulate paper. Go down and up, and you can see it will be applied. Okay. So there we go. I'm going to do is going to be making it a bit more darker. So I'm going to click on that, keeping this a bit lower. Press on OK. OK. Go down and go up. So there we go. This is what I basically want. And you can also keep it gray if you want to. So I can also gray. I'm going to do is just going to be taking this. I'm going to take it a bit more darker. Okay. Okay. There we go. So as we have it, applying my elements. Hold on the Shift to make a perfect circle, but if you let go, you'll be able to use it. But if you just press on Shift again, it will create you the perfect circle which you need. So as we have this, which is V, which I've already shown you, like the eye picker tool, and then we have the other I'm use. Okay, so there we go. We have it. I'm going to keep it on the center of this page, and then I'm going to do is going to be it's hollow. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on that and pressing on this, and on this just increase this size. There we go. Now you can stroke. I'm going to be changing the stroke. Okay, so just make sure to select on that, and then I'm going to do is going to be going over here, and I can change it up if you want to. We also have a couple type of different. You can see, let's say if I want this, I'll be able to apply that. So you can see this is how it will look like. As I have the circle over here, what I'm going to do is going to be making another copy of this. So I'm going to make another copy. I'm going to do is going to be making it a bit bigger. And then I'm going to do is going to be keeping it outside of this so that it just looks like this. There we go. I'm going to select on that. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of the stroke. There we go. And on the top part, I'm going to be increasing just a bit. The bottom part, I'm going to be changing the color into, let's say, I'm going to change the stroke color, obviously. What I'm going to do is going to be using this one, or maybe somewhere around here. And the top part, I'm going to be changing it into, let's say, something brighter or whiter. It's basically up to me, whichever one I prefer. Select on them, group them up together. Hold on a shift. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size. There we go. I'm going to select on that. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be changing the color of this one. There we go. Now it looks a bit more better. And then I'm going to do is going to be putting in elements inside of it. So to do that, first off, I'm going to do is increase the size a bit more. And keep this at the center. There we go. Center aligned. I'm going to put myself another circle. Select on this tool. There we go. Center. Now I'm going to do is going to be keeping this the same color as the outside. So I'm going to do is going to be using this. There we go. Or let's just click on that and press on I. And then I'm going to do is just going to use this color. There we go. We have that color over here. I'm going to do is going to be applying in another circle over here so that we can apply our text on that path. All I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this. I'm going to select on this path and I'm going to do is just make another circle. Select on the path. There we go. Sure. And do it's just going to reduce it just a bit. There we go. And on this path, I'm going to be applying myself. So I'm going to do is going to be reducing the stroke. I'm going to click on text. Apply my text on this. Type on path. There we go. We have our text. First things first, I'm going to click on that. First off, I'm going to do is putting in, let's say, improvise, adapt, overcome. Select on this text. What I'm going to do is going to be changing it to white. And I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size 72. Select on all of this text. What I'm going to do is going to be keeping on 100. There we go. We have that. And now I'm going to do is going to be rotating it just a bit so that looks better. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be putting in more dots over here. There we go. Looks a lot more better. I'm going to do is going to putting in 99. Let's say 101. Perfect. 101, hit on enter. Let's just put in 102. Okay, let's just keep it on 101. There we go. And from here, I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this just a bit. Hit on shift. Keep it on the center. Select on this, hold on to shift. It look better. Intersect. There we go. You can also change the size just a bit. Up to you. but this is what I want. So I'm going to do select on this again. And then I'm going to do is going to be changing text. So let me just keep it this side so that we can see which one we are. Keep going and find out the one. You can also go if you need to. So I'm going to keep going down, and this looks quite good. Also, I'm going to keep going down. So let's go down. We have a lot of type of text and a lot type of, these type of fonts. I can also get a preview over here too. Or you can click on find more and it will initialize and activate Adobe fonts. You can see there's a lot of type of people to download them whenever you need to. And there are a couple of really impressive type of fonts which you will hear. You will also get a preview of it, so you don't have to worry. Just make sure you're connected with the internet so that you get full of this, feature. So I'm going to keep going down, and let's say I'm going to do is just going to wait for it up. And after these will load up, I'm going to download any one of them, and let's try applying. So let's just wait. You can see this one also looks quite good. There we go. This looks good too. You can see a couple of these ones over here. I'm going to apply this. Download. You can see this is being downloaded right now. This Improvise, which is Cormorant SC. You can see this is being activated. Time to activate, so wait for a bit. You can see this one is also good, so I'm going to also activate this one. You're just gonna wait for a bit and make sure you connect with the internet. And after these will be applied, or these wait remaining, you can see activating. I'm going to do is going to be using this Cormorant. So let's go off now. Let's find out Cormorant. If it doesn't open up, you can see this is the one which has already been activated. So I'm going to press, and you can see that I am using that specific font over here too. Now what I'm going to do is going to be applying text inside. You can also use graphics if you want to, but I'm going to simple. So from here, I'm going to do is just click on this line option, and I'm going to do is just draw myself up a line. Hold on to shift so that you get a perfect straight line. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the stroke. There we go. Select on that, and I'm going to do is going to be pressing on white. I'm going to press on V to select up that part. Zoom in. Press on Alt. V of that. Now you're going to do is just adjust it wherever you need it to be. There we go. Hold on to shift so that you get a straight line all the time. Hold on to shift. There we go. Perfect. Adjust them under your whole thing so you can go off to object, arrange, send to back. There we go. Looks better instead of staying at the top. So I'm going to go off to object, arrange, send to back. There we go. So we have that, and I'm going to do is going to putting in more here. Hold on to shift. Increase that up just a bit. There we go. So these texts over here, I'm going to do is going to be applying this text. And just change it to white. Press on Ctrl Z to undo the process. Select on that. Appear up, you don't have to worry. I'm going to do is going to be applying in another layer. Delete. Layer 2. Apply in your text. Select on this to white. I'm going to do is going to be typing in go. Make another copy of this. Another copy. What I do is going to be typing in varsity. Hold on to shift so that you get the exact size which you need. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type in club. There we go. So here we go. We have our whole design almost ready. Now from here, I'm going to do is change the color. So I'm going to select on this. I'm going to change the color. Control Z. I'm going to do is going to be just on this color over here. Change this one to this. There we go. Looking quite good. I'm also going to be doing is going to be changing this color. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this. I'm going to keep them white, or let's say I'm going to do is keep them black. Keep them black. Let's say on 88 instead of 88, I'm going to typing in 86. Let's say I'm going to do is going to type in 83. Okay, 83 is almost perfect. Put in 84, hit on enter. 83, hit on enter. And this is what I need. The last one I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this one. Select both of them. Change it to black. Okay. So as I have them black, now the next ones which we have are these specific. I'm also going to be changing them, so wait for a bit. So this one I'm going to do is going to be turning them into which I have. So I'm going to do is going to be changing it to this one. Also change this one. This one too. There we go. Now you can see that this is how it will look like when you have your stuffs. And then the last thing you're going to do is going to selecting all of this, Control G, grouped up. Now you're going to do is going to be opening up my PSD file. Open. I'm going to apply both of these, press on OK, and you can see we have our black one. I'm going to open up, which is going to be more important. Press on OK. What I do is going to be the whole thing over onto the white shirt first. Press on OK. We have that lower image, so I'm going to do is just delete it and check it out over here. Delete. Now let's take it to the white shirt. Press on OK. And this is how it will look. You have to change the color just a bit on certain parts. What I'm going to do is going to be to black. If you can't change it from here, that's totally okay. If we take it directly onto my Y1, so first thing I'm going to do over here is going to be select. I'm going to do is going to be turning them white. That will look better on the white, okay? I'm going to change it to white. Change it to white. There we go. Select on this. I'm going to take it to the black t-shirt. Press on OK. Reduce the size. And there we go. This is how it will look like. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Go Varsity Club. So this is basically able to make a Varsity Club t-shirt design just by using Adobe Illustrator. Well, this is very simple. because these type of designs, differ from time to time, and also which club you're making it for. On your own, apply a bit more graphic if you need to, which will make it look a lot more better. You can try doing that. I just made something very minimalistic and very simple. So you can try following this step too. It will also give a professional type of outcome. And just like I've said, if you've missed out on any part or if you've skipped any part, you might something important. So make sure not to do it in our last lesson. So hope you understood about everything. Have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt design. Welcome to our second lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Illustrator. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make a sports t-shirt design just by using Adobe Illustrator. Now, sport designs, now you might think that there are different type of sports and what are you going to make? So you can pick any of the category you want, any of the type of design you want and make it on your own. So in this class, I'm going to be showing you how I can make a football club jersey or, that type of jersey on Adobe Illustrator. And I also have added in a couple of attachments with our resource file or in our resource file, which you can try using if you want to. But if you don't want to use it, that's also totally fine. So without any further ado, let's hop on to our lesson by opening up Adobe Illustrator on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Adobe Illustrator. Now from here, what I have to do is going to be making myself up a new file, which I'm going to use is A4, which is also the same one over here. You can select up whichever one you prefer. I'm going to keep it on CMYK and keep the raster effect on 150 ppi, which is medium. I'm going to keep the preview mode to be default and then we are good to go. Just press on create and we'll open up the working space for you onto your screen. Okay. So we have this over here and now I'm going to open up a couple of things which you need to know or which you will be able to use too on your own. But if you have your own resources, that's also up to you. So first thing I'm going to click on open and from here, I'm going to open up my texture files. So we have two of these textures and I'm also going to be using my logo. So I'm going to open each and every one of them. It will take a bit of time to open them up. And there we go. We have all of them. So I'm going to select up those parts and I'm going to be reducing the size of each and every one. Hold on a shift so that you get the exact size whenever you're using it. I'm going to click on activate fonts or you can also close them if you want to. When you click on activate fonts, you will basically see on your screen Creative Cloud app might open up on your desktop. You can try closing it too. You can also try using it. So you can see successfully activated fonts. So I'm going to do is just close them up and enable auto active. Okay. So whichever fonts which you have on your screen or let's say you uploaded any of your resource file onto your workspace. And then it's showing you that the font is missing and you have to either activate it or you have to download it. So you can turn it on and you'll basically see you'll be able to use these type of fonts whenever you want to. Okay. So we have two of these and now we have the logo and also we have our blank space over here. And the last thing we're going to do is going to be applying ourselves the SVG or let's say the PSD file, which is going to be our t-shirt where we are going to mock it up. So first things first, I'm going to do is going to be making myself up the square, which we are going to use as my background. Now, when you're using, let's say, when you're making a sports t-shirt design, you might want to make a whole mask out of it. So if you want to make a whole mask out of it, you will not be able to do it in Adobe Illustrator, but you can make the design in Adobe Illustrator and apply the mockup in Photoshop. Because if you're using or if you want to mask up in Adobe Illustrator, it takes a really long time and a very complex, method. So either what you're going to do is going to be selecting all of these or saving it up and then mask it up directly onto Adobe Photoshop. So first thing you're going to do over here is that you're going to need a background. So I'm going to do is make it short. There we go. And here I'm going to do is going to be applying myself the background. So I'm going to do is going to be using this. I'm going to keep it just the way it is, and I'm going to go off to layers, and I'm going to work with a couple of layers, okay? So there we go. What I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this Control X. I'm going to do is make myself up another layer, and this is where we are going to put that. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size, or I'm going to reduce the color of the font or the stroke. So I'm going to select on that. So I'm going to do is going to be keeping that hollow. There we go. Now it looks a lot more better. And then I'm going to move on to our texture. So we have two of these textures over here. I'm going to select on that. So I'm going to do is just take it out. There we go. I'm going to do is just going to select this text over here. You can see this text. What I'm going to do is going to be taking this out from here. You can see we have that element over here. Now what I'm going to do is just going to take it to my first layer or this first page. I'm going to keep it over here, paste it. It will take a bit of time, but you can just apply another element. It's like basically up to you. And you can see this is how it will work. So from here, what I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this. You can crop it up if you want to. It's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. You can also create something like this. There we go. We have it. What I'm going to do is going to be rotating it so that we can put it right over here. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this. Right click on this. And what you're going to do is going to be reducing the transparency of this specific thing. You can right click or you can go off on other layers and you can fix in the transparency and you can go off the blending options. Now you might not find out blending options over here. First off, you have to select on this one. And you're going to do is going to be turning on this quick mask option. And then you're going to do is going to be reducing the transparency so that it looks good. Okay. There we go. We have all of these over here. What to do is going to be just reducing the size of this. So there we go. We have it. Now as we have it, we'll keep it up till this part. Press on Z. There we go. This is exactly what we need. Now what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on both of them. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting both of these. Right click on it. And you're going to do is just group them up. So this is grouped up. Now I'm going to do is going to be applying myself of the logo and any other text. So I'm going to do is going to start on using that abstract background. I'm going to do is just remove that, delete. You can see there's this other text or other thing over here. You can see the path. You can see it over here. Now what I'm going to do is going to be going off to logo. I can apply as myself of whichever one I prefer. So from here you can see the parts which you need using this curvature tool if you want to, and cut it out. Lasso tool, which will also help you to select. You can see what you're going to do is going to be selecting of the part. Select on this. Do this. It will take a bit of time to select the part, and you can also image trace or mask image. From here, you're going to do is going to be selecting of the part which you need. Image trace. Press on OK. And when you image trace, you will see it will take a bit of time for things too. So from here, you'll be able to select up the parts which you need. So first things first is that go off to the image trace backgrounds, go off to advanced, and then what you're going to be ignore the color white, and you will basically see the whites will be removed every element. Okay, so there we go. We have this over from here. I'm going to use this pen tool and select up this part over here. If you want to, But if you don't want to, that's also totally fine. But I'm going to be showing you how you can take up any elements from any image. Over here, I'm going to do is just going to be reducing this part over here. I'm going to create myself up a new layer. Installation mode. We have turned it on. I'm going to go back. There we go. We have layer 1. Apply myself with another layer, and I'm going to lock up this first layer. As I have locked up my first layer, I'm going to click on this pen tool and make sure you've selected on none. And from here, you're going to do is going to be selecting up the part. I'm going to start off selecting up the part. So you can do is just wait for a bit until everything has been done. And then I'm going to show you the other step of 2. And you can make sure that you have turned on draw behind or draw normal. You can select up whichever part you prefer, but make sure that you mask mode because it will allow you to mask it up easier. Okay. So first things first, I'm going to do is going to be selecting up the part which I need. Zoom in. There we go. So I'm going to start off over here. There we go. You can also adjust it up later so you don't have to worry about it. Finding or making myself up a perfect size over here. Control Z. There we go. There we go. We have it. So as I've selected all of this, and now it's going to be unlocking the first layer. And then I'm going to do is going to be dragging the red dot to this one. Unlock the first layer to the first one. Now, as I have it on the first layer, what you're going to do is going to be going off the select option. From here, select on all. And after you've selected on all, then what you're going to do is go off to object ribbon, go off the clipping mask, and then press on make. Okay, click on make, and you will basically see that you will have your element. There we go. And you can export it if you want to. You can use it whenever you want. But from here, what I'm going to do is going to be taking it directly onto my apply it. You can see it takes a bit of time to be applied. And you can also save it whenever you want to. It will have a transparent background, so you don't have to worry. Image trace first. Remove out the background just like I've shown you. And then you're going to do this so that it allows you to make something. You can try using this texture if you want to, but you can also use different ones. It's basically up to you. So I'm going to remove this for now. I'm going to press on Z, right click. Just going to do is press on Control G to ungroup. You can go off the select and you can ungroup them. You can go off the object, ungroup. So from here, I'm going to do is going to be reducing or removing this one. This is how it looks like. You can remove out this part too if you want to. So there we go. Even though I'm going to do is apply in texture 2. Let's try it with texture 2, how it looks like. Let's see. Select on this. There we go. I'm going to do is go off the layer, take it at the top. I'm going to keep it at the bottom. I'm going to be deselecting all of those. Right click on that, arrange it to be at the bottom. There we go. This is how it will look like. And I'm going to apply in my text. Last time, it's like very easy to do. So from here, as I have my texture, have my logo, you can also make your own logo if you want to, but I also have attached with our whole resource, so you don't have to worry about it. And now let's try to put in, so go off the text over. You can see we have our text option. Click on text, and there we go. We have this text over here. From here, I'm going to do is cut this off. On text. Let's say I'm going to put in Panthers. Select on this text. I'm going to keep it over here. I'm also going to be taking this at the top. So I'm going to do is just go off to select arrange, bring to front. First thing I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this. There we go. Select on this. I'm going to do is going to be changing the text. Hey, I want something good. So I'm going to do is use this or maybe this or this on personal preference. So I'm going to do is use this. Select on this one. Reduce the size just a bit. We have our text over here. Select on this tool, make a copy of this. Make sure to hold it on. So I'm going to do is going to be club. Let's say Texas blind. There we go. We have our text and also our logo. There we go. It'll take a bit of time, but it is SVG, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, as we have the top part, now we can also apply in more elements here. It's basically up to you if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's also totally fine. So from here, what I'm going to do is of elements. So you can also get it from online if you want to, but online you can go off the freepik.com, sports, okay? Sports, hit on enter. What I'm going to do is going to be applying in whatever I want. So I'm going to go off the free ones over here. Now from here, what I want are the AI files. So if I want AI files, I'm going to go off the file type, select on AI, and all of them will appear up. So from here, this one, so that I have a bit of texture on my file. So I'm going to click on AI, download it on my device. You can see it has been downloaded. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to go off the downloads, and I'm going to do is just going to upload that. Now, as I have that, I'm going to do is going to be using that. Select on the parts which you need. I'm going to be using this part only, so I'm going to do is just take this part out. You can see a couple of these parts. I'm going to do select up this area. I'm also going to be deleting that. Background. Okay. So from here, I'm going to do select up that, or maybe the objects. It's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. Can take up the whole thing and apply it on my first page. There we go. Hold on to shift. I'm going to be rotating it. There we go. Trace. I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to do is just adjust this. Increase it up. There we go. Coloring this. So I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of different color to it. Do that if you want to. You can also increase this, complex to minimal if you want to, but you can also and customize it up however you want. So from here, I'm going to do is going to be take it out for a bit. And what we're going to do over here is going to be recoloring. So from here, I'm going to do is going to be making it darker. There we go. There we go. We have it on the dark side right now. And this is the exact one which I want. Over here. And there we go. We are good to go. I'm going to take it over here. I'll rotate that. And keep it over here. Select on this part. I'm also going to be keeping it over here. Okay. So there we go. We have our design. Now you can select up the whole thing. Control G. There we go. Grouped up. You can also create a mask. What I'm going to do is going to be removing the parts which I do not need. And then I'm going to go upload try mocking it up. Okay, I'm going to remove that. There we go. I'm going to go off the t-shirt design resources in my PSD files. There we go. We have a couple of PSD files, so I can use either the white shirt. So I'm going to do is just use the white shirt, press on OK. I'm going to take over here. Paste it. It will take a bit of time to be applied. Press how it works. You can see all of them are being applied. Reduce the size. Hold on a shift. Exact size of the design. There we go. And now what you can do is that save up the whole thing, apply it on your own, and check it out how it works. Okay? You can do that. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson with Adobe Illustrator. Welcome to our last lesson of t-shirt designing with Adobe Illustrator. And then we're going to move on to our third part, or let's say our third section of t-shirt designing, where I'm going to be showing it to you by using Canva. So in this class of t-shirt designing with Illustrator, I'm going to be showing you how you can make a typographic design just by using Adobe Illustrator. And this is one of the best software to make a typographic t-shirt design among the 3 softwares which we will be using or we are already using in this whole course. So without any further ado, make sure not to skip any parts, and let's move on to our lesson by opening up Adobe Illustrator on our device. As you can see that I have already opened up Adobe Illustrator, I'm going to be making up myself a new file, keep the raster effect on medium, and that is exactly what I want. And this time, I'm not going to be changing the color of the artboard, so I'm going to be applying myself up another layer. I'm going to lock in the first layer, and here is what I'm going to do is going to be making myself up a circle, and then I can also press on the other ones and fix it up, whichever one I prefer. You can cancel it up if you want to. You can also unlink them. You can double click on them, double click these paths, and you can edit the paths however you want. You can see these anchors. You'll be able to customize it on that, and you can fix that up whichever way you want. So what I'm going to do is going to be customizing it just there we go. We keep it something like this. There we go. I'm going to be just making a random shape, so I'm going to click on that again. What I'm going to do is going to be size of this. You're going to make a couple of these shapes. Let's say I want a bit of the strip effect at the bottom. Click on this one. So this is the one which I want. What I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this, select on this one. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing or keeping it this, or maybe whichever color you prefer. So as I have this one to be something like this, what I'm going to do is to be expanding it, and I'm going to make a couple of different parts out of it. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be this. You can join them up together if you want to. You can also arrange it and transform it. But I'm going to do is to expand this so that we can use it whenever we want to. And you can also make a copy of this and different elements, which I'm not going to be doing. I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. It's going to be going off the Pathfinder. You can see you will find out Pathfinder. And if you have like any other, if you have multiple elements, you're going to join them up together if you're working like that. But as I already have them joined, all of them are like together. So first off, you're going to do is going to be using up your shape builder tool. My shape builder tool over here to make a couple of copies like this. Over here. First things first, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this part. If you want to, you can also go off the select and select all. And on here, I'm going to do grouping them up together. There we go. Group them up together. Go off the object and expand it. Okay. So we have this as an element. Now I'm going to do is going to be using my shape builder tool to customize it the way we want to. From here, do is going to be using this something like this. I'm going to do is going to be applying something like this over here. And then we're going to have two elements out of here. You can see this is how it will look like. You can also, whenever you want to, you can ungroup them up. You can ungroup it if you want to. You can also right click on this one and turn it, let's say, an object. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. But I'm going to do is going to be expanding it, a couple of out of it. Now, the first thing which we need to follow is that as you're going to have this element, first thing you're going to do is going to be learning a bit about Pathfinder. First thing I'm going to do is going to be using this pen tool. And over here, I'm going to first off open up layer. There we go. Make sure it's selected. And I'm going to do is going to be making a couple of lines over here. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be selecting up like this. Do is going to be selecting on this one. There we go. As we have this line, what I'm going to do is over here is going to select all of these, open up Pathfinder, and from here you're going to select on divide. Now when you apply and divide, you will basically see that select on this direct selection tool, and you'll be able to select the part which you need. Select on this, and you're going to do is just take it out of the way. First off, you're going to do is just take it out, just like this. I'm going to delete up this part. I'll press on Control Z. Only on this part. Just make sure it's connected to the outside. If it's not connected, then you can make it out on your own, just like this. I'm going to take up this part too. I'm also going to be dividing both of them. If it's not divided perfectly, what you can do is just make it again, the whole thing. It's like basically up to you if you want to make one again. It is very simple. Select on this line. Make yourself up. Let's say I'm going to press on Control Z. Make yourself up the line. Make. There we go. Select on that tool. Select on these lines over here. What you're going to do is just open up Pathfinder and divide. And from here, you'll be able to divide it up. Select on this direct selection tool. I can drag it out, ungroup, and drag it out. Press on divide again. Select on this tool again. Take it out. There we go. You can also take this specific part out like this. Select out this part. I'm going to be using this part over here. And there we go. We have this part over here too. And also keep that just the way it is. Now over here, there we go. Looks a bit more better. Now I'm going to do is going to be using my certain parts. There we go. There we go. Removed. Can also remove out certain parts from here to have a rounded corner. There we go. Now we can do the same thing. We can select all of them. Just this and this. I'm going to ungroup them together. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be merging them together. You can find it over here. And you have these options over here, divide, and then we have trim, and then we have merge, crop, outline, and also minus back. So from here, I'm going to do is just going to merge them together. So this is one shape. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Select on this one. What I'm going to do is just delete this part out. Go back and make yourself up another line. Let's say over here, I'm going to do is, if you want to use Pathfinder, that is also up to you how you want to work with it. So first off, you just have to select on the specific part which you want to customize, and then you'll be able to use the Pathfinder to make other shapes inside of it. But first off, you need to have outlines, or you need outline values for this. So as this is not an outline, as this is a direct shape and only one shape, so this isn't working how you want it to be. It's going to be showing it to you with line segments. You can also use line segment just like this. And after you make line segments like this, I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this. That's it. And from here, I'm going to select up the parts too. Select both of them. I'm going to go off the Pathfinder. I'm going to press on divide and select on this path, and you can cut it out. This is how it will look like. And on this part, I'm going to keep it like this. So we have 3 of these designs. And now I'm going to do is going to be just applying my text. So click on text. I'm going to apply my text over here. Let's say I'm going to type in everything is falling apart. There we go. I'm going to select on this text over here. First thing I'm going to do is going to be expanding them up. Press on that. Okay. You can see these are outlines now. I'm going to do select on them, and I'm going to do is going to be sending them back. So go off over here, send to back. And then I'm going to do is going to be selecting them. I'm going to do is ungroup them. There we go. Select up this part. Select up this part over here and this together. Group. Control G. Control G. There we go. What I do is going to be selecting on this and this. And then you're going to go off to object. And then you're going to do is going to be envelop the distort. You can see make warp or make with mesh. If you want to, you can also have envelope options. You can try up whichever one you want. Let's say you can also intertwine them together and, just fix them up together. So let's say over here, I'm going to open up envelope options, press on OK. And you can see nothing has changed. But if we go back again on object, and then if we click on envelope and make with mesh, you can also fix it up with mesh. It's basically up to you. You can mesh them up and you will basically see this outline over here. So if it looks like this, it's totally fine. But then you're going to do is going to go off the object, go off the envelope distort, and you have this option over here, make with top object. So before that, what you're going to do first is make sure that after you expanded everything, you will not be able to change the font because this has basically turned into an object. Okay. So you're going to do is going to be changing out the font, whichever one you prefer. Control Z. Apart, Control A, select all of them, and change up your font first. So there we go. I'm going to do is going to be using this one. Now I'm going to do is going to apply or try doing the same thing. Select on this, go off the object, expand, press on OK. Then you're going to do is going to be ungrouping them together. Select on this one over here, group them, hold on to Shift and select this one. Go off the object and then apply the same thing and click on Make with Top Object. Press on OK. You can see this requires selection of multiple objects. The top object must be a single. Press on OK. You can see this one should be grouped up. Do select on this. There we go. Go off the object again. Envelope distort. You can see this sometimes open up. This requires a selection of multiple objects. The top object must be a single path or mesh, or a single containing a single path or mesh. So you can see what I'm going to do over here is also going to edit my path. Now if I'm here, I'm going to do is just going to expand it. There we go. Now this is expanded. Now if that thing appears up again, what you're going to do is going to be selecting on all of them and do the same step. Go off the object, go off the arrange, and send it to back. And it will do the thing, send to back. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this, and as I've grouped them up together, you can also ungroup them. Select on this part again, click on object, go off to envelope distort again, and make with top object. There we go. Do the same thing over here. Select up parts, first up, grouping them together. Group, select on this part only. I'm going to ungroup them first. Select on this one, object, click on envelope distort, top object, select on this. I'm going to group them together. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to apply envelope distort, make with top object. There we go. We have our typographic type of design. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be editing certain paths now. Right click on it. I'm going to do is going to be edit my path. Click on that. There we go. There we go. Looks a lot more better. You can see how it looks like. How distorted it gets. That looks quite good being distorted. You can just go back undoing all the things and can customize it however you want it to be. You can also fix in only certain parts, just like I'm doing right now. You can also change it over here. There we go. I'm just going to apply a bit of effect over here. There we go. So we have all of these over here, and everything is almost done. Everything is falling apart. It's going to be selecting on all of them, and now I'm going to group them up, and I'm going to turn it into a shape. Go off the object, go off the shape, convert to shape. You can see 10 objects not converted yet. First off, you're going to do is going to be expanding them. And now you can see, you will be able to turn it into shape, convert to shape. I'm going to zoom in. And now I'm going to do is going to be grouping them up with other elements. As this is grouped up. Now you can apply in more effects on this. Let's say even if you want to change the color, you can do that. Also change it however you want. You can see everything is falling apart. You can see how good it looks. You'll be able to change the way it looks like too, just by increasing its scaling ability. And this isn't as you have to worry about this getting distorted. Okay? You'll be able to apply in more elements, open up more elements, and it's just a typographic type of design. So I'm going to be opening up my PSD file. Let's say I'm going to open up the shirt. Okay. I'm going to just take it directly on my shirt. Press on OK. Hold on to Shift. Get up. There we go. This is how it looks like. I'm going to change it to white. I'm just going to go and apply directly. Delete. Apply it over here. Press on OK. Hold on to Shift. There we go. We have our typographic type of design, which is very simple to use. You can also save it up and use it on Adobe Photoshop. It's basically up to you, and you can select both of them, group them up together, and also recolor where you want to. Let's say if I want to recolor, I can do that. Let's say if I want to check or click on any one of those, you can change the color ways. You can also change the way it looks like. You can also fix in the art history. You can fix it up whatever one you want. You can also use the color theme picker and apply all of these effects. But you might see that nothing will change eventually. Able to change up this one, obviously. So you can just select this option. You can change them up whenever you want to. So hope you understood about this lesson. And if you still have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next section of t-shirt designing with Adobe Canva. Welcome to our another section of this course. In this part or in this section, we are going to introduce you to the overview and introduction of Canva, because up till this part, we've done with Adobe Illustrator and also Photoshop. Now, in the last section of this course, we are going to complete it or going to show you a couple of t-shirt designs just by using Canva. But before getting into our whole lessons, we have to learn a bit about what Canva is. So, what is Canva? Canva is a popular online graphic design platform that allows users to create wide variety of visual content, including presentations, social media graphics, posters, and more, without a need for extensive design skills or software expertise. It offers a user-friendly interface with drag and drop functionality, a vast library of templates, images, icons, and fonts, as well as tools for customization and collaboration. Canva is widely used by individuals, businesses, educators, and organizations for designing professional-looking graphics quickly and easily. So, what are the key features of Canva? Templates, drag and drop interface, elements library, text tools, collaboration, brand kit, photo editing, animations, exporting and sharing, and the last one is mobile app. You can also use Canva on your phone. Designing t-shirts in Canva is straightforward and enjoyable. So these are the reasons. Choosing templates, which helps you to select a t-shirt template or customize its size. Adds elements. Drag and drop text, graphics, and images. Customization helps to adjust colors, fonts, and sizes. Preview helps to see how it looks on a virtual t-shirt. And download and print helps you to save as an image and print directly. And the last one is share or order. Share online or order prints if available. So, let's start our lesson by opening up Canva on our device and show you how it looks like on our working space. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Canva. Now from here, what we have to do is know about its interface. Now you can either use Canva on your device as a software, or you can also use it if you don't want to download it. First of all, you're going to do is going to be open up any of your browser which you have on your device, and then search in for canva.com login. You can also log in directly onto your website. So what you're going to do is type in Canva, and then you're going to do is going to be clicking on that, and there we go. We have our whole new interface from where we can actually work, and it will look basically the same. And whatever features you get on your software, you will get the same features on the web browser. It depends on which version and which, let's say, subscription you are using. If you're using a newer version, let's say not newer, let's say a newer, let's say free version of Canva, you will be, let's say you won't be able to get access to a lot of things. So I would suggest to you that even if you're doing, let's say, professional type of work or even anything to get all the access of Canva, I would suggest get a subscription to Canva. It is also very cheap, which you can use, and it's going to give you all the functionality which you need, okay, to get all the functionalities of Canva. So this is going to be the interface of Canva. Now you can see that there are a couple of these things, and there we also have the tab option in Canva. So the first thing when you open up Canva, this is going to be your interface. So from here we have for you, docs, whiteboards, presentations, social media, videos, websites, more, and etc. Okay. So these are the type of categories of presentation, or even, let's say, graphical elements or presentation which you're going to make. So let's say you want to make yourself a post. You can see we have post, we have document, logos, Instagram story, Facebook story, video, then we have portfolio, resume, YouTube thumbnail, Instagram reel, and so on. But each and every one of them has a different category. Let's say if I'm going to go to docs, we're going to find out only docs when we will be able to only customize our documents or use it as a word processing software. If I want whiteboards, I will be able to create whiteboard, let's say documents, or even presentation, let's say whiteboard planning. If I want presentation, there's going to be presentations such as for mobiles, or maybe even for my PC, 16:9, or maybe 4:3, or brainstorm. Then we also have like social media. There's going to be a couple of them on social media because there's going to be editing photo. We have Instagram post, Facebook post, TikTok post, Tumblr post, X or Twitter post. All of them will be over here, which you'll be able to use. On our video, we have also Facebook video, mobile video, like basic video edits, YouTube videos, video collage, LinkedIn, TikToks, and so on. And it will open up basically. On our websites, we will also have a couple of them, let's say business websites, portfolio websites, even websites, education, retail, bio, only website, service website, and all of them. And on each and every one of these categories, there's going to be a couple of templates, like not just limited. There's going to be a lot of templates and, themes which you'll be able to use to save up a lot of time and get more motivation about more ideas. Okay. So try fiddling through these options. Now, let's say I'm going to start off with a presentation. So what are you going to do? Click on this presentation option, interface will open up. So there we go. This is going to be our working interface, but I'm going to go back home over here and show you a rest of these options over here. So there we go. We have the search option. If you want to search up for anything, let's say you want to work only on t-shirt. So I'm going to type in t-shirt, and it will give me the t-shirt type of templates and all the designs which I'll be able to use, even the working space which I'll be able to use. Okay. So I'm going to cut this off not only on t-shirt. You can see resume, portfolios, and all those documents, and that preset will be available, and you'll be able to search out basically anything. You just have to make sure that you're connected with the internet most of the time so that you get full functionality. Then we have is custom size. You can also make up your own custom size as your preset, which we already do in Adobe Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator. So you can put in your width and heights and fix in the formats if you want it in pixels, in inches, millimeter, or centimeter. That's up to you. Then we also have like a couple of suggested presets which we'll be able to use. Then on the uploads, we can also upload our own file to directly work on it. Let's say we have let's say ECP file which I've used in our Photoshop. So what I'm going to do is going to be take that file. I'm going to open this resource file and I'm going to take this directly over here. You can see press on OK, upload, something appeared like that. But what I'm going to do is going to be using this one over here as our photo. So you can see we have our photo over here and you'll be able to use them whenever you want to. And you can also upload your resources whenever you want to directly from your working space. So you can go down and find out which templates. So these are basically the recently worked ones, which will appear over here, recent designs. On our Magic Studio, we'll be able to see what type of updates there are, which are mostly AI based, which you'll be able to use if you have a subscription to Canva. Then we also have the projects, recently worked projects, uploaded projects, then let's say shared projects, and also you can sort them out however you want to. On our templates, we'll find out all the templates which we have. All of them are categorized step by step. You can also search for them. You can create your own design. And you also have like a couple of classes which you can follow up. Okay. So all of them are over here. We also have a couple of categories: business, social media, presentation, everything. And each and every one of these categories also have a couple other of categories there. Okay. So you can try using them. There's going to be a vast amount of them. And whichever one you feel like, okay, I like this, you can just open them up. Just click on any one of them and click on customize this template, and it will open up on your device. Okay, so I'm going to go back home. And then we have is the brand kit. You can also use your brand kit and make up your brand kit if you want to. You can go off the brand templates, and you can also apply your own templates, terming it to be your brand. And then we also have brand kit over here. And the last one, which we see over here, is going to be the apps. If you want to increase your functionality in Canva, well, this kind of works like extensions. So if you want to apply this extensions in Canva, go to apps, find out the one which you need, press on any one. Let's say maybe I want Google Drive. I'm going to use in existing design, or you can also use in new design. So click on that existing design, your project, select that up. Let's say your project, untitled design, and you'll be able to get access to Google Drive too. Go off the apps, go down, and find out Google Drive. Okay. So that's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So I'm going to cut this off as I'm not going to be needing that right now. I can also use it in a new design. It's up to you, whichever one you prefer. Let's say I'm going to apply this, use a new design, custom size, or whichever one you prefer. Use an existing design. It's up to you. Let's say maybe I want a custom size, or maybe I want a whiteboard, and that tab or that app will be applied to your working space. Okay, anime design. Let's say girl on standing on a skyscraper creates. And you can see it is creating our image. You can see AI to apply that effect and also create that image. And after it will be generated, it will open up on our screen, or we can use it from this panel into our workspace. So you can see this is how it will look like. You can see standing on a skyscraper. You can also cut them off if you want to. Let's say I'm going to make another one. Boy running behind a dragon. Hit on enter or press on create. It'll take a bit of time, but make sure you're connected with the internet most of the time so that you get all of these access of all of these features. So you can see it is almost done, and then it will be applied to our space or to our working area. And then I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size. You can see this is how it will look like. So you can see that this is going to be our image, and we can also remove them whenever we want to. So there we go. We are almost done with that. And we can also get access to them directly from our working space. Then we have is the settings. We have file, edits, view, tab, windows, and help. We're going to go through them one by one. So let's get back to home first. I'm going to open up a presentation. You can also open them up on custom size, but I'm going to just click on this. And now from here, the first thing what we're going to do is going to know about the interface. So on the left side of our screen, we have these type of sections. This is going to be the design section, elements tab, text tab, brand tab, upload, draw, projects, apps, and audios. And the rest of the ones are just extensions. So let's say if I want any templates to open up directly from my workspace, I can click on any of the one which I want. I can search for them. I can also use different type of layouts in different type of templates after I selected that. I can use different type of styles and different type of color and even font sets and even recent designs, which I will be able to use. Okay, we're done over here. Even I can search for maybe a template. Maybe I want to search for business. We go business type of templates. If I want educational, enter. We have educational type of templates. Maybe if I want, let's say club type of templates, there we go. We have club type of templates too. You can also use different type of layouts. Even if let's say I'm going to apply this, apply all 11 pages, and all of them will be applied on our working space. As I've applied that, what I can do is go off the layouts. I can change the layout, or maybe I can change the style. You can see, sorry, we couldn't find any style for club. So I'm going to do is remove that, and I'm going to apply any one of these colors. So I'm going to click on that, and it will change up the whole style. Even if I click on this, it will change the whole font set. So you have to make sure that you are using it properly and you know how to use them. You can also apply all of them the same thing. You can see, you can select all of them together and then select on this and select all of them. And then you can also change the way it looks like by changing the text. Okay, so I'm going to also do the same thing. And there are also a couple of other type of, text which you'll be able to use. Let's say maybe I want this. I'll be able to apply that. Maybe I want this. I'll be able to apply that. So it depends on whichever one you want to use. So you can try using them however you want to. I can use different font sets, layouts. Maybe on this one, I want a different type of layout. So I'll be able to choose that too. Let's say maybe over here, I want this type of layout. You can see this has totally changed up. You can see I'm going to also change this one a bit more. I'm going to go off the layout and all of them will appear over here. Let's move on to this one. And after I've applied that, let's say maybe I want this one. There we go. We have changed our, let's say, layout. On the next one I'm going to do is going to be changing it to something else. Maybe I want something like this, straight line. There we go. So there are different type of customizations which you can do on any specific template. Then let's go off to the elements. From here, you will find out all the graphics you need to use in Canva. Now, let's say maybe I can use shapes, I can use graphics, I can use AI generated images, I can use tables, photos, videos, audios, charts, stickers, frames, grids, and different type of sticker collections. And not only this, you'll be able to get access to a lot more. Let's say maybe I want line, and it will give me either if I want shapes or do I want maybe graphics. So I can also use graphics, I can also use photos, I can use videos, I can use shapes, I can use audio, frames, and even charts. So you can try whichever one you prefer and apply directly onto your workspace. Then we have the text option. There we go. We have our brand kit text. You can also search for fonts. We have default text fonts, and we also have a couple of, preset like fonts, which we'll be able to use. So I'm going to click on that. So I'm going to do is change it. You can see this is how it will look like. This is how it will look like. You will be able to apply different type of fonts whenever you want to. I can put it wherever you want. There we go. So this is how it will look like. You can also change the font just by selecting over here or selecting this over here and changing it the way you want to. Okay. Then we have is our brand kit. You can also make your brand kit so that you can use your same elements or original elements. Then we also have our uploads. So these are the uploaded ones. You can also upload yourself your files. So I'm going to click on upload files, and this is how it will open up. I'm going to go off the T-shirt and open up my resource file. Let's say I want this. It'll take a bit of time to upload on my workspace of Canva, and I'll be able to use it whenever I want to. Even if I want videos, I can also upload my videos. And even if I want audios, I can also upload my own audios and use it on Canva. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be showing you the next option or the next tab, which is going to be the Draw tab in Canva. From here, you'll be able to use these markers and pens and highlighters to actually, draw certain things in your workspace. And you can also change the color of different markers and highlighters. You can also change the size and fiddle through them. Then we have is the project settings or the project tab. From here, you'll be able to open up your own projects and different ones whenever you want to in your new tab. Let's say maybe I want a new one. So I'm going to click on that and it will make myself another page or maybe another workspace and another project. Okay, so you can try them on, try out whichever design you want. Now, the last one which we have is the apps. From here, you'll be able to use different type of extensions to increase your functionality in Canva. So let's say you have a lot of these type of extensions which you'll be able to use on your Discover page. Then over here, we also have a couple of different type of, functionalities, such as if you want charts, if you want photos, you want bulk create, you want audio, you want background, you want logos, videos, or translate, you want to use that, you can use that over here. You can also use AI over here. We have a couple of AI options which you'll be able to use. You can use them whenever you want to. Okay, so you can just fiddle through them and you can open them up whenever you want to. And we also have like make video characteristics talk like AI. You can also use them if you want to, which I'm going to be showing it to you step by step. And there are most things which I'm not going to be using in this class or in this course, because this is not an essential course. This is a course about t-shirt, but I'm going to be showing you about the overview of Canva. So I'm going to show you where you can find those tools and stuff. Then we also have my own apps. And then the main thing which I'm going to be showing you over here is going to be clicking on the three dots. And from here, you'll be able to get access to different type of presentations or different type of, let's say projects too. When you click on file, you'll be able to go off the settings. You can fix up if you want guides, rulers, margins, print bleeds, video playback quality, and all of those, and even change your, let's say, language. Okay. You can also get help. You can download certain things. You can download certain projects you can work on like offline, because when you're working on Canva, it is mostly online because it uses the cloud service to save up everything. Okay. So you can also download up certain projects and use them whenever you want to. And if you want to delete any of these, so you can just press on delete and they will be deleted in an instant. So there we go. We now know about how we can use this workspace. You can also zoom in and out, go from second page to first page to third page. We also have different type of views. We also have help. We have timer, duration. We can also apply notes, and we can also share it and download it whenever you want to. So this is one of the most advantageous feature about Canva, is that you can send it to people whenever you want to. You can also give that access to any people if they want to design or if they want to check it only, if they want to view it. Then we also have different type of views. You can also download it directly into different type of formats. You can also let's say publish it on different type of social medias too. Let's say click on social, share on socials. We have different type of socials. And we also have more. When you click on more, you can also send it to your teacher. But when you click on more, we have more of these, features, which you'll be able to get access to. You can also directly send it to PowerPoint. You can directly upload it on Snapchat or maybe Snacks or even like iMessage. It's up to you. Okay. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on introduction and overview of Canva. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our first lesson of t-shirt designing with Canva. Welcome to our new lesson of t-shirt designing with Canva. So in this class or in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make a streetwear t-shirt design just by using Canva. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Canva on our device. Just make sure you're connected with the internet and make sure that you are using the newest version and also that you are using a paid version of Canva. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Canva. Now make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something. Now about t-shirt design is that I have to say you something from the beginning of this class, is that it depends on different type of things. If you have new idea, make sure not to hesitate to try it on your own. But if you want to follow a couple of steps, that's also totally fine. And one thing you have to remember in Canva is that the resources which I'm going to be using are directly going to be from Canva. I'm not going to be uploading any of my files on Canva and using them, because I'm going to be getting all of those resources directly. But the rest of the resources which I've used in Illustrator and Photoshop will be given into our resource folder. Okay. So first thing what we can do over here is that we can search for t-shirts in this section. Click on t-shirt, and then you'll basically find out the size, which is 14x18. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's totally fine. You can also go off the custom size. You can type in 18, and there we go. We will have our t-shirt size over here. You can click on create new design. That's totally fine. Or you can also go off over here and type in t-shirt. And when you click on t-shirt, there's going to be a lot of type of t-shirts which you'll be able to select from. So from here, let's say I'm going to click on t-shirt. Now it will open up that workspace where I will be able to work with. But that's totally fine. You can go off the templates over here and you can search in for t-shirt design. So hit on search, and all of the t-shirt type of designs will be available over here. Okay. So you'll be able to use whichever ones you prefer. Now, whenever you're searching for a t-shirt, you can see there's a lot of type of t-shirt designs which you will find. So in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you two types of method, which is going to be one is going to be using let's say, a pre-built one. And the next one, I'm going to be showing you about how you can make your own type of t-shirt design just by using Canva. So from here, the first thing what we're going to do is going to be searching out for a template, or maybe searching out for a design which is going to go off well with streetwear. So I'm going to do search for t-shirt. I'm going to do search in for streetwear t-shirt design. Hit on enter, and you will find out a lot of these, and I'm going to be using a couple of these. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is going to be using this, or maybe this one, or maybe this one. So there's like a very minimalistic one if I want to use, and I can also use graphical ones. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to do customize this design. So I'm going to do just a bit because I already have it looking quite good. I'm going to do is going to be making my own one. So I'm going to add 2 more pages. I'm going to make my own one over here. So there we go. As I have this element, I'm going to keep it over here. And what I can do over here is that change the way it looks like. So I can change the text. I can change the elements. I can also change the name. Let's say maybe over here, I'm going to type in extreme fitness is the comfort. Relia. Okay. Just cut this part off. I'm going to do is going to be changing the color. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be changing it to pink. Let's say I'm going to change all of them into pink. I'll use this. I'm also going to be using this one. You can see this is how it will look like. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be changing this. I'm going to do is apply myself another element. Let's say I'm going to do is type in snake, graphy, go off the graphics. And from here, I'm going to find out the one which will actually look good. So from here, there we go. We have a couple of these ones. So from here, let me just use this maybe. Or we also have a couple of the ones which I'll be able to use. Let's say I'm going to do is just use this. It looks a lot more better. Reduce the size. I'm going to do is going to be keeping this just the way it is. Go off the edit photo. From here, I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of effect. So first off, what I'm going to do is go off to adjustments, fixing the temperature, the tint. So I'm going to keep it on the pink side, the brightness, contrast, the highlights, shadows, whites, and also the blacks. You can also fix in the color which we want. Maybe I want a bit on the pink side. There we go. So here we have it. On our effects, what I'm going to do is going to be applying duotone. From here, I'm going to find out the one which will actually look better with the whole thing. So you can see pop. I'm going to do is going to be selecting up pink over here. Or maybe I'm going to select up this color. There we go. Let's select this one. And let's say if I want to use this, I can use that, or maybe I can use this, or maybe I can use this one over here. Let's try this one. There we go. Or maybe I'm going to do is just apply this color. There we go. Looking a lot better. I'm going to do is going to be selecting this color, edit photo again. Go off the duotone. On this one, what I'm going to do is going to be increasing or decreasing or keeping it somewhere around black. There we go. Looks a lot more better. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting this again. I'm going to do is going to be changing it into something like this. You have to find something which will look somewhere closer. I'm going to select on this. There we go. Looking a lot better. And now I'm going to do is going to be editing my photo in a way so that I can erase up parts too. I can do that. And also apply a bit of shadow over here. So I'm going to apply a bit of glow outside of it. Do is going to be fixing up the angle. So I'm going to do is apply a bit of angled shadow. What I'm going to do is keep it none and keep it just the way it is. There we go. We have our elements. Now on the next one, I'm going to make myself my own design. So first things first, I'm going to do is going to be first off, Let's say maybe I want streetwear graphics. Hit on enter, go off the graphics. From here, I'm going to do is going to be searching up for a specific type of, let's say, photo. I'm going to go off the photos. I'm going to find out a color pattern. Maybe let's say color. Okay, I'm going to hit on enter. Go off over on colors. And maybe I want something to be very vivid. Let's say a color palette or maybe a color sprinkle. Streetwear. Streetwear color. Now from here, I'm going to do is going to be using something like this or maybe different type of colors. First off, I'm going to do is going to go down. Let's say I'm going to find out something. I'm going to go off the photos. Okay, I'm going to take this one. What I'm going to do is going to be cropping out this part. There we go. I'm going to increase this part out. There we go. I'm going to be using this. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be taking this right over here. I'm going to do is going to be making another copy of this. Make it shorter. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. There we go. I want a bit of text over there. So I'm going to keep it this way. And then I'm going to do is going to be applying another box over here. Oh, let's go off the graphics. And I'm going to find something which will actually go along on this box over here. Let's say I'm going to do is apply this maybe. Let's say instead of that, I want something to have more like this. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be keeping this right over here. I'm going to do is going to be changing the color of this. There we go. I can also apply in different type of color. I can also apply a bit of edits. It's up to me, whichever one I prefer. There we go. We have that. And now I'm going to do is going to be starting off my text. First off, I'm going to do is going to be adding a text over here. Let's go down and find out the text which I want to use for the whole thing. So first off, I'm going to be using is the top one, which is going to have the same type of effect. So you can do that, find out which one actually pleases the eye with the whole thing. I'm also going to be applying a bit of effect. So I'm going to click on edit photo, duotone. This one only, edit photo. Let's say this one. This one looks quite good. I'm also going to apply the same effect. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be applying another text. So first off, let's find out our first text again. Over here, let's maybe find out something which will look kind of like this, but I want something like, let's say a fill, then a hollow, and then a fill again. So it's up to you, whichever one you prefer. Let's go off on styles or layouts and find out if I can find anything which will actually look good along the whole thing. You can also find that. Let's say click on see all. There we go. This will look better. Delete this. Let's say over here, I'm going to type in, select up the whole thing. I'm going to do is change it to be white. Reduce the size. I'm going to press on Control C and Control V. Control C and Control V again. And I'm going to do is going to be changing the effect of this one. I'm going to do is going to be using hollow. There we go. Solid, solid, solid. I'm going to do is going to be using a bit of effect over here. I'm going to do is going to be taking our alt, copy this. There we go. I'm just going to be reducing the size just a bit. There we go. So as we have our text, streetwear, I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of this one over here. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the spacing. Increase the size. What I'm going to do is going to be selecting this. I'm also going to be applying a bit of hollow effect to this so that it looks good. There we go. We have two of the text over here. And now what I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of elements on this top of this. So which is going to be a bit of text, which I'm going to be using over here. But this text is going to be a bit different than the other ones. So let's say I'm going to do is find out something which will actually look good along this. So I can use this if I want to. Press on Z. I'm going to do is going to be selecting this. I'm going to apply it. Let's say this one. I'm also going to change it to white so that it is visible. Let's say I'm going to type in the same thing. Control C. I'm going to keep it to be very small. I'm going to select on that again. Cardio. Whichever text you prefer, you can put that over here. And I can also change the color of this. Select on this. And I'm going to do is apply a bit of this color over here. I'm also going to be applying a bit of color on this. And I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size of one of them. I'm going to apply a bit of effect. Let's say maybe I want hollow. I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size and making it bold. I'm also going to be changing the color to white. There we go. We have our design. And we can do is also apply the same thing on the front part. This is going to be the back part of the t-shirt. So we can save it up if we want to. You can also change the way it looks like, and you can keep it the way it is. But it's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. So let's say I'm going to do is fix up the front part. Control C, Control V. I'm going to make out the front part of the t-shirt. I'm going to do is go off the edit photo. And what I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of effects on this. Click on duotone. I'm going to apply this one. What I'm going to do is going to be clicking on edit photo again. And from here, what we're going to do over here is going to be finding out colorize. On the colorize, I'm going to click on that. Can colorize the image. It cannot. So I'm going to go off the design again. Select on this. Edit photo. I'm going to find out a couple of these options over here. Pixel fly and all of them. I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of pixelated graphic on this one. It will take a bit of time to apply the effect, and after the effect has been applied, you'll basically see how it will look like. Make sure you're connected with the internet. Okay, it will take a bit of time, and you can see on my screen that it has already pixelated. So what you can do is that when you have selected this, select this one option over here, click on edit photo, and then go off to pixelify. Then use this option over here, pixelate image. It will take a bit of time, and then you can pixelate your image as much as you want. Click on replace, and this is how it will look like. Replace. It will take another bit of time to apply that effect. You can see it is uploading. You can also press on Control Z to undo all the process. Successfully added. You can go off the uploads and also use up the pixelated images. If you want to, let's say I'm going to use this. And I'm going to do is just cut this off. I'm going to use only this part. I'm going to keep it at the center. And I'm going to do is going to be clicking on text over here. So I'm going to add myself a text box. Zoom in. Take it at the top. Let's say I'm going to type in solid. There we go. Increase up this over here. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control C and Control V. I'm going to keep it down over here. What I'm going to do is going to be clicking on position, layers. I'm going to keep one behind. I'm going to delete these ones. As one is behind, I'm going to keep the top one to have an effect. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be applying hollow. And this is how it will look like. I'm just going to be going off the position, select that. There we go, solid. This is how it will look like. You can see it over here. You can also apply the same effect. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be applying that Control C, Control V. This is how it will look like. And then you can also liquefy it if you want to. There's also a couple of liquefying elements which you'll be able to find. Let's say I'm going to do is type in liquefy, enter. We also have these options over here. So from here, I'm going to do is going to be selecting a couple of these parts. And then I'm going to do is going to be merging them together. Let's say maybe I want this. And also increase up the whole thing. I'm going to do is going to be fixing the transparency. There we go. Control G. Control G. And on the last page, I'm going to add myself up a mockup. So go off to apps. You have this mockup option. From here, I'm going to wait until I find myself a t-shirt. So let's find myself a t-shirt, which I'll be able to use. Click on that. I'm going to do is going to be using this one. Let's say I'm going to use this. What I'm going to do is going to be taking all of this over here. Okay. First, what I have to do is save it up. I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to save both of them. Click on Share. I'm going to click on Download. I'm going to use both of them as PNG. Select up the pages. Please select this. Transparent background. Press on Download. And 3 of them will be saved. What I'm going to do is going to be upload them directly on Canva again. But first off, I'm going to do is going to be selecting the file where I want to save it as. I'm going to save it on my resource folder so that you can also work with them or see how it works. Okay. So wait until it has been downloaded. A pop-up window like this will open up. T-shirt design resources. There we go. All files. Press on save. There we go. We have applied that. I'm going to go off to uploads. Upload file. From here, I'm going to select up the part which I want to save it or use it. So you'll have PNG file over here. Let's say I'm going to find out that PNG file. If you can't find it, you can also find it over here. Let's say I'm going to go off back over here. All files. And there we go. We have this. Other options. So I'm going to do is going to be finding out, let's say where I have it. And you can see I have this folder. I'm going to open up. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be uploading 3 of them. Click on open. And 3 of them will be uploaded on my workspace. And then I'll be able to use them. So on my part, what I'm going to do is going to be just finding out if there is any backside of the t-shirt or if I can mock it up from the back. So I'm going to go and find out if there is any part. There we go. This is the one. So I'm going to add another page. What I'm going to do is just going to be applying that photo. There we go. We have applied that. What I'm going to do is going to be going back to mockup. Let's find another one. Let's say if I have the same person now posing. Okay. Let's say instead of this, I'm going to delete it. Select on this one. Let's find, okay, it just looks better on the same, model. Same page. There we go. So we have this. I'm going to do is going to be use my uploads. What I'm going to do is going to be keeping this on my front part. And what I'm going to do is going to be using this on the back part. Wait until all of them has been applied. You can see this is how it will look like. And see this is how it looks like. And you can see this is how it looks like from the back. Okay. Also you can use like black t-shirts if you want to. You can go off to mockup. And let's search for, let's say, black t-shirt if there are any. CL. Let's go down. If there are none, it's totally fine. You can also use your own mockup t-shirts if you feel like it. You can see, but this looks quite good. Okay. You can also change it directly into white. What I'm going to do is turn all of them into black. What I'm going to change it to black. You can change the effects. What we'll do is going to be turning it into black. Select black over here. There we go. Now we can save this up. Save, download, PNG, not all of them. Just use one of this. Download, page 2. And we'll also save up on that file. I'm going to do is just apply it. PNG. What I'll do is going to be uploading that specific file. Let's say black modern t-shirts. Apply that. And you can see we have the black one. So I'm going to apply the black and see how it looks like. And basically then we are able to get applied. So this is how it will look like from the back. So hope you understood everything about how you can make yourself up a t-shirt design of streetwear too, just by using the same steps. This is very simple. If you have new ideas, you can also apply that and make sure not to skip any part. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Canva. Welcome to our new lesson of t-shirt designing with Canva. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you about how you can make a business t-shirt design with using Canva. So there are going to be a couple of steps which we're going to follow in this class, and obviously by the end of the whole class or this whole section, I'm going to be giving you a class project which you're going to follow through so that we can also practice along with this whole classes or whole course. Okay? So now let's open up Canva on our device. So as I have Canva opened up on my device, now what I'm going to be doing is going to be following the first class. So here, what we're going to do is going to be searching, or let's go off the templates first. And here I'm going to search for business t-shirt design. Hit on enter. And I'm going to show you a couple of them, how it actually kind of looks like. So from here, like not all of them are, let's say, business class or business type of, let's say design or template. But a couple of them are really good to be a design for a business. So from here, I'm going to select something or select one of them. Let's say this one is good over here. And also kind of like this one, or maybe this one looks good, just like a logo. So I'm going to be following up this one, click on that and click on customize. And I'm going to be making my own ones too. So I'm going to add a couple more of these pages. So I'm going to need 3. And obviously, when you're making these type of designs or logo, make sure not to hesitate to apply your own design. Because obviously, if you have newer designs, newer ideas, make sure to apply it and check it on your own. Okay? So as we already have it, what I'm going to do is just going to remove it, delete. And obviously, I'm not going to be using this anyway. So what I'm going to do is going to be typing in barber shop graphic. Hit on enter. Go off to graphic, and I'm going to do is going to be using something which will go along. So I'm going to do is going to be using this. There we go. Reduce the size. Last thing I'm going to do is going to be keeping this at the center. So I'm going to decrease the size, go off the position, middle and center. So there we go. Looks a lot more better. Okay. At least we don't have to use the exact one. So let's go off to the second page so that we can start off from scratch. And we're going to also make up something like this. So first one, which I'm going to make is going to be a construction, or let's say an incorporate or a company. Okay. So to do that, first thing I'm going to search over here is going to be, let's say, construction. Hit on enter. I'm going to go off the graphics, and now I'm going to do is going to be finding out the one which I have to use. So I'm going to make it very simplistic. If you want to, you can do that. But if you have a newer idea, obviously make sure not to hesitate on using it. So first things first is that I'm going to do is going to be applying this under construction, increase the size. I'm going to keep it middle center. I'm going to click on this transparency, and I'm going to just reduce it just a bit. I'm going to edit my photo. I'm going to change it to be a bit brighter in color. I'm going to press on none, go off the duotone, and I can use the one, whichever one I prefer. Okay. So that's basically up to me. So I'm going to keep it this over here. And what I'm going to do is going to be applying in more elements inside of it. So I'm going to do is going to be using this one. Let's say maybe I want to use this over here. Looks quite good because of the cut over here. And I'm going to do is going to be going down or maybe up if any of them looks good. Last thing I'm going to do is apply this. There we go. This is where I'm going to keep it. And let's find another element, which is going to be, let's say, this one. Do is increase that. What I'm going to do is going to be removing out a couple of parts of this specific photo. So I'm going to do is going to be click on edit photo. And from here, I'm going to do is going to be using this magic eraser. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to do is going to be, you can use it as a photo if you want to, and then you'll be able to use it to remove out certain parts. But you can see sometimes this is grayed out so that we cannot remove it. So we can also save it as a photo. It will take a bit more time, but you can try doing that. So I'm going to go down to page, seconds of this. What I'm going to do is going to be clicking on share, clicking on download, remove the pages or all the pages. I'm going to click on that, transparent background, click on download. And I'm going to be doing is going to be using this PNG file over here so that we can edit it a bit more. Okay. So there we go. I'm going to go off the t-shirt design resources, and here's where I'm going to be saving it. I'm going to go off the uploads. Okay. I'm going to do is going to be using that. I'm going to do is go down. There we go. And it is being saved, or it is being used over here. And I'm going to do is going to be taking this over here. Okay. There we go. We have a transparency. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on edit photo. I'm going to remove the background first. And then I'm going to do is going to be using the magic eraser to erase out certain parts of this photo. So I'm going to keep one part to be at the back. There we go. So it's going to be increasing the size. What I'm going to do is going to be cutting out a certain part. So I'm going to take this over here. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size just a bit. There we go. Just a bit more so that I want it to be over here. Okay. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on magic eraser. What I'm going to do is going to be removing out certain parts which I do not need. And I'm also going to be removing this part because I also want it to be at the back. So I'm going to do is going to be removing this. There we go. And I'm going to do is just check it out if it is done. Make sure you're connected with the internet. I'm going to press on back. Okay, looks quite good. I have to remove this part in a cornered way. So I'm going to do that. Click on magic eraser again in a corner way. So I'm going to do is going to be removing this part. And that part is almost perfect, the other one. So I'm going to wait until it has been applied. I'm going to go back, and there we go. Almost done. I keep it over here. I'm going to zoom in, press on Control. There we go. I'm going to remove up till this part, and also remove up till this part. So I'm going to do that. Go off the magic eraser again. There we go, remove. And I'm also going to be removing up this part. Okay. So wait for a bit until the other part has been applied. There we go, removed. And then I'm going to do is just going to wait for just a bit. And then we're almost done with removing the parts which we do not need. Okay. So make sure you're connected with the internet most of the time because it takes a bit of time using the internet as this is a cloud-based software. I can see it has been removed. I'm going to go back and I'm going to do is going to be using this. Okay. Looks quite good. I'm going to do is remove or reduce a bit of transparency. And I'm going to take it below. So I'm going to do is go off to position, layers, and take it all the way down. Okay. So as we have it all the way down, and go off the range, click on design, click on that again. And there we go. We have the rest of the ones. I'm going to press on delete. Let's say if I can rotate it, you can actually, but when you can, like, you can flip it. Let's say I'm going to flip it like this. There we go. Vertically. What I'm going to do is just keep it like this and keep it on this side. Well, let's just keep it on that side. I'm going to click on that and I'm going to do is going to be pressing or keeping it somewhere around over here. Okay, so we can hide that up a bit. So we're done over here. Now let's say I'm going to do is going to putting in the name. I'm going to do is reduce up that. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on all of them. First off, I'm going to group them together and I'm going to put in the name. So I'm going to click on text. We'll say go off the design, go off the styles. So I prefer using this most of the time nowadays. So I just find out the style which I want to use. It just saves up a bit of time to which font to use and which will look good along with the other ones. Okay. So from here, I'm going to do is use this. There we go. We'll take a bit of time to apply over here. Let's say I'm going to do is going to put in tab works. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this. Back. I'm do is going to be keeping it right over here at the center. I'm do select this. And I'm going to do is going to be putting one at the back and one at the front. So I'm going to do is just press on that, press on X, press on V, or I'm going to press on Z again over here. Let's just copy this, V. Let's just keep it right over here. Select on that, Control C, Control V. We have two of them. Now I'm going to go on to position, go off the layers. We have this tab over here. We're going to keep it just the way it is. And on the top one, I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of effect. Let's say hollow. Do is going to be using the white color. So I'm going to do is apply a bit of white over there. If I can, you can see we have it over here. What I'm going to do is going to be going off to position again. And on the top part, what I'm going to do is going to be changing it into white. You can do that if you want to. You can take it a bit back too. So I'm going to do is going to be taking it a bit back, go off the position, and take it all the way down. There we go. This is how it will look like. So I'm going to press on that. I'm going to do is ungroup this for now. Ungroup. I'm going to take it over here. There we go. This is how it will look like. You can see this is how it looks. So I'm going to do is going to be changing up this one. And let's say I'm going to do is change it to be white. So let's just turn the back part to be black. I'm going to do select that. Go off the position. And let's just change this to be black. So I'm going to do is change it to black. There we go. Select on that. And I'm going to take it a bit back over here. There we go. We have it at the bottom. And as this is like together, or the color just looks the same. So I'm going to do is just change it to be something like this. There we go. I'm going to do is just select this part. And I'm going to do is just turn it black. You can see whichever looks good on your, text or good on the whole design. Make sure to check that. I'm going to click on that and I'm going to do is just reduce up this one. Looks quite better. Select on that, go off to position. First off, let's go off the position. Select on that. I'm going to do is going to change it to white. And the other one, I'm going to do is change it to black. Select on that. I'm going to change it to black. Okay. You can also keep it white if you want to, but that's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. So that is what I want. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this transparency, keep it 100. tab works. And then I'm going to do is just change this one into instruction. And the last one I'm going to do is going to be typing in ink. Okay. There we go. We have our whole logo prepared. I'm going to select on that and reduce that size just a bit. I select on this. I'm going to increase it up just a bit more. So we have this, and I'm going to do is going to be selecting all of them and grouping them up together. There we go. As all of them has been grouped up. Now let's see, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this part, and I'm going to keep it just the way it is, but I'm going to go off to the next page or this page, which I didn't choose. I'm going to make another design over here. Let's say, what if you want to make something like a restaurant type of business? So you can also make that. Let's say I'm going to make something taco or maybe a bit of Mexican food. So I'm going to go off to elements. I'm going to do is going to be searching for restaurant first. Hit on enter, go off to graphics. And now I'm going to do is going to be using one of the elements which I prefer. But before that, I'm going to start off with only a food or a graphic or food graphic. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be searching up for taco. Hit on enter. We have a couple of graphics which we can use. So I'm going to find out something from over here. So I'm going to take this over here. I'm going to keep it also quite minimalistic. Keep it at the center. And then I'm going to do is going to be making a circle over here. Okay. Just like this one. I'm going to do is going to be searching out for, let's say I'm going to search for restaurants and find out circles with that one. So I'm going to go down and find out if there are circles, which will actually look good with this whole thing. If there is not, we don't have to worry about it. I'm going to search for another one. Let's say maybe I want to use this. Do is increase the size. I'm going to keep it at the center. I'm going to click on position, take it under, and I'm also going to do is going to selecting on that and reducing the transparency a lot. There we go. I'm going to apply another circle over here so you don't have to worry about it. So first things first, I'm going to do select on that. You can see this is the one. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting up for circle. Hit on enter, go off to graphics. I'm going to find out something like this or maybe like this. There we go. Looks a lot more better. There we go. Totally perfect. I'm going to do is keep it at the center. There we go. I'm going to keep it something like this. Okay. So as we have this, what I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency just a bit. There we go. Now we have that. I prefer if the center one or this fork and spoon was not there. So I'm going to click on that and I can edit the photo and I have to save it up as a PNG first. So I'm going to do that. Go over here. Select on that. I'm going to do is just turn it into a PNG. Let's just press on Control Z. Control X, and I'm going to press on Control V. I'm going to do is going to be saving this up, download, click on transparent background, remove all the pages, not this one, just this one. Done. Press on download, and we're going to save it up over there. Do is going to be selecting in circle, hit on save. I'm going to do is go off to that one. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be going off to upload. I'm going to upload up my file. Let's find out circle, this one. There we go. It is being uploaded. We're going to wait for just a bit. And there we go. We have that design over here. And what I'm going to do is going to be removing this center part. So I'm going to click on edit photo, magic eraser. And I'm going to do is going to be removing out the circle. This circle over here. I'm going to remove everything inside of it. So wait for just a bit until all of them has been prepared. There we go. Done. Now, as it is done, what I'm going to do is just going to go back and going to apply that circle over on my logo. Okay. So there we go. It is done. I'm going to go back. I'm going to do is increase the size. I'm going to keep it at the center. I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this part. I'm going to do is going to be just keeping it the way it is. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting on that part and let's just crop it out a bit. So it is in this big. There we go. Press on done. And as we have it in the center, let's just go off the position and this page, I'm going to select on that. Let's just select on this. Do is going to be increasing that. I'm going to do select this one. There we go. Perfect. Now, as I have it, I'm going to go off the position, select on this page. I'm going to keep it at the center. So orange, middle center. I'm going to keep it a bit to the right or maybe a bit to the left. There we go. And now I'm going to do is going to be putting in my text. So first off, I'm going to do is let's just go off the elements first. And let's search for restaurant. Hit on enter. Click on see all. And I'm going to do is going to be finding out maybe certain elements which I can use. If I don't find it, that's also totally fine. I'll be able to use different ones. Let's say I'm going to search for Mexican food. Hit on enter. I'm going to be using one of these over here. You can see jalapeno or maybe some chilies. Just put it just like this. Control C, Control V. I'm going to do is just going to flip it. There we go. Both of them at the, corner or the sides. So we have two of them, and now I'm going to put in the names. So first things first, I'm going to select on that circle. I'm going to move the black one a bit to the top. So I'm going to click on position, go off the layers, select on that. I'm going to take it just a bit over here. Okay. Put in my text. Let's say go off the text over here, or go off the design. Find out the design or find out the text which you want to use. Let's say I'm going to go down and find something which will look good with this type of food or this type of restaurant. So I'm going to go down. Let's say I'm going to be using this one, okay? Or maybe something like this, which will both look good, okay? I'm going to do is let's check if there are more. Okay, I'm going to be using that one. Let's just use this. Let's try this first. Click on that. It will be applied on your screen or all on your working space. Okay, this doesn't look that good. Doesn't look good with the whole Mexican food type of theme. So I'm going to be using this. Let's say I'm going to do is going to putting in text tacos. There we go. We have this text over here. I'm going to put this one. Let's say I'm going to put in jaw dropping. Let's say I'm going to put it on the next line. I'm going to select on this body and I'm going to remove that. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be reducing, or I'm going to apply like something like this. All I'm going to do is keep it somewhere like this, but I'm going to select on both of these and I'm going to reduce the size of the spacing. There we go. There we go. We have it at the center. I'm going to select on that. And what I'm going to do is going to be curving it up just a bit. So click on effect, click on curve. There we go. This will look good. I'm going to keep it at the center. And I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit more effect. So let's say I'm going to apply a bit of outline. From here, I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of different color. Let's say I'm going to do is let's go off the yellow first. You can see this looks quite good. There we go. This is what I need. Text tacos, jaw dropping good. Select on this text over here. I'm also going to be changing the color. Let's go back and find out maybe something like this. You can see this is how it will look like. This is how it will look like, but I'm not going to be needing that. So I'm going to press on Control Z and keep it just the way it is. I can use these color palettes. So I'm going to do is apply that. This is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. You can see you can change up the color whenever you want to. You can see this looks good. Also change it to something like this. This also looks very good. You can apply whichever one you prefer, but you can see this is how it would look like. So I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency just a bit more. All we can do over here is edit the photo, magic eraser, And I'm going to remove all the parts again. Okay. So after it will be applied, what I'm going to do is just going to go back. There we go. This is how still it looks like, because sometimes it just shows you the same thing after applying these effects. So try to use your own type of designs whenever you want to or whenever you can. Okay. So I'm going to press on Control Z. And what I'm going to do over here is going to be clicking on this option again. I'm going to select on this and change up the color, selecting over here. What I'm going to do is going to be using that or maybe that. Select on both of them or maybe even this one. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be also curving it up just a bit. Click on Effect, Curve. I'm going to keep it over here. There we go. Click on Effect again. I'm going to apply a bit of, let's say, lift or maybe a bit of shadow. Or you can also use a bit of outline so that it just looks a bit better. You can see I'm going to do is reduce the thickness a lot. And there we go. We have both of these designs. And we're going to do is going to be saving both of them up and using it on my t-shirt or mock it up on a t-shirt. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Share, go off to Download, select up the pages. Do is going to be selecting or deselecting this one, selecting both of these. Press on Done, PNG, Download. And I'm going to do is going to be saving both of them on my resource file. And then I'm going to do is going to be opening them up. Okay. And when you save both of these, this will be saved as a zip file. So make sure to open them up whenever you can. You can see I'm going to do is going to be using, let's say, business. Hit on save. This has been saved. I'm going to go off, open up my folder, open up the resource folder. And from here, you're going to see it over here, business. Click on that and it will open up. You're going to extract it onto your file. And then you're going to do is just, close it off and refresh. And you'll be able to use it or upload it directly from Canva. So click on upload, upload file, and see business. I'm going to open both of them up. And those will be saved over here. And I'm going to do is going to be using them as or on my t-shirt. So let's go off to mockup, go off to apps, mockup. And I'm going to do is use apparel, select, use apply it, apply one of the photos over here. There we go. I'm going to go off to uploads. I'm going to use it over here, just drag and drop. And you will basically see that how it actually looks like on a t-shirt. You can see this is how it looks like on a t-shirt. You can zoom in if you want to. You can see how good it actually looks like. You can see it is just rendering up the whole graphic or the whole resolution. And you can also use this. There we go. We've applied it. It will take also a bit of time to apply it on my workspace or on my mockup. So you can see this is how it looks like. Okay. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you will be able to make a business type of t-shirt just by using Canva. And obviously, if you have new ideas, just make sure to apply them and you will get better results. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson. But if you have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Canva. Welcome to our new lesson of t-shirt designing. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make a school t-shirt design just by using Canva. I'm not going to be making this lesson to be very complex. You're just going to follow through a couple of things. You're going to make your own design after seeing this lesson. But what you can do is that if you have newer ideas, you can follow that up. But as this Canva or this software is very simple, which is a drag and drop software, you can try using it on your own. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Canva on our device. As you can see that I have already opened up Canva, so I'm going to be searching up for my templates of school t-shirt design. So I'm going to do is type in school t-shirt design. Hit on enter, and I'm going to see a couple of templates or a couple of designs which I'll be able to use. But you can see not all of them are quite school related, but something like this one, this one, this one, and also these ones are school related. So I'm going to be making or selecting something out of here. Let's say I'm going to do is use this, and I can also use this, but I'm going to open this up, customize. This looks very kindergarten, so I'm going to do is going to be adding up 2 more pages so that I can make one for high school or something related to that. So now when I say I'm going to be making a school t-shirt design, now there could be a couple of different type of designs. And you can also make it for your club. That's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. Now from here, what I'm going to do is going to be following up a certain type of design, which is going to be very simple. You to. Now, let's say I want it from, let's say, the school and also the club, both of them mixture of both. Okay. So first thing is that I'm going to select on the second page, and now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on elements. And from here, I'm going to find out an element or find out, let's say, a mascot. So I want a mascot. So I'm going to do is type in mascot, go off to graphics, and I'm going to do is going to be using this because this looks really good and will also look good as, our mascot and also the logo. So I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size just a bit and keep it at the center. Now, as I have it at the center, what I'm going to do is going to be putting in the school name, and then I'm going to do is going to be adding in a couple of elements. So first things first is that I need a background. So I'm going to do is going to putting in a background. So let's just put in a text first. Let's find out our text. I want my text to have, let's say, a stroke and also a bit of outline. So I'm going to do is going to be finding out the part which I actually need. So I'm going to keep going down until I can find my exact text. And I want something to be something like this. Okay, I'm going to do is use this. Click on that. And there we go. We have this. I'm going to press on delete on this one. I'm going to just remove out that bottom part. And now I'm going to do is going to putting in the year. Let's say I'm going to type in 20, type in 24. There we go. You can see this is how it should look like. Select on that, go off to effects. We have splice, but maybe I want a background. So there we go. We have a background. So there we go. This is how it will look like. And then I'm going to go off to position, layers, and take it at the bottom. So there we go. 2024. And we have it. I'm going to apply more elements or more effects to it so you don't have to worry about it. What I'm going to do is going to be editing the photo. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be using this effect. We'll take a bit of time to apply that effect onto my graphic. There we go. Looks a lot more better. And then I'm going to do is going to be putting in the name and also, let's say, what we have over here. First thing I'm going to do is go off the text, or let's say I'm going to go off the design, go off the styles. And from here, I'm going to find out a text which will actually look good. If you want to change the color, you can also change the color. It depends up to you. Let's try changing a couple of colors. Let's see which one actually will look good with the whole thing. Okay, this one looks really good. There we go. This one also looks good. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this. Just going to be making more space. There we go. And then I'm going to do is put it right over here. (2024). And now I'm going to do is going to be going off to text over here. Click on CL and let's find out the one which will actually look better with the whole thing. So let's say I'm going to go down and this will look quite good, but I want something a bit cursive at the bottom. So I'm going to do is just going to search for something cursive. Not this. I want something to be a bit more visible, something like this. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to apply it right over here. Okay. Or you can also apply it right over here. It's up to you. Let's go off the design again. Let's apply it on the third page. There we go. What I do is going to putting this text over here. I'm going to do is going to be typing in Brainiacs. I'm going to do is apply a bit of curve to this text. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be going off the effect. And here I'm going to do is going to be applying myself a bit of outline. Go off this color. And I'm going to do is going to be applying maybe a bit of white. There we go. And I want it to be bold or a bit thicker. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on that. This one looks good. And also make it a bit more bigger if I prefer. So I'm going to keep it the same, or let's just search for another text. Maybe this one. Just a bit thicker will also look a bit better on the whole thing. So I'm going to do is go down and find another one if anything is good. Let's say I'm going to do is use this Gaggelin. Go off the design. I'm going to do use this. Okay, let's just go off the fonts and find something a bit more bigger. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be using these sections. So here I'm going to do is go off the handwriting. Let's find something, maybe this. Not that one. I'm going to do is going to be finding something bigger or something like this. This also looks quite good. But I'm going to do is keep going down until I find something. Okay, this looks good. We'll do is use this. Brainiacs. Select on that. There we go. I'm going to change the effect or the color of the effect. Which is going to be using this color, or maybe let's say white. It's up to me, whichever one I prefer. I'm going to do is just going to use maybe a bit yellowish. Okay, this one looks better. Brainiacs, and then I'm going to put in the school name, which is going to be very simple right now. So I'm going to do is just going to put in my school name. Let's say I'm going to do is just going to copy this whole thing. And I'm going to put in school name. And then I'm going to do is going to be using the effect curve. There we go. There we go. We have our school name. Put it in the middle to arrange. There we go. You can also change the color of this over here. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be changing this text into this one, or maybe this one. You can see it looks a lot more better now. I'm also going to be changing this one into the same color. Let's apply that. What I'm going to do is just going to change this color to be white. Okay, now white. Let's just change it to be somewhere around like this. 2024. Okay. And then I'm going to apply a bit of grunge effect to it. So I'm going to do is click on elements, type in grunge, hit on enter, and there we have this grunge effect. Click on CL. I'm going to apply that over here. There we go. All right, click on it. And then you're going to do is going to be using all of them together. But what you can do is reducing the transparency. If you prefer, you can see you can keep it like this. And then you can unite them together too. Click on all of them. Group. Control Z first. Select that. There we go. I'm going to keep this position to be at the top. There we go. This is how it's supposed to look like. So as we have our design, we can group them up together, Control G, and this is how it will look like. Okay. Now let's move on to our next design. Let's delete this area. And then I'm going to do is going to be making something very simple. Okay. So I'm going to use just a text and then a mascot. And then you can also use different type of elements. That's up to you. So first off over here, let's just use a bit of club type of school t-shirt design. What I'm going to do is going to be using rugby. Hit on enter. Go off to graphics. Make sure you're connected with the internet so that you can use full functionality of Canva. From here, what I'm going to do is going to be using this. I'm going to keep it right over here. I'm going to do is find myself up a text, which will look good. Okay. So I'm going to keep going down until I find my exact text. Let's keep going down. You can also find it on your own just by going to fonts too, but I prefer using this section because there's like a lot of designs pre-built, which saves up a lot of time basically, and also allows you to see which text or which font will also go along with the text which you are using. So, you can use it if you want to, but if you want more manual way, you can just go off the fonts and find your own text or find your own design and apply it on your workspace. Okay. It's basically, personal preference. Okay. And the more you fiddle into a workspace of any software, the more friendlier or the more familiar you get with the whole setup and the whole interface. Okay. So try using that and keep doing it. You will also be able to practice a bit and also get more familiar. So I'm going to do is going to be using maybe this one. Click on that. I do is going to be increasing the size and group. I'm going to remove this part out. I do is just type in G. I do is going to be increasing the size of this. That's it. Or maybe 250. Let's check it out if it works. Yeah, almost works. What I'm going to do is going to be keeping it over here. There we go. Group. Go. And then I'm going to put in extra text, which will look good with the whole thing. So I'm going to do is going to be finding out another text. You can see this one. I can try using it if I want to. Let's just ungroup this. Delete this part out. Go. Brainiacs. There we go. Move this text over here. We can increase the size. But this looks too formal. So I'm going to keep going down and find out something like this. A bit informal because this is basically a school type of t-shirt. You can make it if you want to, but I prefer something a bit like this. So I'm going to do is going to be just ungrouping it. Remove this. Delete. I'm going to do is just going to Control X. Control V. Okay, this one doesn't look that good either. So I'm going to go off the font over here and let's find out something from here. I'll be able to see how it looks like. Let's change it to this one. Brainiacs. Or maybe this one. You'll be able to get a preview. So after you have applied in your text, you can try using these options or the font settings because it just allows you to, see how it will work or see how it will, look like as your design. You can see this one looks better. So I'm going to be using this. And now I'm going to do is going to be applying myself an effect. I'm going to use apply in this. You can see how it looks like. What I'm going to do is going to be applying myself a bit of border. It's going to be white. You can see this is how it looks like. You can also change the color of the text whenever you want to. Let's say maybe I want it to be something like this or this one. It's up to you, whichever color you prefer. I can also use this, but I'm going to do is just keep it like this, okay? So as we have this, I'm going to select on this text and keep it the same way. You can also apply a bit of effect on this. Let's say maybe I want a bit of lift, or maybe I want a bit of outline on it. There we go. Do is just change it to white, or maybe change it to the color, which I keep. There we go. So we have this design, which is very simple, and I can also apply a bit of grunge effect on this, but I'm going to first off group them up together. And do is going to be just selecting Control C or Control V. I can go off to elements and go off to recents. And there we go. You have this design over here too. I'm going to go off the position, overlap, and we have it at the top. So there we go. Click on transparency. Keep it at the max. There we go. Control G. Go off the edit photo. We have every one of them, so we can also apply a bit of, other effects. You can see this looks also really good. Sea blue, blush, dusk. Just fiddle through the one, whichever one you prefer. And that is how it will look like on your workspace. As I have two of these designs, what I can do is just go off the share, go off the download. I'm going to download both of them, click on transparent background. What I'm going to do is just go off to the pages, remove all the pages. Now I'm going to do is just save two of these, click on done, download. And then I'm going to do is just going to open up my file or folder where it will be saved. From there, I'm going to do is just going to unzip up the file. You can see multicolor. So I'm going to do is just going to be naming it, cut this off, T. I'm going to go down, t-shirt design, resource, save it up. And then I'm going to do is going to first off unzipping it from the resource file, which we have over here. You can see, click on, you can see this is just gonna, after I unzip it, I'm going to do, you can see this is still downloading, can be deleted at any time. Whenever it is downloaded, you'll basically see it. Okay, so wait up for a bit, and then from here, as you can see that it is downloaded, you're going to go off to uploads, click on upload file, and you can see school T. I'm going to upload both of them. 1, 2. And I'm going to add my pages so that I can apply my mockup. So I'm going to do is just going to find out apparels for my mockup. Click on CL and apply it on 2 pages. I'm going to do is just going to use this one over here. I'm going to do is just use this one over here. Click on that. It will take a bit of time to be applied because it is uploading. You can see all of them over here. As you can see, both of them has been applied on my screen. I'm going to go off the uploads, and I'm going to do is going to be taking this one over here. I'm going to take this one over here. And now let's check how it will actually look like. It will take a bit of time to be applied. You can see, there we go. We have our school t-shirt design, school name, Brainiacs, and then we also have this Go Brainiacs. So now you know how you'll be able to create the school t-shirt designs just by using Canva. It is very simple. You can also make up your own design if you want to, but you just have to follow up a couple of different steps when you are making school t-shirt designs and the other ones. Okay. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson of t-shirt designing with Canva. Welcome to our new lesson of t-shirt designing. This is going to be the last lesson or the last class of t-shirt designing. So make sure to follow up this lesson too. Make sure not to skip any part and stay connected with the internet. So without any further ado, let's hop on to our lesson where I'm going to be showing you how you can make an aesthetic t-shirt design just by using Canva. As you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Canva. So I'm going to go off the template and let's search on over here, aesthetic t-shirt design. Hit on enter and you will have a lot of aesthetic t-shirts. You can see that a couple of them you might feel like, okay, it's, streetwear, but it also looks aesthetic on a couple of cases like this one, even this one, even this one, old and retro, and also kind of looking good. You can see all of them are over here. So the one thing what I'm going to do over here is going to be selecting one of them which actually looks aesthetic. So I can try using this over here, or maybe even this one, or maybe even this one, or this one also looks very good. Okay, so from here I'm going to do is just going to open up this one. You can see, okay, I'm going to use this one, customize this template. As it opens up on my screen, I'm going to make myself more of them. Okay, so we have two of these over here. I'm going to do is add more pages because I'm going to be making myself two more designs. Now, first one, I'm going to keep it very minimalistic and very simple. So make sure to follow that. So first thing, what I have to do over here is going to be opening or making myself up a circle, or maybe even a frame. It's just going to go off to frames, elements. I'm going to do is just go off the frames and I'm going to find myself a circular frame. There we go. We have it. And then I'm going to do is going to be searching for dots. Let's say I'm going to go off the graphics and I can apply it if here if I want to, but I have to save it as an image. So I'm going to go down. Let's say I'm going to take it to the third page over here. Keep it in the center. I'm going to do is going to be applying these dots over here. There we go. I'm going to save it up as a photo. So to do that, first off, I'm going to do is going to be cutting this part out. Okay, I'm going to keep it just the same as it is. Click on share, click on download, transparent background, remove all of that, click on that, press on done, current page, and download that specific one, black and cream. I'm going to save it up. I'm going to go off over here, go off to uploads, upload file, and I'm going to search for black and cream t-shirt, and it will be uploaded on my screen. You can see the dots. So I'm going to take all of this inside of the circle, so you just have to wait for a bit. There we go. We have this circle. Looks a lot more better, right? So as we have our circle and also a couple of dots looking like a circle, what we're going to do over here is going to be trimming out the top part. So I'm going to click on edit photo, click on crop. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this one. Here we go. I have to reduce the size. Click on smart crop. There we go. I'm going to rotate it. There we go. So as we have it, what I'm going to do is just going to position them a bit more better. Okay. So as we have it over here, I'm going to do is just going to remove that part. Edit photo. Just use magic eraser. I'm going to cut down up to this part. Let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm going to cut up 5 of them. Edit photo. Magic eraser. I'm going to cut up all of these. You can see I'm going to do is just remove up all of these parts. I'm going to wait for a bit until it has been removed from my screen. And then I'm going to do is going to go back. I'm going to do is going to be removing another 2 of them. So I'm going to do is just go off the magic eraser. There we go. I'm going to remove both of them together. I'm not going to wait for another, one part to be removed and wait for the other one. So I'm going to remove both of them together. There we go. So as we can see, this will look like this. I'm going to do is just going to reduce the transparency. And you can see I can apply white, but it will be applied to the frame. So I'm going to press on Ctrl Z. Keep it just the way it is. I'm going to change the color to white. Okay. So what I'm going to do over here is going to be reducing the transparency just a bit more. And from here, I'm going to do is going to be applying myself the elements which I need to use. So I'm going to do is go off the elements, and here I'm going to do search up for vegetables. Okay. So as we have vegetables, I'm going to go off the graphics. I'm going to do is going to be using sketched ones because those will look a lot more better. You can see we have this one and this one. I'm going to find out individual ones. So I'm going to do search in for carrots. Apply that. (45°). Reduce the size. This is where it's going to be. Then I'm going to do is going to be searching out for turnip graphics. I'm also going to be finding out something which will look better, just like this one. What I'm is going to be changing the color to black. Reduce the size. There we go. I'm going to apply myself a couple more of these vegetables. Let's say I'm going to put in onion. Hit on enter. Go off the graphics. I'm going to find out a sketched one too. You can see all of them are just, exactly, colored up. But I'm going to find something which is sketched. So I can also use this. This also looks good. But I'm going to keep going down, and if I can find something like this, it will be a lot more better. Okay, so I'm going to keep going down, or I can also use this. Looks quite good. And make sure you're connected with the internet. There we go. This is what I need. Or maybe this is what I need. So I'm going to do is going to be using, let's say both of these, or maybe just this one. Black. Just keeps getting smaller. And then I'm going to apply the last one over here. Let's say the last one which I'm going to apply is going to be radish. Hit on enter. Go off the graphics. From here, I'm going to find out the radish. There we go. Let's check if I can remove that, or maybe if I apply this, then go off the edit photo. I can apply, let's say, a duotone. Let's check if I can apply a black one. Okay, I cannot. So if I cannot apply a black one, I'm going to do is just going to remove that because I need the black, boundary, which will basically make it look the same as the other ones. So I'm going to do is going to be applying this one over here. Change it to black. There we go. I'm going to make another copy of this. Zoom in. And there we go. Looks a lot more better. Now I'm going to be finding, let's say I'm going to do search for another carrots. Let's check if there's any better one. You can see there's a lot of them. So I'm going to do is use this instead of this one. This looks a bit more better. So I'm going to do is just going to use this. There we go. On the same level. Looks quite good. Now I'm going to do is going to be applying myself up a line. Hit on enter. And this line, I'm going to use it. Over here, I'm going to keep it up till this part. Zoom in. from here to here. There we go. And I'm going to do is go off the position and take it all the way under. Okay. And do is take it under here too. And do is going to be selecting that line, which I see over here. Go off the position, layers. I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency. There we go. And then I'm going to do is going to be applying myself up another circle. From here, go off the graphics. I need a hollow circle this time, so I'm going to click on that. I'm going to do is going to be finding myself of the position where all of them will fit inside of it. You can see now this is at the center and looks quite good. So what I'm going to do is going to go off the position, go off of this line over here, and now I'm going to do is going to be increasing up till this part. If it doesn't match up, it's totally fine. There we go. Now it looks better. So as I have it, now what I can do is going to be applying myself or customizing it a bit more. So I can go off the position, select up each and every one of them, and I can increase the size or decrease them. Go off the position, select these up. Let's say I'm going to choose first off, select this. Let's go off to this one. I'm going to go off to this caret over here. I'm going to keep it like this. Next one is going to be over a bit over here. The next one should be a bit over here. Okay, I'm going to keep it the same way. And the last ones I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size just a bit. Click on the other. And there we go. Looks a lot more better. But if you want to align it, you can also do that. Let's say I'm going to do is align it to be at the center of this. It doesn't matter if it goes out just a bit. I'm going to keep it right over here. There we go. So you can see this is going to be our design. We can also apply in more elements. Let's say I'm going to go off over here. I'm going to search in for leaves, hit on enter, graphics, and I can apply in more elements. Let's say I want something sketched up too, which will look or, make the whole thing look a lot more better. So I can also apply this. What I'm going to do is just going to wait until it has been applied to my screen. There we go. What is going to be finding out the part where I need it to be. There we go. What I'm going to do is going to be editing my photo, duotone. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be making it green. Increase the size. There we go. What I'm going to do is going to be using a bit more elements under. So let's say I'm going to do is going to be searching up for soil. Go off the graphics and let's see if there are any. And then if I find any of them, I will be able to apply it under here. As you can see it over here, we have a couple of them. We can also apply a bit of vegetation over here. So I'm going to search in for vegetation. Hit on enter. And wait for a bit. Go off the graphics. I'm going to apply elements over here. So let's find out the ones which will actually look good with the whole thing. Let's say I'm going to do is going to be applying this one. Maybe a couple of elements over here. Let's say this one. This one will also look good. There we go. I'm going to keep it like this, position to be at the top of this. And then I'm going to go off the elements again. I'm going to type in vegetation, go off the graphics. And let's say I'm going to do is apply in another element if I can find any. So I'm going to do is going to be applying this one or maybe this one. Let's just take this. There we go. I'm going to keep it at the center. And I'm going to do is going to be changing the color. Let's go off the duotone. And this is what I want on this one. And I'm going to do is also going to change this color into a vegetative one. So I'm going to click on that. Select up this color over here. There we go. So our design is done. Over here, it's done. So I'm going to save all of them, Control G. And now we can make or move on to our next design. Now I'm going to go off to my next design, which is going to be very photo based. And also it's going to have a bit more elements inside of it. And it's going to have a bit of text too. So first off over here, I'm going to start off with Greek statues. I'm going to go off the graphics, and from here I'm going to use one of them to, complement my whole photo. Last thing I'm going to do is going to be using this. Looks really good. And then from here I'm going to do is going to start off applying my text and other elements if I need it. Now what I'm going to do is going to be searching for the elements which I want. So as I have this, I'm going to do is going to be keeping it very simple. So I'm going to go off to shapes, clear, shapes. And from here, okay, let's just say I'm going to do is going to search up for rectangle. Go off the graphics, I can do that. And from here, I'm going to select something which will look good along. So I'm going to do is use this. I'm going to do is keep this over here. Edit the photo, crop it out, and this is the design which I want. Done. And then I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency. I'm going to change the color into this one. And from here, I'm going to go off the text, add a text box, increase the size, and then I'm going to do is going to use my text. This is this exact text which I want to use, or the exact font, which the name is Metonia, which you can try using if you want to. It just looks good with the Greek, the Greek theme. So from here, what I'm going to do is going to be typing in knowledge. There we go. I'm going to keep it at the center. Control A. We can bold them up, or let's apply a bit of effect. Let's say on here, I'm going to do is going to be applying myself up a white one, or maybe a black. See, if I apply black, it will just look thicker. You can also do that if you want to. That's also doable. Knowledge is everything. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be apply a bit of effect outside of it. Let's go over here. Let's first off apply a couple of these. This looks better. You can apply that if you want to. But you can also apply more effects. That's basically up to you, whichever one you prefer. Okay? So after you're done, you basically have two of your designs. You can also apply more elements. Let's say I'm going to do is go over here. Greek, hit on enter. Go off to graphics. You can also apply this. I'm just going to keep it over here and change it to white. There we go. We can apply more elements. Let's say I'm going to do is keep this one under here. What I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size. And I'm going to do is going to be reducing the transparency. I'm going to make another copy of this over here. Also going to change the position under here. There we go. So this is how it will look like. And what I'm going to do is go off the share, go off the download, transparent background. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to do is going to be saving both of these. Let's save these ones too. I'm going to press on done. Okay, done. And then I'm going to do is going to be selecting up the folder where I want to save it. And then I'm going to upload it on my working space so that we can see how it basically looks like on a t-shirt. So I'm going to add 2 more pages. You can see it is downloading. I'm going to do is go off to mockups. You can see this is how it looks like. I'm going to do is type in aesthetic. Hit on save. It is saved. I'm going to open up my resource file. I'm going to do is going to be unzipping them. Extract. Okay. And it is extracted on my workspace. I'm going to do is just going to apply mockup first. Go off to mockups. I'm going to do is going to be applying one photo over here. I'm going to apply another photo over here. Okay. It'll take a bit of time to apply it. There we go. Applied. Increase the size. On this one, I'm going to do is going to be applying this one. Applied. Zoom in. Or let's say I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size. There we go. We have 2 of these. Now I'm going to do is going to go off to upload section, upload file. And let's use up our folder. This is going to be aesthetic. 3 of them open up. Or let's say 4 of them open up. And let's check it out how it looks like on each and every one of them. So let's try out our pre-built one. Let's check it out. Looks good. If it does. There we go. Let's try them out. It'll take a bit of time to be applied. And as these are white, it might not be actually that good or that visible. So you can try them on. You can see this is not that visible. So try avoiding whites when you're using Canva because the mockup files are mostly white. You can see this is how it looks like. But now let's move on to our design. So what I'm going to do is apply that. And I'm going to apply this over here. So 2 of the designs are being replaced. You can see this is how it looks like. You can see. And this is how it looks like over here. So we have 2 aesthetics designs, which we did on our own. And we also have like our pre-built one, which you can try using whenever you want to. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And if you still have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our last class project of this course. Welcome to class project 1. The name of the class project is how to remove background from any photo in Canva. I have attached in a description and also an outcome, so you can read them if you want to. So I'm going to start off with the description. The background remover tool allows you to easily remove backgrounds from images, making them transparent. This feature simplifies the process of isolating objects or people from their backgrounds, enabling you to create clean and professional looking designs without the need for a complex photo editing software. So let's move on to the steps. Open up Canva. Then open up a preset and use any photo with a subject. Click on Edit Photo. If you're on the new editor, you can move on to the old editor. But one thing you have to know here is that if you do not have a subscription, you will not be able to use BG Remover because it only works on the softwares or only on the accounts which has a premium version subscription applied to it. In step 5, click on BG Remover and wait. And the last step, customize it if you want to. So let's move on to our outcome. The outcome of using background remover tool in Canva is as transparent background for your image. This means that the area previously occupied by the background becomes see-through, allowing you to place the isolated object or person seamlessly onto different backgrounds or designs. So without any further ado, let's move on with our steps. As I'm on my screen of Canva, now I'm going to be using my presentation. So as I've opened also, Canva and also a preset, so you can use presentation, you can use photo edits, or you can also use other software or social type of presets if you want to. You can also use web design type of presets, up to you, whichever one you want. It just needs to be convenient, okay? It just needs a working space. So as I have my working space prepared, I'm going to go off the uploads, and you can go off to my resource file and find out whichever photo you want to use. So let's say on here, what I'm going to do is going to be using Shrine, okay? So I'm going to apply this Shrine over here, and it will be uploaded in just a bit. You can see this is uploading. And after this will be uploaded, I'm going to remove the background of this. And I'm going to take it over here on my working space, and I'm going to click on Edit Photo. And then you have this over here, BG Remover. Click on that, and you're going to do is just wait until the background has been removed. Now, if you cannot find it over here, just keep going down, and you will find an option of moving to the old editor, or let's say the newer editor of Canva. You can click on that, and it will take you back or toggle you to the different type of editor, either the new one or the old one. So you can try using that if it isn't visible onto your editor, and then you just have to wait until it applies the effect. Make sure you're connected with the internet most of the time when you're using background remover, because it uses online, or because it uses the internet connection to also remove out certain parts of your photo or even the background. So after it will be applied, or after the background has been removed, and make sure the photo which you've chosen, the subject is very visible, or the subject can be distinguished very easily, because this is not a professional software to remove background on its own. And as it is automated, so it takes a bit of time when it has a lot of elements inside of it and it cannot distinguish the subject in it, just like this one. Now you can see on my screen that I have removed out the background. Now the last thing what you're going to do is that take a screenshot or save it up as a file and upload it on our project panel so that we can see how you're progressing with work, and keep on doing the same thing, practice on, and you will get your outcome. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class project of T-shirt designing. Welcome to class project 2. The name of the class project is How to Mask in Illustrator. I have attached in the description and also an outcome, so let's move on with our description. Masking in Illustrator is a technique used to show or hide parts of an object or group. It allows you to control the visibility of objects based on a defined shape called a mask. When you apply a mask to an object or a group, only the areas that intersect with the mask shape remains visible, while the rest is hidden. This is useful for creating complex design, applying textures, or controlling the appearance of elements within your work or artwork without permanently altering them. Let's move on to our steps. Open Illustrator. Step 2, open up any photo from the resource file. Step 3, make a new layer and lock the default layer with photo in it. On the second layer, use the pen tool to cut out the image and trace it to the starting point. After finishing, go unlock the first layer, go to the select ribbon and click on select all. And then go to object ribbon and click on mask and click on make. The outcome of masking in Illustrator is the selective visibility of parts of an object or group based on the shape of the mask applied. It allows you to create intricate designs, control the appearance of elements, and achieve various visual effects while maintaining flexibility in editing and modifying your work. So let's move on with our steps. Now, as I've opened up Adobe Illustrator, I'm going to open up let's just open up a file. So I'm going to do is going to be finding out the part which I need to cut out. So let's say I'm going to do over here is going to be using circle or maybe whichever one I prefer. So I'm going to use this grunge car. I'm going to click on open. And then I'm going to do is going to be selecting up certain parts. First off, I'm going to do is going to be selecting or, just doing this so that I can see a lot of it. Hold on a shift. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be keeping it right over here. And now what I'm going to do over here is going to go off to layers. And then I'm going to lock up my layer. First off, I'm going to make another layer, lock up the first one. And on my second one, I'm going to do is use my pen tool. So on the pen tool, first off, I have to select up a part which I want to cut off. So let's say I'm going to do is going to be cutting off this 21. So I'm going to click or make an outline from here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to make it a bit better. There we go. I'm going to press on Z. Keep on continuing. There we go. Bit more. I'm going to do is going to be reducing this. And up till the starting point. Click on that. And then I'm going to do is going to be selecting or dragging it on this one. Drag it to this one, unlock it. And I'm going to click on select, press on all. All has been selected. And then you're going to go off to object. And on the object, you might find out clipping mask. Click on make. And there we go. We have masked out that certain element. And now you can use this whatever subject or object you have in any place. And you can also save that up if you want to, and you can use that as an object or an SVG. So hope you understood everything about this class project. Now what you're going to do is that mask up any elements like this, and then you're going to do is going to be saving up that file. Either you can save up this file or you can take a screenshot and you can upload it on our project panel so that we can see how you're progressing with work. So hope you understood everything from the beginning to the end of this course, and thank you for watching it up till the very end. If you still have any confusion or question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So hope to see you guys in my next course. Up till then,